Wow, is that time again? Look how consistent I am on my schedule. Ooh, look at me flex up in here, baby. Woo! Ha ha! I got some sleep. You ever do something that you know is really, really tough, and you're like, I gotta do this thing. It's gonna be tough, and I have to go through all this work and drama and all of that stuff. And then you go through that and you face it bravely, and you've weathered the storm, and you've gone, okay, I'm gonna really make this happen. And then this like feeling of comfort comes over you that you did it, that you went through and you did the hard stuff, right? You did the hard stuff. You said, okay, I'm going to make this happen. And then when you do that, you look back and you think, all right, good job, bro. That's how I'm feeling today, man. I had to do a whole lot of stuff last week that was really tough. Man, it was the kind of stuff you're like, man, I don't really want to do this. I don't want to really do all this tough stuff, but you have to, kind of get up there. And if you're going to be the leader, you're going to be in charge. You got to take the hits, bro. You got to take the hits, and you got to get out there and make it better. And that's what I've been doing. Oh boy, this has been exhausting though, very exhausting. But now I'm ready just to play some games and have some fun. That's what I'm willing to do. So we're going to get that going on today. Thanks everybody for being here. Thanks for all of you coming in on this Monday morning stream. We're going to play some Astroneer today, one of my favorite games. Now, you're welcome to come and join me. If you would like to come and join me, you go ahead and check it out on the Discord. You go right here. I'm going to go and throw that little linky link right there in the chat. You go and follow that link. And that will take you to my Discord. You go ahead and check out the rules section over there. It'll tell you a bit on how to come and join me here on the server. So we're going to get it going. We're going to continue to work on our massive farm of resources that we're having so fun collecting. It was a very, very fun as well. I was, man, collecting so much loot. And we're going to get into what else we're going to do. Some Stream Raiders. There we go. Brain trying to remember. We're going to do some Stream Raiders in about 30 minutes. So look how, man, I'm really like streamlining everything, trying to get everything going so I can kind of remember this stuff. And usually I rely on all of you and rely on my mods and all of that stuff. But I'm trying to get it back into the thing because I'm working so much on stuff behind the scenes and working on my health. That I feel like, you know what? I just said it right here, bro. Look at those traps. You're like, Kismet, flex, bro. Oh, I'm flexing up in here. I'm flexing in real life, not like flexing on other people, but bringing the strength, man. And I can tell you, man, I've gone through such the journey, man. Such the journey in the last 6 years with my sleep apnea and vertigo. It's really. It's like a really depressing thing to think that you have to spend the rest of your life with these kind of conditions. And it's pretty tough because sometimes, people, even though you tell them, hey, I've got these conditions, this is part of how I have to live. They still get mad at you for forgetting stuff. They still get mad at you for being unreliable. Not understanding that, it's not something I can just turn off. It's not something you do. It's like asking somebody who can't walk to just, hey, shake it off. Get up and walk. What's your problem, right? It's being that completely insensitive to a disabled person's disabilities that really shocks me sometimes, too. It really shocks me that people are that insensitive and that unaware that how difficult it is. Because it doesn't affect them, I find, most of the time. It doesn't affect them. It doesn't, it hasn't happened to them. Hopefully it never does. Wouldn't wish that on anybody to have terrible disabilities. But some of you know. Some of you know what it's like to have it tough. To have, not just tough financially, not just tough, with the relationships or emotionally, but tough physically, where you physically can't do things. And I know a lot of my peeps who hanging in my streams at Kismet, I know exactly what you're talking about, bro. I know what you're talking about that day. Every day you get up and you got to will yourself out of the bed. And you got to say, I'm going to get this done today, even though it's going to be a tough uphill battle. And then you do it, and then you feel really good about yourself. You feel like, okay, I did it. I did it. Let's do it. Speaking about that, let's go ahead and say hello in the chat. I see you, Captain Flash. Thank you so much. And I see all you lurkers hanging out of my channel too. But I don't call out lurkers. You come in, you lurker all the time. Don't worry, I ain't going to call you out. You're eating your breakfast. You're having a good time. Maybe you're you could be in a whole nother country. It could be like 2 o'clock in the afternoon for you. Either way, thank you all for being here. I do appreciate every single person who does come into my stream. So nothing really to announce today other than we're going to play some games. That's what I feel like doing after so much hard work and more awesome stuff coming down the line. Man, I've been lining up stuff left and right and left and right. It's so awesome. Hey, look at this. Cool emote. Look at that cool emote. Oh, I love that. Callie Lurk. Oh, I like that. Oh, man. Fantastic artwork done there, by the way. Whoever that emote artist was. Fantastic done. All right, let's get into it. Thanks for being here, by the way. I appreciate you coming in the chat as well. Let's go. All right. Now, we're going to do some stream readies again in about 26 minutes now. What I like to do is like to get the stream started, get everybody in, hanging out, having a good time. And that's what we're going to do. So we're going to go ahead and do that kind of on the side. So we're going to take that out. Boop, like that. As I do a little cough. I've got the water standing by. I'm almost out on that one, but I got the frosty one right here. The frosty cold one. I've been doing really good, by the way. I think I'm down 8 pounds now. 8 pounds from not drinking soda and taking better care of myself and going on walks with my kids and take care of my kids behind the scenes. We've been playing Animal Crossing every now and again. We've been playing 5 Minute Marvel. It's really a great thing, too, when you start to make sure you got a really good balance between those things. You're not stressing about your real life. You're not stressing about your work life. You're not stressing about those things all the time. I mean, so certain things that you're always kind of stressed about, like, oh God, am I going to have enough money to, pay the bills this month? And that's usually a given for most people, unless you're making so much money you don't think about it anymore, which was me when I was young. But nowadays, no. When you have children, everything is expensive, and there's always something getting broken, and so on and so forth. But I've been really working on my conditions, and been going through some ups and downs, as everybody does. It's called the life's roller coaster, right? Some people, they have the life's roller coaster like this, up and downs and up and downs, just all of this all day, every day. And then they have a lot of some people just have the train, right? They're just riding the train, no ups and downs, just real smooth, the whole thing. I don't know about that. I've never had that. I never had it where my life was just a train, just going around the park, right? My life is always like big highs and big lows, and big highs and big lows, and big highs. And I would rather, because you get more out of the roller coaster. You really do. You get more out of that roller coaster than you get out of the just, every day's the same kind of train. So go out there and do some amazing stuff, everybody. Even if you fail, you pick yourself back up again, and then you keep rolling on, because never give up, never surrender. That's how we do up in here. Amethyst Laney, how you doing? Says, hey, kids, how is you? I'm feeling pretty good today. If you missed my opener there, I fought bravely. I've been doing a lot of stuff behind the scenes to really kind of optimize my stream and make it way better for everybody. And it was very hard work. And I kind of weathered that storm, and now feeling pretty good about myself. This kind of feeling of comfort comes over you where you're feeling like, okay, another one, another thing checked off the list that I needed to get done and really work on. So good for you. Great news. Thank you, Gray Falcon. Thank you for coming in. I drink way too much soda, trying to quit though. Yeah, the thing is don't tell yourself you're never going to have it again. Like, I love Dr. Pepper. But when I start to drink Dr. Pepper again, and sometimes I do, what happens is I gain 10 pounds like that. Bam. 5 pounds easy. 5 pounds, boom. 10 pounds, boom. Now, when I got really ill, I got sleep apnea and vertigo. I could be loading into the server while we're talking. Hold on. Let me load in the server first. There we go. When I got sleep apnea and vertigo, at that time, I was really overweight. Holy mackerel. I had, because you know how it is in life. You find that spouse and you're going out to eat. It's more of a social thing, eating and all of that. And then I'd have candy right here by my desk, and I'd be drinking soda like crazy. And I said, okay, my doctors basically told me to lay down and die. And I told them to go screw themselves. That's the start of that. And then I said, you know what? I'm going to have to do it. It's going to have to be me. Like always. I always find that 99% of the time, if you want something done, it's usually got to be you. right? You can't take the magic pill. You can't go to the personal trainer. You can't go to all of that stuff and expect it just to magically happen. And that's what people do, and that's how they sucker you. Oh, you buy this magic machine, you buy this thing, and you buy that. See, I just tell it to you straight, everybody. I'm not trying to sell you nothing. And you do all of that stuff, and that is not going to make it happen. What's going to happen is you have to make it happen. You have to be the one who's strong enough. And I feel your pain, bro. I am a candyaholic, bro. I love candy. I love M&M's, my favorite candy, though. Any and all candy, chocolate, cookies, you name it. Chocolate chip cookies, my favorite. And Dr. Pepper's my favorite, or Cherry Nuka-Cola, as I like to call it. And so I stopped drinking soda. That was the first step I took. And I didn't say, oh, well, I'm never going to have soda again. I said, okay, I'm going to reduce my soda, and then I'm going to try to eliminate it for a while so I can, feel better, so I'm not riding that sugar up and down thing that everybody does, or coffee, up and down roller coaster. And then it really is tough. Those first 2-3 weeks, oh my gosh, it's like, you're going through withdrawals. You don't have that boost. The reason why you bought drinking soda in the first place is to have that little bit of boost of caffeine every day. And then all of a sudden I lost 5 pounds. And then I lost 10 pounds. Now I'm still eating pizza, spaghetti. I'm having, steak. I'm having all of that same stuff that I would eat before. I didn't change my diet at all. It was literally just from soda. And I lost 10 pounds from soda. And then I thought, well, all right, I'm feeling a little better now. Maybe I can, get back in and start working on my health a little bit better. So I said, what can I do? I said, you know what? I'm going to substitute this bowl of M&M's. And I mean, it was a big bowl too. It wasn't like one of those little tiny bowls. I mean, a huge bowl, like the maximum family size M&M's. And you'd look down, you'd eaten that entire thing, right? That kind of thing. Because, it keeps me awake when I'm doing really hard stuff. When you're doing a lot of design and you're doing stuff that you're trying to get focused on, usually eating something will keep your consciousness going. A little side trick, but it has a downside, obviously. You're eating that much candy and that much soda all the time. It's going to come with a cost of you carrying all that stuff around. So what I did is I substituted out. I said, what do I like other than, what kind of fruits do I like that I would probably eat in exchange for the thing? So I ate those M&Ms, and then I said, okay, you know what I'm gonna do? Strawberries and green seedless grapes, which I really like. And so we put those in there, and I started eating those instead. And guess what? After a while, I didn't really miss that candy anymore. It wasn't really a big thing. So I would then have strawberries and grapes, when I have them in my fridge right now. And then whenever I feel like I need a snack, I go have some of those. And guess what? There went another 10 pounds. That's 20 pounds, bro. From stopping soda and substituting bad foods like candy all the time. There's 20 pounds. And then I started doing what's known as juicing, where you take a whole bunch of vegetables and some fruits, and you mix them together, and you do that. Now, I don't know jack squat. I'm 50 years old, and I don't know jack squat about preparing food. I don't know jack squat about it. I grew up in the fast food generation, where every meal was a fast food. Like you went to Kentucky Fried Chicken. I mean, you just went in the rotation. I know a lot of you are in that rotation now, right? McDonald's, then you go Kentucky Fried Chicken, then you would go Taco Bell, and I ate a lot of Taco Bell as a kid. And then, what's the other one? Arby's, then you would go to Wendy's, and then you would go to Burger King, and then that was pretty much your rotation of food. Right? That was it. I mean, see, that's how I grew up. My parents did not cook food except for on a very rare occasion when we were camping. My dad would do what we call silver dollar pancakes, the really small silver dollar pancakes. He would do that with bacon. And then my mom would do like once a year on Thanksgiving, she would cook like, Thanksgiving dinner. And that was it. The rest of the time, you had to fend for yourself, bro, or you die. That's it. You had to go make your own food. That's the old school way I grew up. That's hardcore, baby. As well as, if you want your clothes washed at 5 years old, baby, you got to get in there. You have to wash your clothes. You wanna go and play in the backyard? Guess what? Get out there and mow it first, right? I'm old school like that. But it also builds responsibility. It builds kind of a self-care where you can take care of yourself in any situation because you've got all of these skills as well. So there's an upside. Now, I didn't go that harsh on my kids. My kids were more like, 8, 9, 10 before you really start putting some responsibilities on them, like keep your room clean, go out and, take care of brush your teeth every day, be responsible, be on time, and all that stuff. You got to start transferring those responsibilities to your kids, right? You don't take care of them forever, everybody, even though everybody always tells me, when your kids go off, you never lose responsibility. True, but a lot of those responsibilities should transfer to them, in which they're responsible for them. And if they fail, you got to let them fail, right? If they're late for work or whatever it is, you got to let them fail, because there's two ways to learn. They can learn by your mistakes, right? Which is the easiest way to learn. That's the best way to learn. Or they can learn by pain and suffering of making their own mistakes. And they're going to do both for sure. Absolutely. But of course, you can try to help them on that first one as much as you can. But ultimately, they're going to be who they are. Right? And that's something that really helped me. And then I started juicing. I started to take care of that. I started going, and drinking that kind of stuff. Fantastic movie that I saw was Fat, Sick, and Nearly Dead. Fantastic movie, by the way, where I learned about juicing, that kind of stuff. And I learned more about food and how to, prep food and do that kind of stuff, which I thought I'll get around to. I thought, I'll get around to it. Well, it took me till age 45, 46, 47, until I actually got around to it. Because, again, I never needed to, because I had so many funds. I could, just eat out all the time and all of that. But very important life skill is to know about food, because food is the very fuel in which you survive. And if you're not taking the time to learn that important skill, and I know a lot of you probably are really good at that skill. Me, I'm not, because I've also been with my wife for 27 years, who is an incredibly great cook, fantastic baker as well. So I've kind of, just coasted. Because anything that I say, it's funny, what do you want for dinner tonight? That's 27 years of that, bro. It still goes on today. Some of you guys are like, oh, God, here we go. Yeah, I always say pizza. After a while, I caught on to it, and I just said, okay, pizza. And then she'll either want pizza or she'll shoot it down. And then she'll tell me actually what she wants to eat. A little tip for you guys out there. There you go. Just say pizza every time. There you go. Even if you don't want pizza, there you go. So I lost all of that, and then I started going to the gym. I got a personal trainer to help me out, because this way, they teach you exactly how to do the exercise. Don't go to the gym and think you know it all, especially if I haven't been in a while. It's best to have somebody there to back you up, unless you got a friend that can go with you as well. But doing the exercise, I've been in the gym since I was 13 years old. And sometimes you go long periods without going to the gym too, because, your real life and you're under stress and you're trying to work and you're working all the time. You go, okay, I'll go to the gym tomorrow. And then you don't go for a long time, months at a time. But I've been in the gym for a very long time. And a good friend of mine was a gym rat. He would be there for 3 hours every day. I go for an hour maximum. But he'd go there 3 hours, and he's like Arnold Schwarzenegger big. He's huge. He is massive. And the funny thing is he used to be massively overweight. That's right. He used to be 350 pounds. And one time he's like, you know what? I'm gonna start taking care of this. I'm gonna go do it. And over the summer, bro, he turned all of that and lost that weight and turned it into muscle and got bigger and bigger and bigger over time. I mean, he is huge. He can pull the whole rack down. Now, if you've ever been to the gym, have you ever seen anybody do that? Pull the whole entire rack down, 240, pull that down. That's how big he is. He can do that. And I'm trying to keep up with him, because I'm not that into it. I don't want to be ginormous, right? It doesn't float my boat, but if that's your thing, go for it. But I do like to be in shape. And the only thing I could beat him on was the thing where you push yourself up, because I had arm to body weight ratio. I had much strength. Now, also another great inspiring thing. He was actually when as a child he had to have one of his legs amputated, so he had a prosthetic leg. So even then, he went in, didn't use that as an excuse, went in there and kicked butt. Man, I tell you, the ladies were all over him too. Ladies were all over him. I'm telling you that as well. So I've been in the gym a long time, and I see people in the gym and they're just wasting their time because they're not doing the exercises right. They don't have anybody doing the training. They're just in there doing this, right? And you've seen people like that. I'm sure if you've been in the gym, you see people and they're just doing it totally wrong. They could be lifting this bottle and they get more out of it than what they're doing in the gym. So that's why, at least partially, when you're getting started, have a personal trainer there and you say, you know what I want to know? I want to know how to do the exercises correctly. That's the number one thing that I always get a personal trainer for, is for that. And you're like, well, Kismet, yeah, man, you must have a lot of money to do a personal trainer. I'm like, that's all that fast food you've been eating, by the way. If you stop eating all that fast food and you use that money on a personal trainer instead, because guess what? You probably paid $100, $200, $500, $1,000, $2,000 last month on that fast food. Oh, I know you did. You can't fool me. I'm the same way. I've done the same thing. You know, you're looking at your bills and you're like, man, why are my bills so much? And then you're like $60, $80, $100 every time you've been eating out, right? Oh, come on now. Come on, let's be realistic with each other here, right? Let's be straightforward. I'm the same way. I'm the same way. I love to eat out. I love to go have a really good steak. I love to go hanging out. You know, I'm a meat and potato kind of guy. But at some point, you got to say, would I rather invest this in fast food, or would I rather invest this in my health? And I would definitely choose the second one, because otherwise you end up like me. And I lost 50 pounds, by the way, 50 pounds by doing that. Now, you've got to find your own path. My path might not be right for you, but it's got to come from you. And that's the way it is in just about everything you do in life, where you're working or you're playing games or you're doing whatever. It's got to come from in here. And it's going to not be easy. I'm going to tell you, it ain't easy, bro. I'm 50 years old. I'm a disabled man. Every time I get up in the morning, I am dizzy, like fall down dizzy. And every day you got to say, I'm going to get up and I'm going to do something today. And I'm doing it right now, hopefully inspiring you guys. Now, sometimes I do a little kids talk up in here. If you got to go like Amethyst Laney, go get a sandwich or get something to drink or take care of your real life, you go ahead if you don't want to hear the talking. And then you come back and guess what? We're going to play some games. Let's go. Let's play some games. I love to inspire people. That's what I'm here to do. I'm living proof that you can come back from that kind of stuff, from being overweight, from being disabled, and having to give up the love of your life, which for me is my wife, but also graphic design. And I've been working with some of the top companies in the world, which I had to give up all of that, which is very depressing if you think about it. So I'm not going to think about it too much. But I am here living proof that you can grab the reins of your life and steer it in the direction you want to go. Not always. Sometimes you're going to hit bumps in the road, but you can grab it and steer it a bit. Steer that big boat in such a way that it can improve your day-to-day life. And so now that I lost that 50 pounds, and sometimes I'll gain 5 back or 10 back, and then I'll work on it. Because I never tell myself I can't have the thing, right? If you say you can't have the thing, you'll do nothing but crave that all the time. Believe me, I've been through that road. It doesn't work. And there's no magic pill. There's no nothing, anything. It's got to be right here. It's got to be inside. Or if you have a good friend, you say, yo, hey, let's go to the gym together. Let's pair up. What are you doing on Thursday? What about Thursday at 8 o'clock? We'll go for like 15, 20 minutes. We'll go for 15 minutes. Then we'll go do something fun, right? And then next time, let's go for 30 minutes. Do you feel comfortable with 30 minutes? Okay, 30 minutes. And that's how you do it. You start it, and then it should become a habit. You shouldn't even think about it. Now, normally I would be going to the gym right now. I don't like going to the gym in the wintertime because I hate the cold. But, I should get out of that habit too. I should get out of that habit. And what I'm going to do is try to make a gym in my garage because we've been clearing it out lately. So I'm going to make a gym in there, and then I'm going to be at the gym, and my kids can utilize it as well and whatnot, keep themselves in shape. My kids are in great shape. They are like me when they're young, right? They have the genes, but they got to watch out when they get older, because they're going to have the genes that what happens is your metabolism slows down. So, all that stuff that you ate when you're young and you had no problem, because I would work out all the time. I'd be swimming. I'd be at the beach. I'd be very, very active when I was young. And then as you get older, you get less active. And the reason why you get less active is because you're working all the time. You're trying to, get that money, right? Try to get that money so you have food, water, and then shelter. And then for some reason, it starts to become, I need that expensive car, and I need that expensive house, and I need this fancy thing and that fancy thing. And you're putting in all the hours to have those fancy things, and you're not taking care of yourself. And I'm a culprit as well. And that is a scary thing in the long run, because that could cause you at any moment to go and be croaked out, right? The very fact that I am still alive is amazing. Who needs a six-pack when you can have a keg? Well, there you go. Have both. Why not both, bro? Why not both? You can have a six-pack and still have some a keg, right? There you go. You could have both of those. In fact, if you had just a six-pack instead of a keg, then it'd be a lot easier. You know what I mean? A six-pack and a six-pack. A six-pack down here, right? Down there in the stomach. And then a six-pack of some of those, right? Fire a few back. Responsibly, though. Responsibly, for sure. Now, see, one of the drawbacks of my condition, by the way, is that I cannot drink alcohol anymore because I fall down without the alcohol. So imagine if I was drinking too much alcohol, I'd really be falling down. Holy mackerel. Because I get very tired and dizzy when I drink too much alcohol. You got to know about how alcohol affects you. And both those two factors is a really dangerous thing for me because I could fall downstairs and die. I could just fall randomly and fall poorly and then snap my neck and I'd be dead. I'm not kidding either. I mean, this is some serious stuff. And some of you can't relate, and that's okay. I don't want you ever have to relate to that. Hopefully you'll go, Kismet, I can't relate. I've never had sickness issues. I've never had those kind of hard times. And good. I'm glad for you. I hope it continues on and forever. Because I, again, would not wish it on anybody. Would not wish it on anybody. And then also there's the lack of empathy in some people. They completely are unempathetic to the fact that, they're like, well, hey, why don't you just do such and such? And do the completely lack of empathy because it has never happened to them or anybody they know. So they don't have an understanding of why that is a difficult thing. And that's, you can't blame them for that, for not knowing, I guess. Though that's not an excuse in the law, is not knowing. You definitely should know a little bit about those kind of things and how to be sensitive to that kind of stuff. And that will happen for sure. There's a graphene there. How can I do this? Oh, I'll put the graphene over here. There we go. And now it'll grab it. Ah, there we go. Turn that around. All right, here we go. Oh, it's firing up. All right. Well, I can't hear my sound. Why can I not hear my sound? There we go. Turned off. All right, there we go. And again, sometimes I get it fired up in here, get you guys fired up with a little bit of support, a little bit of positivity in your day, a little bit of inspiration. I hope you fire up a great day today. I'm going to fire up a good day today. Man, I had to weather a big storm recently. I had to weather the storm, everybody, and take the hit because I'm the leader. So when you're the leader, if anything goes wrong, you got to say, you know what? I'm going to have to take the hit. Everybody's going to blame you. I'm going to say, oh, it's all your fault, even though it might not have totally been your fault anyway. But you got to just say, okay, that's okay. I'll take the blame. Right? That's a true leader right there. A true leader will say, I'm responsible and I will take the blame. Now, let's move on. Right? That's the thing you got to do. When you make a mistake, the hardest thing is to move on to the next thing. Right? And the way to do that is just say, my bad, and move on. Because otherwise, you just hang on to it, right? And it's in there. It's in there in your soul, and it's poisoning your soul and who you are as a person. Don't do that, bro. Let it fly away and move on. There you go. I love coming to the stream for the life advice. Well, thank you, King Lime. I love you coming in, just hanging out in the chat. I appreciate it. Because I've been there, done that, 18,000 plus days. Actually, let's ask Suri. Hey, Suri, what's 50 times 365?
50 times 365 is 18,250.
18,250 sunrises and sunsets. Yeah, I've seen a lot of sunrise, sunset as the type of person who stays up all night long. You late nighters. I got a lot of late nighters up in here. Okay, so I got that done. What am I doing? I got to go to the. I was getting the. Got to get back into focus here. I'm going to go ahead and grab this hydrazine, and I'm putting that hydrazine in my ship. And then I got to go get some methane from Atrox. I wonder if I think he went over there and he added these there. But we'll take those RTGs just in case. Now, what am I working on? Well, I'm working on getting tons of resources and pumping them into those ginormous containers. Because I love this update. I love Astroneer. One of my favorite games of all time. Absolutely love it. Hands down. Worth picking up for sure. Show them some love over there, right? I feel like they don't get enough love. Except, they've gotten awards. They've gotten all that stuff for Astroneer. But, they're a smaller dev. They're not, big, ginormous, put $250 million into a game. So I feel like, what you got to do when you have smaller devs like that, indie devs and things like that, who are doing an exceptional job. You got to shout them from the mountaintops. You got to encourage other people to play those awesome games so that they can go and continue to make the game awesome and whatnot. Needs a little bit of work there. But it's a really, really fun game. I highly recommend it. One of my favorite games, and it's going to be a staple on Monday. We're going to be doing Astroneer each Monday, whatnot. Finally, my schedule is stabilized because I had all these events I had to do. My real life was, I had to go do this thing and that thing, and right, it becomes very, very tough. Life is a very difficult thing, especially when you have children, because I like to be there for my children. Right? I like to be there and be present, right? Okay, let's play some card games and let's have a good time and let's go for a bike ride and let's go do all of that stuff. Bike riding is incredibly difficult when you have vertigo, by the way. It's incredibly difficult. And when you're also not in great shape, it is very, very difficult. But I have a great video and it's only 10 seconds long. And I call it Moment of Bliss. When after, I don't know, I couldn't remember the last time I rode my bike. And my bike was like wrecked. I had to fix it up. And it was like, I don't know, 10 years ago. I for the first time, I rode with my kids a long way. Like I rode a little bit, right? In the yard and whatever, and showing them how to ride their bike. But normally I would walk when they're riding, because it's safer. But I actually rode my bike. And it was like a 10-second clip that I did with me riding with my kids, and I put up on the YouTube. It's called Moment of Bliss, where all those things you think you're never going to do again, that you will yourself into doing it, right? And it's scary. I mean, I'm a 50-year-old man, and I'm afraid to get on a bike because I could die. I'm not kidding. I'm not looking for your sympathy. I'm just trying to inspire you to take on some things that might scare you a little bit. Not foolish. Don't be foolish with your health and with your life. But take on things that sometimes might scare you just a little bit. Make sure you've got that support of peeps to back you up. All right, so here we are. I don't see any extractors at all extracting the methane. Where is the methane extractor? I do not know. All right, let's go down here. Maybe it's down in the thing here. Because obviously we got some methane before. I wonder if they did it somewhere else. See that's one of the things I talk about in teamwork, right? Like they might have done it somewhere else. And I know they brought back the methane, but they didn't put it in the base that I established. And so who knows where it is now, right? Who knows where the heck that methane extractor is. So I know somebody brought it over here. Oh, it's time for some Stream Raiders. I know I made one, and they brought it over, and they set it up, and they brought back the methane, and that's how we're able to do some of our nanocarbon alloy. But heck if I know where it's at. And that's why I try to tell everybody, work with the bases that we establish and not just go off and do your own thing. If you're going off and doing your own thing, then we're not the server for you. There's plenty of things. You can play your own game, or you can get on other servers where you can just do your own thing. But I highly recommend, if you are playing in teams, to work together by putting stuff in the same place. And it looks like I'm going to have to go ahead and reestablish our base here. I wonder if there's I think I saw another beacon. Huh. Well, maybe we can go ahead and get that, go up and see if there's any other beacons, and try to land there and grab whatever's there and move it. I thought I saw another beacon off to the side, over there somewhere. Now, the great thing about the hydrazine thrusters, you can take off and land multiple times, so that makes it really, really easy. Now, another thing that you can do to help the stream over here, and it is free, is to host the channel and to retweet. So I'm going to go ahead and put that retweet right there in the stream. For every retweet, we're going to count those up until we hit 5. When we hit 5 retweets, then I'm going to press a button right over here. It gives you 1,000 Kiz Caps. Now, those 1,000 Kiz Caps can be used to win giveaways here in the stream. And I do a lot of giveaways. Absolutely. So if you like to do that, work together as a team, just like we work together as a team in-game. Now, if you want to join us here on the server, you can go ahead oh, there's one right over there. You can go ahead and join us by going to the Discord, which I'll show you right here. And you go read the rules, and in the rules, it'll tell you all the steps that it takes. Now, I have played through Astroneer before. I am not a newbie. I've played it all the way through. I've finished all of the stuff in the game. I have unlocked all the things and made all of the things in the game. There we go. So establishing another location, see? All right. Well, you know what? Whatever works, whatever works. You know what I mean? So here we go. So we established in another location, which I'm not a big fan of, but you know, we'll work with it for now. And there we go. So we have established it, and what it did is it extracted the helium. And then over here, we have this established drawing the methane. Now, why do I want it to be in the same location? Well, obviously, so it's easier for us to just go to one location, and we can get the methane, or go down underneath the ground and get the stuff there. And he put this way up on the surface level, which is great. And I'll probably come back and move that later, but at least it has a beacon there. So that we can go ahead and manage that and find it. So we don't really need any of that, but we can do a little trick here and grab a little extra. Let's see, what do we need? We need methane more. So we'll grab a little extra methane right over here and put that up there. Now, I should have brought a thing so we could do that, and we're going to come back. We're going to upgrade all of this in a bit. Another thing that we're going to need is we're going to need some packagers, right? So we're going to need some graphite. So we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 packagers to package that up. Plus, we're going to need the ability to get all of that, and we'll move that to our primary base. So let's make a note of that we are going to need 6 packagers to fix base location on Aatrox. All right, I like to make notes of what I'm working on. Speaking of notes, I probably made notes from last time. Let's see what we have from last time. Helium from Aatrox, already on it. Fill organic and turn it into carbon, which we actually already did. So we can go ahead and take that out. Let's see. Get the lithium. We already did that. RPG setup for gases. I don't think we've done all the gases with RPGs yet, but we can definitely work on that. Large correction delay for gases. That's another thing we need to work on. Optimizing our inline nanocarbon production, which is definitely what we're going to be working on today. All right, so there we go. So nice and set up, good to go. Good to go. Good morning, OFC. Thanks for coming in. Love the kids talk. Thank you very much. Cubist Wizard coming in saying hello. Let's see. We got Mr. This guy says you can get methane from other planets. Could be there. Oh yeah, I've got it from right there. Whatnot. By the way, everybody, if you want to know what planets you get your gases from, you can just go here to planets, and you can say hydrogen, nitrogen, no gases there, hydrogen, sulfur, hydrogen, argon, nitrogen, which is where we're getting our argon from right now. Novus gives you hydrogen and methane, and Glacio gives you argon, and Aatrox gives you methane, sulfur, and nitrogen, but the one you really want, helium and sulfur, because those ones are fairly unique to Aatrox. So very important to at least get your helium going on, because you're going to need that later on as well. Definitely when you get into the higher parts of the game. Into those more advanced things. And we've kind of unlocked a bit of things. Now, one of my favorite tips in the game is to know where you at? Wow, they're moving fast today. Those planets are jamming. Is to know where your best research is, because research is the thing. It has a little bit of an issue with that weirdness when you're playing on a server. I'm sure they'll fix that eventually. I'm not sure what causes that. I'm going to get around to setting that in at some point. I don't know. Maybe, or maybe not. Maybe I won't. But basically, it has a certain amount of gases and a certain amount of resources on planets. Like Aatrox has one of the best resources for your research, because it's the hardest planet, so it has the things that have the highest amount of research on there. Some of them you just walk around and pick up, and they're like 5,000, 5,000, 5,000, 5,000. So at the very beginning of the game, which we actually did partially in this playthrough, we went and we collected 100,000 research at the beginning of the game, and we just let it run. And it was pretty easy. You just grab a bunch of graphite, make a bunch of packagers, go over there, package it up, put it on your vehicle, come back, throw it into the research thing. Now, you can also do it here on this planet, but each of these ones on this planet are going to be 500, where on Aatrox is 5,000. And the great thing is, and you know I talk about this all the time, I like to set it and forget it, right? Which means you set your gas collector, and then you're like, all right, I'm going to let it run. I'm going to go do something else. And that's pretty much what we've done there. We've set those up to let those run. Let's go ahead and move this over here. Now, what I need here at the end is I need that helium, right? That one that is unique to that particular planet. So we go ahead and take that helium. We go ahead and just stack it back here. Is there something already there? Oh, there's something already there. All right, let's just put that in there. There we go. Now, look at how much nanocarbon alloy it can create now, because it created tons of steel, tons of titanium alloy, and now it's also got tons of that. So it's just going to go and crank out nanocarbon alloy, set it and forget it, everybody. We're going to have like, I don't know, 5, 10, 15 nanocarbon alloy there. And some of you know about nanocarbon alloy, know that is the highest resource in the game. And what you want to do is optimize your production line. And they've added a lot of cool things to help you optimize your production line. We're going to put this way back over there. There we go. And this is what we've got here. This is our production line here. Now, these ones over on this side, you can see are just sitting there waiting for me to use them, right? These are just kind of like I'm going to build stuff, right? But over here, hydrazine, graphene, then titanium alloy, and steel, and then nanocarbon alloy. Those are your production line. That is your main thing that you want to get lined up so it is just working on its own. Now, the toughest thing, of course, is keeping your resources going. I find ammonium and graphite to be those kind of second-tier items that they're really first-tier, but they're second-tier items when it comes to collecting, because your first-tier items are like organic, compound, and resin. Those are like your starter stuff. And then you're like, okay, now I need some ammonium, now I need some graphite, so I call them second tier. And those are things that that rarely become something else. They're what's called a natural resource. A natural resource, ammonium, you don't put it in the forge and it doesn't become something else, right? Same thing with certain type of things. Like if you take compound, for instance, we can find some compound right over here. Compound, you roll over it. Oh, we'll roll over it down here. It says natural resource. Natural resource basically means this does not become something else in the forge. But if you use it with a combination of something else, like in your chemistry station, it can become plastic and things like that, right? So good to understand how the game mechanics work. Now, there are some things that you have that become other things, right? Great example is quartz or organic. You put those in there, and those will go into these forges, and those will become carbon. Those will become glass, right? That kind of stuff. And right now, I'm making a ton of quartz over here using the cool new button repeater, where I can actually fire up 2 of those at the same time. And what they're doing is they're drawing soil from all of these canisters that I use to collect the soil on that side. They're putting them into the small containers, and then those small containers will just kind of keep feeding into these. Watch as it does it here when it finishes. It's also taking the quartz and it's feeding it into that large container over there. Watch the thing switch automatically. Isn't that awesome? I love that as a game mechanic. Incredibly, incredibly awesome. So basically, what you didn't see was those went into those canisters, grabbed all the stuff, then it filled those up and then switched them between all the stuff. And then once it used it up, it went and refilled them again and then just keeps them up on the thing there to keep switching. And then I'd start it up again, and it just keeps feeding that quartz in there, feeding that quartz, because we're going to make a ton of glass here. And we're making a ton of each and every resource, so we'll have it. Mr. This Guy has read the rules. You have? All right, let me check my lurker chat and see if you did it. Thank you very much for coming into the Twitch chat and let me know. And so I'm going to go ahead and add you to the Teamwork Tycoons. You're welcome to go ahead and hang out with me. Now, again, we do work together. So if you want to go off and do your own thing, this is not the server for that. We work together to gather resources and improve the base and that kind of stuff and make it better for everybody. So everybody can work together. Now, I give you one shot to be awesome. So please be awesome. Otherwise, I will permaban you. And that's how it goes in life. I don't give 53 chances. I give one chance because I feel like it should only take one chance for people to be awesome. So go ahead to join me. You need to jump into the voice chat on my Discord. There's a Tycoon chat. Now, you don't have to talk to me, by the way. You can just come in there to the voice chat. This way I can see you're in there, and then I click on your name, and then I give you the server information. So you can just listen in, or you can just hang out in there and say, Kismet, I'm just going to be working on resources and whatnot. But that's how I know you're there in the future. If you want to come and join me, I know you're there because you're in one of those voice chats, and then I click on your name, and I give you the information. So go ahead and work on that in my Discord because that just makes it easier for me to give out passwords and stuff. And so I know who's there and who's on the server and so on. So feel free to check that out. I'm going to go ahead and continue to work on what we're working on here. I feel like we're missing one in the back. Ah, yeah. See, if I see that one in the front, that means we're missing one in the back. All right. Now, a lot of time, by the way, I'll be sitting in my mod chat. And then I'll jump over there to say hi and that kind of stuff from time to time. But if you don't really need my attention, that's okay. Do your thing over there. Do your thing. There we go. That's better. That's better. That's why we have all of our canisters together there. Okay, let's fire that up. And we've got our... Wow, look, our nanocarbon alloy is done. Where'd all those nanocarbon alloys go? That's the question. Where did they go? Huh. Yeah, where'd they go? Did they go into this canister back here? Do I have that as nanocarbon alloy? I think I might. Oh my gosh! That's 31! Oh, I underestimated that by a lot. That's 31 nanocarbon alloy. That is the most nanocarbon alloy I've ever spent time making. Normally you make it and then you make something and you make something and you make... Holy mackerel. Now that is a lot of nanocarbon alloy. Now see, what you really want this to do is you want that to be over there. Right? And you want to use your arm to grab it and put it over there and then have it go into a canister because now, watch this, baby. This is what you do. You turn this baby onto output. Yeah. You put that on output. You fire that up into all of your stuff. It's going all over that right now. Our standee here. Holy moly. It hasn't even filled it yet. If you're a builder, that should make you happy right now. You go into Tycoon's voice. Tycoon's voice is where it is. And there we go. And then we go ahead and change this to the other way. And it will start to grab it. Now you're like, oh, great, it's grabbing the wrong thing. It's grabbing the wrong thing. So if it's grabbing the wrong thing, what you need to do is to prime it ahead of time, right? And that's when you take one of your nanocarbon alloys over here. You put that on the top. And then you say, okay, that's what this is going to be. And then you put it over here. And then it won't grab your other resources to keep you from doing that. So great tip for you. Now we got crazy tons of nanocarbon alloy. Now what do we need to make the highest in resources? There's two highest in resources now, or items that you make. One of them is the RTG, which is endless power, right? That's endless power right there. We're going to make a ton of that. As well as the large canisters here also take nanocarbon alloy, so you got to use them for that. We definitely going to need a lot of that. What else? We got lithium right over here. We got a bunch of that. So again, we'll go ahead and do the same thing here. We'll output that. And now we're going to fire that up. Now, our other one here, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to have two of these doing RTGs. There we go. And now it is on, baby. Now all that hard work is paying off. We're going to have so much power that we can go ahead and do whatever we need to do. All right, we're going to get that going on. Look at it just firing out that lithium. All right, good enough. Good enough. And then we'll go ahead and turn that back to input. And put that over there. All right, there we go. So we got kind of some resources on the side there. Now, this game is so amazing after this automated update that you can do so many things. Like behind here, I am currently feeding this nitrogen and this argon forward into these. So when they run out of that particular thing, it will automatically put that on there for me. Now, over here, we've got lots of resources. Now, here's the thing. The more you build stuff, the more resources you run out. You kind of go back and forth quite often. Oh, I forgot Stream Raiders. I'm so bad. I'm so bad. All right. That's what a problem when you're getting older. You have a bad memory. All right. Let's do some Stream Raiders real quick. I get into it, everybody. I was like an extra 15 minutes there. I apologize for that. But that's okay. We're going to get tons of loot, tons of gold today. Let's get into it. Now, do know if you're in my stream that I have trouble because I have sleep apnea. I have trouble making sentences anymore. So do know that sometimes it'll go off the rails like that. But I love you. I appreciate you being here in the stream. Let's go ahead and do some stream raiders. You want to join me? There's a link right there in the chat. Fantastic game. Look for your captain. That's me, Kismet. Go into the battle board. Put your units down. We're going to play some stream raiders. Let's do it. Let's do it. Hey, sorry, set a timer for 29 minutes. Hey, Siri, set a timer for 29 minutes.
Okay.
Sometimes she's napping.
Counting.
Sometimes she's napping over there. All right, we're just going to keep firing these babies up left and right. I'm going to rotate this just a little bit because it's kind of blocking. There we go. It's blocking my ability to fire these up. Now, I could have 4 of these going, by the way. 2 that direction, 2 this way. It's really whatever you want to do. We'll fire a bunch of those. Let's see. What else? Helium for Aatrox. Oh, we need some graphite, too. We need to get our graphite going on over here. And we'll go ahead and see what we got here. That's empty. All right, let's go ahead and do some of this glass. We're going to put that over there. We're going to run that out. What that's going to do is then start to convert that into glass. And then we're going to enable output, which means it's going to grab the wrong thing. See that, how it grabbed the wrong thing? What we wanted to do is we wanted to grab the glass. All right, so the second this glass is done, it's going to stop. And we take the glass, we put it up here, and now we've got that primed for glass. So now it's going to be putting out all of the quartz, and this is going to be grabbing all of it over there. So it's going to give us lots and lots of glass. So that's a good one. Get that going. But we need some different resources, and that is our other thing, which I was just talking about. Graphite. There we go. Graphite. Now, graphite is one of the ones we definitely need to set up today, so we're not using all of our soil, because you can only make 2 graphite per thing, which is a really huge waste of soil, I feel. Now, we also have a graphite container that we use over here on this particular one right here. Let's see. This one's empty right now. I believe this is my graphite container, so we'll just assume that it is. Run that over here. Like so. Oop, like so. I like to put it in the back. And then we'll enable output. So the second it does is graphite is going to take it and it's going to draw it into there and switch all the stuff around, and then we start it up again. Now, there is a way to make this loop, by the way. As it loops, it will kind of loop over and over again. But we found that it does sometimes cause the server to crash. So we try not to let that run like that. Otherwise, we get in trouble. We get in trouble. All right, what are we missing over here? We're missing some hydrogen over here. Now, I've actually have some hydrogen running back here, but I need to make it so it feeds it forward, right? Because the second I fire that up, there it goes, and it's going to go ahead and get that done. Right there. There we go. There we go. And it's going to just make as much hydrogen as it can. And back here, I have it feeding the ammonium forward when it needs to, because I have a gigantic thing full of ammonium there that we can feed it forward. So it grabs the ammonium, it runs the thing, and of course we also need some graphite. Oops, let's see, hydrogen went up there. Very nice. And then we'll keep this running. We'll just run this a bunch of times to get some of that. And we're also going to need some of that for packaging and things like that. But right now, I think we're pretty cool on the nanocarbon alloy, and we're pretty cool on our stuff here. So we're going to get our RTGs going. And over here, RTG. That's something I need to note in the rules that just dawned on me. Probably about that voice chat, so I don't have to explain that every single time. Let me make a note over here to work on that later. Hashtag rules. Add a section about being in Tycoon voice chat. See, I'm always tinkering with this stream. Ty chat to get password. All right, we'll add that in. This one I usually have to manually explain that every time, but we're going to try to not have to do that every single time. I'm trying to make it where I don't have to explain the same thing over and over. So people just go in, read it, say, okay, I know what I need to do to get on the server and hang out. Makes it easier. All right. All right. Hey, there he is. All right, Mr. This Guy. I see you in there. All right, cool. We're ready to fire up. It just makes it easier for me to grab the passwords and all that stuff and hanging out. Let's do it. D. Right over here. All right. And boom. There you go. Got the password. Feel free to come on in, hang out, have a good time. Right there. Love me some Astroneer, so I do have a private server. I actually have private server number 1. That's right, private server number 1. Brought to you by the amazing people at Nitrado. They are my server hosts and sponsor here in the stream. I love them so much. They don't ever cause me any issues at all. You know, it's always great to have somebody like watching your back that you never have to worry about. And that's Nitrado, everybody. I don't have to worry about my servers. They got it covered. They doing their job so I can do my job, which is entertaining you guys here in the stream. Guess I got to put these on a stacker. Well, let's make a stacker so I can put those onto there. Let's do that. Make a nice little silo. Put those babies on the silo. That's a good idea. Then we're going to have plenty of RTGs here, and I'm going to stack them over here on the side. A little equipment pole over here. And I probably should make a little table for it, too. Let's go ahead and make a table over here. And we don't need a really, really large table. We just need a little smaller table here, a little platform B to hold this equipment. And this is where we're going to have extra equipment, right? Like RTGs and things like that. So everybody knows that whatever's in this thing, they're welcome to grab that. And utilize that for building up our various bases in various places and whatnot. Now, if you do come join me on the server, do me a huge favor and don't do the exact same thing that I'm doing. Sometimes people come in and like, Kismet, I'm going to help you do the thing. And if I'm sitting there, you know, working the forges and taking things in and out of the forges, and you come in and you're taking the things in and out of the forges, that's going to make it difficult on both of us because we're going to be kind of counteracting each other. So good to know that up in advance. Look at that. There's just stacks of RTGs there. Just random leftover RTGs. All right. Now, how many we got left? We got 28 left there. Our thing is full now. So let's go ahead and pull this out of here. And that is full of glass. So really, really nice. We like that. We like it when it's completely full. I really need to work this base so I don't have to wander all the way down here every single time. Now, I think I have another one that has glass, right? This is ceramic. Yeah, here's another one here. That one's almost full. And we'll go ahead and run back. Yeah, just running back and forth stuff is really fun when you have the jetpack, by the way. Very, very fun. All right, we'll go ahead and feed that up here. Feed that up there. And what we're going to do is we're going to tell this to stop outputting so that we can basically do this. So it's going to really input. It's going to grab that, put that in there. And then that's 26, and then we'll go ahead and reverse that. And then now it's going to grab it and do all the stuff again. Keep itself running a little bit. And then we have to make another container to hold that. But what we really need is we need a ginormous container over here. And this one's empty right here. We need a really, really large container to do this because we're bringing it from a large container to a large container. And so we're going to go ahead and utilize our kind of... oh, there's another one over there too. Our little sidebar here. So we're going to grab this glass. And we're going to say, you know what? I changed my mind. Go ahead and output that glass. And what it's going to do is start to stack the glass there. And then on this one, I'm going to say, okay, you know what? Take that glass and put it into the large container. And what that's going to do is free up that one. And then we'll take the other one that we just ran over here. There's carbon there. The other one, which is glass, which I just put up here. There we go. And then we're going to go ahead and merge that too. I feel like that's probably a better idea than having those small ones for right now. And then same thing here. We're going to go ahead and output that. And now both of those are feeding up into there. And then this one's is now empty. So when it's empty, this is kind of where we stack all the empty stuff over here on the side. Let's keep our other one going here. Now, of course, the more things you can have going at the same time, the easier that it is. All right, here we go. Oh, there he is. He's coming in. Let's welcome him to the planet. Hello. Yay. Giving you the thumbs up. Let's dance. Get it going on. Get it going on. All right. Do your thing, bro. Do your thing. All right. So now I've also got this glass container. I can go ahead and move over here. I can go ahead and now go from very large container to very large container. So I'm going to go ahead and take that quartz. I'm going to go ahead and put it back in there. I'm going to zoom out a little bit. I'm going to go ahead and take this, put it right up here, and hopefully get this done in time. Put this up here, and then Now it's really going to keep running, right? So it's just going to run and do all the rest of that glass and put it up in that large container. Because this one, instead of 32, this one holds 400. There you go. This is not that type of game, Royal. You can't nuke planets and do all of that stuff. You don't fight space aliens and have space battles, whatever. It's pretty chill, pretty mellow base building, and you go around, you collect resources. And that's kind of a nice change of pace. Is that you just chillaxing, right? You don't have to worry about stuff. You just kind of go along. Now there are some dangers afoot, so be aware of that for sure. But we definitely don't have to worry about that. The most things we have to worry about is some plants attacking us and things like that. Oh, it's almost done. Look at that. It's almost done. So let's keep this going. Now, what was the other thing we were doing? We were doing quartz before. So we wanted to make a bunch of glass. We'll get that going. But right now we're making some graphite. How much are we? We're at 16 of 32. Now, this graphite is actually not going to be for the production line. We have tons of nanocarbon alloy over there. And that's fine. This is actually going to be for me to use, and I'm just going to go ahead and put it right over here, and then we're going to get back to doing quartz right over here, and we're going to run some quartz right there, and then over here some quartz, and then we're going to fire that up. By the way, Mr. This Guy, feel free to use the vehicle there. If you need to use the vehicle, feel free to make yourself some mods, get yourself started in game. Feel free to get yourself fired up. All right, we're going to go ahead and dispense these now. Oh, I meant to take it out of there. How many did we need? I forgot. I wrote it down. We needed a total of 6 packagers. 6 packagers. All right. So we're going to go ahead and get 6 packagers here, but my backpack is full. So let's go over here, stack these RTGs over here for peeps to use. Like this. There we are. Looking sexy. What else we got here? We got some aluminum on us here. Now, over here, I believe this is our aluminum somewhere. Or maybe it's this way. Right. Tungsten, carbon. Huh. Where's our aluminum at? Copper. Aluminum. Right there. Huh. We don't have an aluminum. Our aluminum thing went away. Maybe we ran. Oh, we ran out of aluminum. That's what it was. That's the other thing I didn't write down. Oh, we need some aluminum today. So, hey, Mr. This Guy, if you want to help us with some aluminum, bro, feel free to grab that big, ginormous vehicle and make yourself some trailers if you want. Grab one of these containers or the big container, whichever you feel like doing, and grab a bunch of aluminum. That would be really helpful for sure, because it looks like we're out. Yeah, we gotta get that aluminum going on. All right, let's do this. And then, you know what? We're just going to manually put them in there. Let's go ahead and turn it like this. And let's go ahead and fire this one up as some aluminum. There we go. All right. Now, this actually belongs right over here because it feeds into this. So we're going to grab this out. Going to put that up in there. There we go for now. Now, these are kind of in resources, and I definitely need to rework my base here so I'm not walking all the way over here every single time I want to put these. Right. And you can actually create a whole assembly line where it will put it all the way over here for you, right? So it'll transfer, the arm will grab it and move it forward and move it up and move it up. So very, very fun. I'm used to be knowing violent games. Oh, I played a lot of those, but this is kind of chill out. Kind of fun. Hey, Nooshki! Thank you for coming in the stream. My wonderful mod, Nooshki. Show her lots and lots of love in the chat, everybody. J-Dunk coming in. Whoa, that was kind of funky. Let's do it again. There we go. He's saying, hello, all you awesome peeps. Thanks for coming in, showing that love. Thanks, to everybody, for the follows as well. Thank you, Undie. Kind of a weird name there. And Harry Poet. There you go. I like that, Dave. That's a good one. Thanks for coming in, hanging out. And there you go. Your setup is just like mine, 2 production units per platform. Exactly. That's the old school way of doing it. Did you know that you actually don't need to do that anymore? That you don't have to have 2 per thing? The reason why I have 2, by the way, for those of you who are new, I'm sure he already knows, but the reason why you have 2 is because they have overlapping resources, so it's easier to feed those overlapping resources, so you need less of that particular resource. Like if it has an overlapping resource, like in this case carbon, right? That's one less spot that's being taken by that fourth resource, which means you can put your gases there, like I have in this particular one. This is a perfect example right here. We have carbon, we have tungsten, we have compound, and we have gases, which is everything that this needs except for if you run out of carbon, which because you got to think you're doing double carbon, right? As opposed to the other resource, which is just doing single. So another thing that we're working on is backfed resources, right? Like right here is a great example. I'm doing a backfed resource. When I output this, it's going to put it over here, right? Or over there, wherever. And then we're going to go ahead and say auto arms, fire up. And then when it sees it, now, of course, it needs to be within its line of view, right? Like right here. When it sees it, it's just going to start grabbing it from over there and start feeding it forward. And I'm going to go ahead and turn it off after that one. And start feeding it forward over here to this. And then it can continue to go. So you can use your large containers for doing the very thing that you need. And I kind of feel like the best thing to do is probably to use not these large tables, but these smaller tables like this. So you have your large canister in the middle. You have your outputs on the side or in the back, maybe just block that one. And then in the front, you have a medium silo. So it's just feeding onto that medium silo until it stops. Then on this side, you have your feeder, right, which is feeding it into the next thing, right, which is grabbing that particular resource. And you can tell it exactly to only grab one resource, right? You can grab that one resource and grab it and push it forward. And the way you do that, and the way I'm doing it over here, is that you grab it by putting it right here in the center of your auto arm, right? That's telling it only grab that. That's why it's not grabbing the gases and all those other things. It's only grabbing the ammonium and moving it forward, which is what we want. But we need to have it where it's constantly grabbing all of these resources for us. So we don't have to use a centrifuge all the time. We don't have to do all of that. We can very easily just have it collect it and put it in these giant containers, and then we just put a giant container back when we take the other container out, and then it just keeps going and going and going. And that's basically where we're working toward right now. And let's go ahead and do some more quartz over there while we're working. All right, so back to this over here. Now, what we need to do is we need to make ourselves some packagers, and those packagers are actually done in your backpack. So we're going to make some packagers, and we're going to go ahead and rotate this just a little bit. There we go. We're going to put these packagers right up in here. I'm going to keep on making those. I got some argon on me as well. Let's go ahead and put that argon somewhere. Let's just drop it over there for now. Not blocking my backpack. All right, so we need 6 packagers. And so we're going to go ahead and tell this to output. Oh, we already did. Like this. Take that to go like that. There we go. So it's going to output a bunch of those. This is an empty one. All right, that's good. All right, and we'll grab some more of those. And we'll continue to make packages. Now, make sure you got room for it, obviously, to make one in your backpack. Otherwise, it drops on the ground. But if it drops on the ground, you can do that as well. You can always just pick it up afterwards. Now, my rotation is start it going and then grab the next one, right? Start it going and then like this, but start this going first before you grab this, because that's the most efficient way of doing that. And then we can line those up. And those are going to say, oh, wow, now we got tons of packagers, not only for me, but for other people to use. So that's what we're going to do. Make an absolute ton of these so that we can use them for other things. Another great tip as well, watch this. You pick up your graphite, hold on to it, wait for it to finish, and you put it right back in there. That works pretty good too. And there we go. So packagers are one of my favorite things in the game. They're really, really good. Really, really good. Anything you need resource-wise? Yeah, we need some aluminum. We've run out of aluminum, so if you want to go ahead and take our vehicle, there's an awesome mine right down here. Make sure to utilize our bases that we've already established, if you don't mind. And just go ahead and take that big vehicle, run down there, get tons of aluminum, have a great old time. If you want to make some more to the vehicle, if you want to make more trailers, because we've obviously not used the trailers. We've taken the vehicles into other planets. But you can make more trailers if you want. You can, upgrade the drill strength and all of that stuff. You can just go ahead and work for it. Remember, everything in the game that we play, in most games, like 7 Days to Die, Fallout 76, and here in Astroneer, and eventually when we get our server for Satisfactory, that'll be awesome. Everything is owned by the group. So you're welcome to use vehicles. You're welcome to use the rocket ships. Obviously, don't use this rocket ship, the one I'm using right now. But go in there and utilize those things and work together with others to make it better for everybody. So we have more resources and we can make more stuff and everybody can have more things. So there we go. So what does a packager do exactly? A fantastic question, big. And in fact, for that, having that fantastic question, I'm going to make the chat love you right now by pressing this button. Bam. When I press that button, it gives 1,000 kids caps to everybody in the channel. And that means that they all love you right now. Because that means they have a higher chance of winning a good the giveaways here in the stream. I give away literally $10,000 almost last year worth of loot here in the stream, including taking my mods to TwitchCon. That's right. That was a lot of hard work. A lot of hard work to make that happen. But we did make it happen, didn't we? Didn't we? Yeah, raised $3,000 to take my mods to TwitchCon. That was a lot. That was 600 hours of streaming, by the way, everybody. That was not even paying for me, by the way. I'm still trying to pay that off. You can see that bar right behind me right there. Still trying to pay that off. That credit card is pumping that interest every single month. But you know what? When you're my age, when you're older, you got to YOLO it, man. You got to just say, you know what? I'm going to go for it and see what happens, right? And there you go. So what is the packager for? The packager is for what you would imagine, what it's named for, is to take items and to package them down into smaller things. Like if you look at this package right here, you can see, and we'll zoom in on it, you can see that it's really small and it will fit in my backpack. Some things fit in your backpack. Some things are a little bit bigger when they're packaged that you can fit on your spaceship. And some things are really big, which, you know, you've got to have a big spaceship to put the really big thing on there, right? And so the packagers do this. Now, this is called an RTG. This is a very high-end power source. It never runs out of power. So you're like, well, Kismet, what does the RTG look like unpackaged? Well, actually, we have it right over here in what I call the Tower of Power. Right here, we got our RTGs. These are unpackaged. So if I took the packager and I put that on the RTG right here, and then I told it, okay, package it, it puts it back down into its little packaged form. Like that. And then if I need it again, I hold down F, it unpackages it, and puts it right in there. I feel like that's one of the geniuses of the game. Is that ability to package stuff and unpackage stuff. Really, really genius level. Absolutely wonderful game mechanic. And you can, you know, say you decide you want to move your entire base, which I might at some point. We might move this entire base out of here and move it somewhere else. Well, we could just package everything up and then go and move it elsewhere. Now, packagers, I find these are things you need all the time. We especially need a bunch of graphite so we don't have to keep getting these packagers, and we know where to go. We know we have a spot picked out that we're going to go ahead and do that with. And we're going to make ourselves a giant extractor, but we need to kind of check on our extractors from time to time. So speaking of that, let's go check on our extractor. Now, somewhere around here is a little tiny tractor. Where'd that little tiny tractor go? I can't remember. I don't see it over here. We have a little tiny tractor and we could drive around on that, but I don't see it. But let's run over here. And speaking of extractors, we have an extractor right here close to our base doing some work for us. And what it's doing is over here and extracting ammonium. Now, what it does is it takes that ammonium and puts it in here. It's got 16 in there right now. And if we go ahead and pick this up and move it a little bit, it's going to show you a little green thing right there. Oh, there it goes, doing its thing. By the way, you cannot be killed under there. I tried it. You can try to dig a little hole and stand under there and see if it'll kill you. It doesn't kill you. This game is not harsh like that. So what this is going to do is it's going to go up and down, and depending on that green line is how much resources are around the extractor, right? And every now and again you need to bump it sometimes. And it will go and it will do that ammonium. And then this thing over here will grab the ammonium and then feed it. This is called an auto arm. This is part of the new update. It'll grab that and put that into that large container. And then it does what I call set it and forget it, right? Where you just set that up, let it run. You've got 2 RTGs there, which is going to power the auto arm because it takes power. And it's going to take the extractor here and power that. And that's it. It works completely autonomously from the rest of my base. Now, here's a little suggestion. Make sure you mark that. Right now, we don't need to mark it because it's literally right next to our base. But anytime you make one of these, make sure you put a beacon down so you mark where that's at because you won't forget. I know I am. So typically, I will mark those. Now, you're not just limited to this planet, by the way. You can do that on other planets as well. So you can go on other planets and bring those, and that's one of the things we're going to do today. We're going to try to get an extractor going for graphene. But for right now, we're going to go ahead and just utilize the rest of this graphene for nothing but packagers. That's right. And you're like, Kismet, wow, you're burning a lot of resources on packagers. Well, That's something I'm going to need a whole lot of coming up very, very soon. And we'll get into that in just a bit. So fantastic question. Appreciate you asking good questions in the chat. Now, if you do have a comment or question for me, my name is Kismet. You can put Kiz, K-I-S, or K-I-S-M-E-T. You don't need the @ symbol. And it will highlight in red. And then say I'm getting busy and we're doing stuff in stream and whatnot, then I can come back and say, oh, okay, someone was talking to me. There was a red highlight in my chat. It makes you good. Do you get more resources with the extractor than you do gathering by hand? Another fantastic question by Rio, and another 1,000 Kizcats for fantastic questions here in the stream. See, I don't tell you. See, I've actually been in Peep's stream where they go Google it. Oh my gosh, that is the rudest possible thing. People trying to interact with you. They're trying to talk with you. They're interested in the game. They're new to the game. That is a very disrespectful thing to do. I mean, they took the effort to type it in the chat and ask you the question. The least you could do is be respectful of people. That's it. I'm old school, everybody. I'm old school like that. I love talking about games. You want to talk about games? Let's do it. Especially game mechanics. So yeah, it does actually extract more than if you got it yourself. So if you went and collected it yourself, you would get, say, 10 or 20 of that particular thing. And if you use the extractor, it extracts 100 of that thing, versus you getting like 10 or 20. So it is awesome. You just set it and forget it, baby. You get that set up, you walk away, you come back, guess what? You got 100 ammonium over there. How do you think I've been making all this hydrazine over here? Look at how much hydrazine I got on tap right here. Look at this, baby. That's how you do right there. That's how we got so much ammonium, is that extractor right there. And it works pretty fantastically. All right, we got just a little bit more. We're all done. Just a couple more over here. We'll get those going on. We'll keep our quartz going so we can make tons of glass. Now, we're going in and we're trying to do all the basic resources up to maximum, meaning we're making a ton of organic, and then we're making a ton of carbon. And then we're making a ton of quartz, and we're making a ton of glass, and so on and so forth. We get a ton of resin, which was the first one we did, a ton of compound, a ton of each of those. Instead of being in the small containers, they're going to be in here in the very large containers. Look at that one's holding iron. That's 66 iron right there. This one over here, look at this. This is 287 resin. I know some of you who played this game are going, oh, Kismet, that's so awesome. This one over here has got 11 organic. That needs some love. And this one right here, 366 carbon. So this is very, very fun game. I feel like it doesn't get enough love out there, so I love to spread the word about amazing games. Go out there, and this is an award-winning game, everybody. The voxel shaping in this game is just wonderful. If you've never seen the voxel shaping, let me dazzle you. Again, the name of this game is called Astroneer. A fantastic, fantastic game. I suggest to snatch it up. Sometimes, by the way, if you've got like Xbox, because it's for PS4, Xbox, and also for PC. I'm on PC, playing on our own private server for my buddies at Nitrato. Now, it's the only time it's okay to drop someone's name. You could drop my name and save 10%. That's right. You go ahead and click that link right there. You're like, Kismet, what do you get? I don't get nothing. I've already got my servers. I'm good. That's okay. You know, not everything is about, making money in life, everybody. Keep that in mind, right? Keep that in mind that if you just do everything for money, it's going to affect what kind of person you are. I don't make a dime doing this thing, doing this streaming thing. I put every penny right back in it in the form of giveaways, taking my mods to TwitchCon, and showing you guys some love, right? Because, hey, this is, for me, streaming is more than just, trying to get the clout and be all famous and have money and all of that stuff. You know what? I've had that stuff. I've had lots of money. Since before some of these streamers who are streaming right now were born, baby. I've made more money than some people make in a lifetime, because the average person makes about $15,000 to $20,000 a year. I mean, hey, I've never been a millionaire, but I've been pretty close, But of course, I was 20 at the time. I was making lots of money in my 20s, and I spent lots of money, bro. I spent it like it was water, bro. I spent it like crazy because you're young and crazy like that. But I'm glad I did, because I have terrible conditions now. I can't go sea-doing with 30 of my closest buddies right now. I can't go partying at the river. And if I am at 50 years old, if you're still partying at the river, I feel like it's kind of creepy. Kind of creepy anyway. And I've bbeen married for 27 years. I don't need to party at the river anymore. I did that, right? You're boom, pounding that alcohol. You're having a good time. It's, you got hundreds of people out there partying. You're on your boat. You're on your sea-doo. You're at the river. You're surfing. You're having a good time. You're hanging around with all the people that you really like, and some people maybe you don't like. But then again, you're young, so you don't really know that there's a whole lot of fair weather friends out there. Watch out for those peeps. Watch out for those peeps who will be there when you got the money, but disappear when you don't. Watch out for that. All right, let's go ahead and do a little side battle. Something we do here in the stream called Stream Raiders. It is a free-to-play game. All the peeps in the chat have gathered together to unleash upon the evil peeps of the world. Let's go. Oh, this is going to be a tough one. I don't know. This is too many mobs at once. 22 of us left. 50 of them left. Can we do it? I believe in you. I believe in you, everybody. Come on, let's do it together. Let's do this. Where are you going, Kismet? Go get the boss over there. I have no control over him. Go get the boss down there first. I don't know. That was a pretty... Oh, my gosh. This would be an amazing upset. That was literally like 133 mobs versus our 40. I feel like we're going to do an upset here. Wow, what a job, everybody. An upset unleash. You guys are so good. You guys are so good in the chat. Let's do it, everybody. Boom, right there. And you're like, Kismet, I want to play that game. That's a fun-looking game. I want to join that. Well, guess what? You can join me here in just a second. 15 going to OFC. We got Wills over there who is coming in overall MVP. Congrats on that. We're going to go for the gold. We're going to go for the gold here. Let's go ahead and do another one. We're going to start battle. You can see that link right there in the chat. If you want to join us for Stream Captain, go ahead and click that Stream Captain link. You can go ahead and sign up for it in your browser. You can play it in your Chrome browser or whatever browser you want to use. It is for desktop and for laptop. Currently, they're working on the mobile version, which is really cool because you can watch my stream and you can also do your units down below. I can't wait till they finish that up. But they're working on it right now. I've seen some prototypes of it. So there you go. And there you go. And if you want to come join Mr. This Guy and me here on my mega Astroneer server, you're welcome to come and join us. If you'd like to know more, go ahead and follow that link right in there. In the Discord link, it'll tell you, you go into the, you're going to see like a hashtag rules or pound sign rules. It'll tell you everything about how to become part of our server and join us for some fun. So, all right, we got a few packages, everybody. We only needed 6, but guess what? We're going to need those later, I'm sure. Now peeps aren't going to have to constantly be going, oh, man, I need graphite. We'll get that going. Okay, so let's go work on our Aatrox setup. And so we're going to need a bunch of these. Now, I could put these all in my backpack, but we can also go over here and utilize a bit of this. There you go. Look, he's firing up. He's firing up some resources. There you go, bro. Get it fired up over there. All right. I'm going to put this right up here because I can't stand stuff being on the ground. We'll deal with that later. But I need myself one of these. Oh, there. See, he's building himself a giant extractor. He's going to get that loot going on. Let me get in there and say hello to him. Hold on. Hey, Mr. This Guy. I thought I'd just say hello. Know that the stream is delayed by about 10 to 20 seconds. So if you need anything in the moment, feel free to let me know. But know that it's not required to be on voice at all. You can just listen in to me. And that's why we have voice chat, is so you can hear me real time versus 20 seconds or 30 seconds later. There you go. All right. Again, it's not required to talk on Discord, but I do appreciate if you guys are on there so I'll know who is on the server, and it's easier for me to give out the passwords and all of that stuff to the server. All right. Let's see. Have you played Destiny 2? I have not played Destiny 1 or Destiny 2. Now, you think with a name like Kismet, and I wanted to play it when it first came out, that I would be playing a game called Destiny, because that's what Kismet means, by the way. Destiny or fate. It's a Turkish word for that, and it is a nickname I have had my entire life, pretty much. I am prone to answering questions in the chat and in real life ahead of time before some people ask them or I even see them. In that case, I didn't, but sometimes I do. It's a little freaky. Bean says, what is this called? And it looks like fun. I just explained that. It's called Astroneer, and it is very, very fun. You can get it sometimes on Xbox Game Pass. You can get it on the Steam store, of course. You can get it in a whole bunch of different places. You got PS4 as well. I got Xbox. I got Xbox Pro, by the way. Xbox X Pro or whatever that is called. And the PS4 Pro, which are actually incredibly great machines, by the way. And the graphics on them are awesome. Of course, we got the new PS5 coming out and all of that. Am I going to get that? Probably not. And you know why? Because I'm not even playing those enough to justify me having those. I feel bad every time I look over them at them. I feel like, man, I should set these up for my kids to play or something, because they're literally just sitting there. And I'm a little tempted to just give them away here on the stream, to actually give away my Xbox and my PS4. So I don't know if all the games are backwards compatible, where I can still play my Horizon Zero Dawn and stuff. I might, I don't know, eventually update to PS5 and Xbox Series X or whatever that new one is. I love the look of the Xbox Series X, by the way, that vertical design. I love that for PCs as well, that slim vertical design. Oh, who's doing that? I think it's Next. Next is doing that vertical design like that, or is it Cooler Master? It's one of those. It's one of those too. Both of those companies I love a lot, by the way. They do an amazing job of what they do. Show them some love. When peeps do a great job at what they do, right, and they do great products, I'm all about it. How, you know why? Because I used to work for Apple, bro. Talking about great products over there. And you're like, well, Kismet, this happened to my Apple product and this happened to my Apple product. Well, guess what, everybody? Every product has a problem. And you're like, well, it's Apple's fault, or it's Microsoft's fault, or it's Google's fault. Nope. It's not their fault. You're like, wait a minute, Kismet, they're the one who owned that thing. Nope. It's our fault. Humans are inherently flawed. They make mistakes. They miss something. They don't, they leave bugs in games, right? That's going to happen. Accept that in life and you'll never be disappointed. And that's something I accepted a long time ago, that humans are inherently flawed. All of them. Everyone. Everybody who's ever lived, everybody who's living now, and everybody who's going to live, right? Those people are going to be flawed. That's how we learn as human beings, right? That's how we progress. So if a game has a bug, I just roll on. I just roll on, right? They'll get around to it. They'll put it in their bug squashing list, and they'll get to it eventually, right? If they're a good game company, they will. If they're not a good game company, then what'll happen is eventually that bug will become a feature after about 6 months. Oh, sorry to hear that, OFC. Yeah, you got to watch out. Now, see, sometimes, when I work for Apple, you get some peeps who would call, and I did a lot of Black Ops stuff behind the scenes. But you talk to some people sometimes, and they would say, oh, well, it's because of this, that, and the other thing. It's because the phone doesn't work or whatever doesn't work. But, I talked to them a little bit more, and they're like, oh, well, I had it under a blanket on my bed, and da-da-da-da-da, or I had it sitting on the dashboard of my car in the heat. You get the real story behind why it doesn't work. It wasn't that the product didn't work. It was the environment in which the product is in. Don't put your laptop or electrical items on stuff, right? Even on your legs, it's going to be warm after a while, any laptop. Don't put your stuff on wood. If you have a wood stand, heat plus wood equals not good. Don't leave your phone in a hot car on the dashboard or even in the car itself. I highly recommend not, because phones have heat tolerances. Same thing with computers. Same thing with everything. I used to work on computers that cost $1 million. It wasn't my $1 million. It was their $1 million. Pre-press systems. And they had air conditioning units going on that 24/7 because they had to be within a very close temperature range, right? And it was very cool. It was like 65. So anytime you were in there working on those big chromocoms, is what they were called. They were like Photoshop, but they cost $1 million before Photoshop was a thing, right? Before Photoshop, they had gigantic machines that did that. How do I know? Because I grew up in printing and publishing. I did it for 30 years, been the top of my field. Whoa, here he comes. Hey, he's having some fun. Whee! I love that last little part where you go, hey, up there. All right, so let's move this over here a little bit so it's out of his way. There we go. Very nice. All right, so we put some packages up there. We're going to rework a bit of our base at Aatrox. And then we're going to work on... So look at that. See? He's getting it ready. He's putting that on there. He's going to go take that canister. Look at him go. Whee! That's so fun. Go get him. Get that resource. Come on, let's do it. It's like... sometimes I get a question of, hey, Kismet, what resource do we need? All of them. How much do we need? All of it. That's the theme of this stream today. How much do you need, Kismet? All of it. Get it all and bring it in. So yes, I've never played Destiny 2. I was going to play it on the thing, I can't remember, the Stadia. I was going to try it on Stadia, right? Oh, God, that went off the rails. I actually bought the Founders Edition and all of that stuff. And I thought, it's Google, right? It's they're going to take it to a whole nother level. We'll have all this awesome stuff. Set it back, unopened, in the package when they decided that they were going to send out a code to everybody to make their Stadias work. It was like the dumbest. I could just see people sitting around in a room. And they're all going, hey, we need to send out these codes. Okay, cool. What numbers you think we should add to these codes? Okay, I'm thinking a J. I'm thinking a 1. I'm thinking a 5. Okay, cool. Let's email these people a code. Okay, cool. Code number 1 done. Okay, 900,000 more to go. Hold on. Let me do the next code. So I literally got it, and it was basically a paperweight. Could not use it. I could not use it. Did not get the code. Didn't get it on day 1. Now I'm a streamer. Of course, I want to show it off. Want to show off their awesome product. And like, come on, let's play it. Day 2 goes by. Day 3. I'm like, okay, that's it, bro. This thing's off the rails. And you get bad reviews, and everyone's like, oh, this sucks, and the whole entire model of it sucks, which I agree. It's a terrible idea. If you're going to do that, you're going to be up against Xbox Live and up against Xbox cloud system as well. You got NVIDIA's cloud system, which is much smarter business model. The business model of it is very, very poor. Sorry, that's just the truth, right? That's just the heads-up truth. So I took it, got my money back. Never opened it. Never even did anything with it. So that's when I was going to play Destiny, because that was really the only game it had. I was really the only one you could actually play, everybody, which is a kind of a bummer, because you'd think, Google would be at that whole next level. They'd be pushing the envelope toward that next thing. But you know what? Everybody fails. And, you could kick them for failing, but at least they tried. They tried to do something new. They tried to get it going on. So I respect them for that. But if you make a bad product, you're going to get bad reception. And if you didn't check your market, what market you're going into, who your competitors are, and all of that stuff, that's what leads to that. And I've been in business for a very long time. You have to check who your competition is. And you have to think forward, too, who your future competition is going to be, what kind of business model you want to set up, and how you're going to implement that business model, and who you're going to need. And you're going to need an engineer, or you're going to need someone who knows how to do graphic design like me, or you're going to need someone who does accounting, or you're going to need someone who does all of those factors. Those little pieces of the puzzle are vital. Every piece is vital. Without those things, they're like Rosetta Stones, right? Without those hardcore Rosetta Stones in what you do, even in streaming, right? You got to have people who have got your back no matter what, like my mods. Some of my mods have been with me for a really long time, like crazy. Nooshki's in the channel right now. People like that, they're like, Kismet, I got your back, not only today, but always. And those people I appreciate the most. The people who always have my back. Not just people who come in and, hey, Kismet, I got your back if it benefits me, right? If I'll be there. I'll be a fair weather friend, right? I'll be there when the times are good. But when times aren't good and things are going off the rails, those are the people you appreciate the most. The people who are there for you in the tough times. In the time to say, Kismet, I still believe in you, bro. And oh, God, I'm going to get emotional. I'm getting emotional. All right, whenever I start getting emotional, everybody, that subject has to stop. We'll move on, because I've had a lot of people help me along the way, and the hardest thing in life that you're going to find is asking others for help. It's really hard for me to do that, because I like to be the person who does, and I'm pretty much the everything person anyway, but there are some things that I do delegate here on the stream, and one of those is modding my channel. And basically all the rest of the stuff, like doing the web page, working on stuff behind the scenes, doing the videos, doing the clips, doing all of that stuff, that's just me. You know why it's just me? Because I can't afford to pay nobody to do it. Because again, this is not a for-profit enterprise over here. This is for life enterprise, for staying alive enterprise, and I let everybody know that up front, right? But I don't mind putting in my time and effort to do kind things for other people. Like, again, last year, the year before, and the year before that, I spent 600 hours. That's if you think of it $10 per hour, that is $6,000 worth of my time into raising funds and bringing my mods to it. In fact, if I had got a normal job where I worked at Walmart or at a fast food joint for $10 an hour, I would have probably made that money easier than doing it in here. But I can't do those jobs anymore. And the reason why I can't do those jobs is I have sleep apnea and vertigo. I can't just go in there and say, hey, Mr. Employer, I'm feeling dizzy, so I'm going to take a break for about an hour, right? And do that like 3 or 4 times a day. That is just not... See them all go flying? Woo, that was cool. I just can't do that. And even though Apple was super kind, by the way, Apple was super kind to me when I did get sick. And they're like, don't worry, it'll work out. You just go to the doctors. Don't worry, we got you back. And that is really an awesome thing from corporations. So big love mwah, to Apple out there and all the people I worked with at Apple back in the day who were truly exceptional people in all different types of ways, right? Exceptionally good at what they did, exceptionally kind people who actually cared about each other. At least the people I work with, and you're like, well, Kismet, I work with somebody who wasn't it. You know, one bad person does not make them all bad, everybody. Just so you know. Remember that corporations are made up of hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands in some cases of people, real life people, just like you, who get up in the morning and say, hey, I got to get ready and I got to go to my job. I got to put my pants on. I got to put my clothes on. I got to put my socks on. I got to pick out some shoes. Maybe you're wearing a tie today. You got to pick out your tie. I don't wear ties anymore unless I'm the Wasteland Tycoon. But these are people who spend every day, all day, trying to do what they love to do, right? Or maybe maybe it's just a job. Maybe it's just a job that they got to, well, actually, we'll come back for that. Maybe it's a job they got to do just to make the bills, right? Maybe they're doing 2 or 3 jobs at the same time. So when you're yelling at game companies and you're yelling at Apple and you're yelling at all that, know that on the other end of the line is just a normal person just like you. Now, if you're talking to some of these corporate heads, well, maybe not so much, because some of these corporate people, and I've been around a lot of corporate people. I'm not saying all corporate people are like that, by the way. I don't say everybody is anything, right? Everybody is not anything, because everybody is different. We're all uniquely different, which makes us pretty much all the same in that way, if you think about it, right? That we're all different from each other, and that makes us very much similar to each other, because we are different from each other, right? I know it's like a next level thought there. Next level thought, and that's how I look at it anyway. So yeah, some of these corporate people who make bad choices, and then everybody else in the whole entire corporation suffers. And when you're the leader, like me, right? I'm the leader of my mod crew. I'm the leader of my stream. I've been the leader of many businesses. I've been the manager nearly every single place I've worked, except for some of the first jobs I've had. Obviously, when you're a newbie learning the ropes, they're not going to make you the boss right away. And I've been in charge of many, many people, and I've had to let people go, and I've had to explain to people, hey, you got to be on time. You got to, do your job, that kind of thing. If you don't do that, then I'm going to have to let you go, right? And I don't like letting people go. I feel if you enjoy doing that, there's something dead inside that when you have to let somebody go, or you have to let somebody do that, you become so hardened that you don't appreciate the fact that you're going to have to let someone go, and that could be their livelihood. That could be their children and their family. I have let a lot of people go. And usually the reasons are drama at work, not doing your job, and the number one, not being on time. Now, if you're not on time 1 time or 2 times, you had a little incident or whatever, and it seems like a legit excuse, not the surf is up. If the surf is up, as my dad said, because he actually had someone came to say that to him. My dad actually ran, he was a manager, and he ran 10,000 people. He was in charge of 10,000 people. And retired at age 40, I think it was 46. And he was retired for 40 years. 40 years retired. A big fat pension. Congrats to him. Congrats to him. I'm not going to have any pension. In fact, I don't even have any retirement anymore. I took all my retirement, my wife's retirement, so I'm not dead. I spent it on doctors. Tens of thousands of dollars down the drain into doctors. But I'm not dead, so I guess it did work. But still, it's kind of tough being 50 years old with no retirement, right? But you just say, you know what? There's nothing I can do about it. I can't go back and be unsick. I can't go back in time and do anything about the stuff in the past. You can't go back and fix that stuff. Because there's a few things I would have redone. Like when I was at TwitchCon, I was hanging around with some of my buddies and some of my mods, and they weren't into the beach and all that stuff. And I had a guy come up to me and said, hey, you want to go surf? I should have said yes. I should have said, yes, let's go surf right now. Even though I have vertigo and I have sleep apnea and I'm overweight, let's do it. Screw it. YOLO. That's what I should have done. That's one of my few regrets. I have 2 regrets. One of those is I should have told this teacher off who was very rude in a previous piano class, and not surfing during that TwitchCon. I should have done it. Even if I died, oh well. Go out surfing, all you surfers out there. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. All right, so what we're doing is we're moving this base, by the way. We're moving this base over here. We're going to make some room. Look at this awesome voxel shaping in this game. It's so good. It's so good. I love it so much. If you're a builder, this should make you happy. This should make you smile right here. If you like to build and make the world bend to your will. I don't feel like that's very flat. Doesn't it feel like that's going down at an angle? To anybody else? Hold on. Let's go ahead and make it more like this. Let's readjust this. Let's see. How's this? Is that flatter? That seems a little better. Flatten that out a little bit. That seems definitely a little better. Still going down an angle over there. So how do you find a nice flat spot? Well, sometimes you can just eyeball it. Like I'm kind of doing here. There we go. And that's going to really flatten it out. Of course, you've also got the up angle going here. So let's say maybe something like this. That's a little flatter. Now, you might notice that what I'm doing is I'm holding down control. And you're going to see these lines when you're holding down control. And what you need to do that with is you need a canister. This thing right here, a soil canister. And then you go ahead and you pick up some of the soil. Now, look what's happening. See how it's making those sparks? The reason why it's making those sparks is because my character doesn't have a high enough thing over here. Oh, I'm out of power, too. If I don't have a high enough thingy thing, whatever it's called, drill, it's going to do that. Or if I'm out of power. Now, right now I'm out of power, and we can see that's kind of powering up there. But there's another way we can fix this once we get this filled in. And that is to basically use our tethers and stuff like that. And so it really takes a bit to get that going on. And you're like, well, Kismet, how can you get power without having another resource? Well, right here, which is very oddly like that, we can go ahead and do this. And that's a little mini generator. And you can have it on your backpack. And notice the yellow. That means it's filling up with power just like a battery. Very cool. Hi, I'm new here. How are you all doing? We're doing awesome, Vam Snake. Thanks for coming in. So what's up with this game about? Well, this game is an exploring, adventuring space game. You go around, you explore, you can shape the terrain as you see me doing right here, and kind of make yourself a cool little flat surface for your base, which is also what I'm doing. And we can go ahead and shape all this out, make ourselves a nice little landing here for us to use. And then down in here, you can see we've got a bit of a mine. It's kind of like a little bit like Minecraft, but in space, and a whole lot next level, if you think about it. It's very next level in the way that its shaping works. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? Isn't that amazing how great that voxel shaping is? I absolutely love it. I think they've done a tremendously great job. I love the game mechanics of this. Now, this game is actually a fairly inexpensive game for all the awesomeness that you get from it. You also get a ton of free updates in the game. We've gotten massive amount of updates, including the new automation where you can go in, collect resources with an extractor, like a big thing that's mining, and then it takes that and a little arm comes and grabs the resources, puts it in your resource canister, and then you can make stuff from it. There is some dangers in the game, like different plants and whatnot, but it is not like, you know, you go to outer space and pew pew and you're doing all of that, right? Kind of like this down in this lower level. Let's go ahead and just make that a little bit lower. And then let's go ahead and say, okay, right here by our entrance, I'm going to make this a little lower and try to flatten this sideways like this. There we go. Now we're looking good. You want to just kind of keep trying until you get it the way you want it. Now watch out for that. Oop, that almost happened. Watch out for that, or that's going to push that underground. And then you're going to have an underground thing. Now look at this. This is going up at an angle. Now this is the hardest thing in the game, is to keep it flat in a thing. Now there's actually a thing that allows you to flatten it to keep it square, but I'm always practicing my leveling, right? So I'm always trying to get a good level like that, and I just keep practicing and practicing. Very much reminds me of Photoshop, by the way. You know how when you're painting in Photoshop with the brush? Very much reminds me of that. So very, very fun. All right, let's keep our power going, and we're just going to keep reworking it till we get it the way we like it. I'm kind of liking this. All right, that's looking better. So what I do is I kind of rework the terrain until I get it, you know what, more acceptable. Then we can use our anti-gravity beam to pick that up, collapse that back together, and move our landing right over here. We need just a little bit more flattening there. Very nice. Now, also we can use organic, which we have another generator here, to power these little generators. So you collect some resources, and then you take those resources and you make them into other things, like mini games. There's a lot of games that are like that, where you go in and you collect your basic resources, like Minecraft, or it could be like Satisfactory, all those games. And those are my favorite type of games, or Fallout. Those are my favorite type of games. I love to build. Building is my favorite thing. I love collecting loot too. That's also my favorite thing. It's my other favorite thing. You can have two favorites, by the way. And there we go. So that's much nicer. That's much nicer kind of platform. Now, is it kind of going up a little bit? Yeah, a little bit. But that's okay. Now, look, we got our beacon down here underground. We want to grab that. Make sure that doesn't get pushed underground. And then we're going to extend this out just a little bit. We're going to get in our vehicle here. Hopefully we can see it's stuck in the ground right now. When it's stuck in the ground, you kind of give it a little bit of, like that. Then we need it to give it a little bit of generator here. And we need to collect a little bit of organic. So organic is, any kind of stuff on the ground like this right here. We go in and we hit that a little bit, and then it gets drained into our little extractor thing here. Oh, not quite enough. And then a little bit here, a little bit there. Oh, not quite enough there either. All right, we got a ton up here on the wall. All right, and then what we can also do is kind of make ourselves a little bit of a ramp, and then we can climb our way up onto the top of these mountains. I'm doing a little bit of jumping to help out. Now, watch out for your oxygen, because that's probably the #1 thing you got to watch out for, because that will cause you to die. Look at all this. There we go. And there we go. See, now it made an organic, and it went into my generator there. Let's go ahead and turn that off. Try to get another one here. This is the basic premise of the game. You're extracting materials, and you're using those materials to make stuff. Like spaceships eventually, and you go to other planets. This is another planet. This is actually the hardest planet in the game, called Atrox. And you can run around here and get all the high-end stuff to make high-end items, like big vehicles and whatnot, or big tables like this one right here. Watch the size of this table. Look at the size of this sucker. That is a ginormous table right there. That's the big boy. That's the biggest one you can make for right now. And so we've got this big table. Now, what do we want to do on this big table? Well, we want to go ahead and grab some of our large platforms here. There's another table, a little bit smaller than this one. The one probably I used the most in the game, in the early game. We've got an atmosphere condenser right there. We've got another atmosphere condenser up here. And we're going to put that right there. All right, awesome. Now, atmosphere condensers here, what they do is they go ahead and they basically draw from the atmosphere like helium and things like that you use in your crafting, right? And that's a really, really good one. Now, you also want to have enough room here where we can have a little bit of power over here to the side. So we can go ahead and put this over here. And one of the cool things about this actually has an arrow, which is the proper direction of the table, which I, of course, as normal, have backwards. We're going to put this right here so it's all in the same location. Like that. There we go. And we're going to turn these around. We see the front of them. You don't have to see the front if you don't want. You can turn it backwards if you want. But we'll turn it around so we can see the front. Now, we need some power. And right now, we don't have any power because it's over at our other location. So we're going to get in our vehicle, and then we're going to take off. We're going to go over there. We're going to get the rest of our stuff. Because this was built away from my primary base here, or my primary spot. And so I'm going to go over there, and I'm going to grab it from over there and move it back. So there you go. There we go. Kismet, I had worse experience. A vice principal telling me I would never be anything since I was skipping school. He's trying to motivate you to stop doing that. I have never skipped school until I was in 12th grade. In 12th grade, I was a TA for computers. I know, it's a surprise, right? For computers, the Apple IIs back in the day, Apple IIes. And so a friend of mine who had the last period off, and I did not, he's like, hey, man, let's go play some games, which is also not a surprise to any of you. So we would go play like Dig Dug and things like that, the stand-up arcade games. We would go play that, and I would literally tell the teacher, hey, I'm heading out. And he's like, okay. And I literally, that was the only time I've ever done that, by the way, everybody. I still feel a little bad about it right now. I'm 50 years old. That was like when I was like 18. But also we had a lot of fun. Because in those days, I was a kid, so I was scraping and saving. So I'd save up my quarters, and that would be my big thing in the week. Is we would save up all of our pennies and whatnot, and then we would go to the arcade and we'd get some onion rings and a burger, and then we would play arcade games. And again, see, that's the thing about games is it's not age based. It's not like, oh, well, you can't like it if you're, a teenager. You can't like, it's not something you might not like if you're 20 or 40 or 50. It's something you can like at any age. And it's okay for anybody of any background or who look like any ways or who are of any age or any gender or anything to play. And it's a great universal thing. It brings a lot of people together. I've talked to people of all ages. People who come out and say, oh, man, you got 7 Days to Die shirt. Oh, I love that game. That game's awesome. Or, oh, man, have you seen that new game? Oh, yeah, I love that new game, dude. I can't wait for it to come out, right? I feel like that's one of the great things about gaming, and I knew it 20, 30 years ago, before some of you were born. I knew it a long time ago, and people were like, oh, why are you playing those games, man? Why don't you, go out and do this thing and that thing? And I'm like, dude, one day, game is going to rule the world, and it does right now. #1 entertainment in the world right now, by the way. So be proud, gamers. Be proud. Don't let nobody bring you down, right? And of course, be responsible, too, right? Don't be gaming, 24/7 and neglect your family and your kids and your real life and your job and all of that stuff. That's a given for any activity that you do. If you watch too much TV, like I can't watch too much TV. It bores the heck out of me because most of the sitcoms are exactly the same. There are a few exceptions, but most of those things are just the same stuff, right? It's like the script has just been slightly modified with different characters and the same thing over and over and over, or it's the same thing over and over and over in a lot of these programs. Because they haven't caught up with the times. They're still stuck back in the 50s and 60s. I feel TV's still stuck in that rut. Now, who's not stuck back in the 50s and 60s is thing like Amazon Prime. They got HBO Max now, so you can watch videos and movies. I prefer movies over TV as well. That's just the way I am. As well as they have a lot of unique shows and things that you can watch, like on Hulu and Netflix and all that stuff. Those are today models. TV is like the 50s and 60s model, right? Where when you're watching a show too that's really annoying, there's two things that are really annoying that annoy me the most about watching TV. One is the fact that you're mostly watching commercials with a little bit of show sprinkled in there. If you ever look at the difference between how it used to be when it comes to commercials to today's commercials, it's really annoying. Another thing that's annoying is they turn up the volume when you're on commercials. So you're listening to a show and you got it cranked up. And then when the commercials come on, it's like twice as loud. Now, I'm partially deaf, right? And I have disability. But when those commercials come on, they come on really loud, and sometimes they make my ears ring. It's so loud. Because the TV downstairs, my kids are watching, like the Disney Channel and things like that and whatnot. And I can sometimes hear it upstairs when it's on commercials. That tells you that it is way too loud. So I feel like that's kind of a scummy thing to do. To crank up the volume during that. I know some engineer somewhere said, hey, you know what we could do? We could crank down the volume of the programs and crank up the volumes of the commercials to get everybody's attention. That's a corporate thing right there. That's a corporate thing right there. You just know someone decided to do that. You don't just accidentally make all your commercials louder than whatnot. Because if you are accidentally doing it, then your technician who is in charge of that is doing a poor job. So that feels very on purpose. So shame on you, TV company. Come on now. You don't think the normal person knows that's going on when they gotta go? Oh God, it's so loud. Hold on, let me get the remote, turn it down, or mute it during the commercials. I feel like you're actually probably doing a disservice to the people who are paying for those commercials, because that's what I do. I mute them. And then now I don't hear any of that commercial. In fact, I usually get up and walk away. I don't even watch the commercial. I've been in advertising for 30 years. That's what graphic design is, advertising. There you go. Yeah, see, well, sometimes people tell you that stuff to motivate you. But, like, great example, Casey Neistat, right? Casey Neistat was a troublemaker in school, right? And then he used to ride a skateboard all the time, and people are telling him, well, you'll never become anything. You won't. You can't ride your skateboard at work, right? So hey, you can't be riding it here at school and whatnot. And he went on and used that as fuel to become very successful. Guess what? He rides skateboards at work all the time. And again, use that as fuel. Now, some people truly mean that. They're being mean. They're being a jerk. All right, you got to watch out for those people. But again, sometimes it's like reverse psychology. People are like, nope, it'll never happen. It'll never happen. Da 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 da. And some people are just a-holes. That's just the balance of life. All right, let's put our RTGs in here. Speaking of balancing life, there we go. Putting in our RTGs, those are going to be our power to power our atmosphere condensers. Right here, we want to definitely keep our helium going because that's very, very important. We're going to need that for our nano-cobalt ally. And then here, we got helium, we got sulfur, we got nitrogen, we got methane. Methane is the other one that we want to keep running. There we go. Now, we set those and forget those. Just let them run. And it will just keep collecting gas. Now, what I've done is I've combined those two bases together so I don't have to be going to different bases all over the place. And that's why I establish a base on each planet. And then I expect everybody to be using those bases and then expanding those bases and doing it. So we just have one base. Otherwise, you're going all over the place. Now, speaking of other fun things that we do in games and whatnot, we're going to do some Stream Raiders. Let's go. Let's battle. There we go. Got it going on. There we go. Let's see. Thank you. Didn't realize how wrong it is covered from Vice Principal until years later. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty messed up. That's pretty messed up. But then again, maybe he was trying to motivate you. You don't know. You don't really know what his motivations were, right? Sometimes people tell you it's impossible. Like people tell it to me all the time. Kismet, it's impossible. You're 45 years old at the time. You'll never become partner streamer. You're not a young, good-looking girl. You're not a young, good-looking guy. You're too old. It's not going to happen. Guess what, baby? Relentless. Never give up. Never surrender. Purple check mark right up there. Only one of 40,000 plus, by the way. Out of millions of streamers here on Twitch, partner streamer right up there. Thanks to all your guys' love. And a lot of hard work on my end, too. Hey, I got to give myself a little credit there. A little credit. Go and make it happen here in the chat, everybody. We're battling it out. Doing pretty good right now. We got some peeps coming up, though. Look out for our support. Don't let them get to that support. Oh, good job splitting in two there to take on the dual enemy. I feel like we got the win on this one. I feel like we're going to bring in the big W. Oh, look at that teamwork. Look at that teamwork. Now, you guys should be doing that teamwork in the chat, helping out the stream by going out and retweeting right here. You're going to find that link in the chat. Click that second link. It's going to go ahead and take you up there. Now, we do get 5 retweets. We are going to give you guys 1,000 KissCast. Let me check and see how our retweets are doing right now. All right. Oh, we don't got no retweets. What's up? What's up with that? Go out there, hit that like button, hit that retweet button. It does help the stream tremendously. And of course, we get to 5 retweets. I'm going to go ahead and give you guys 1,000 kids caps for those future giveaways. All right, let's go ahead and slide that over there. Let's hit grant rewards. Furious Jason getting some love. We got Detach Maracho. Some of these names are tough. Deracho Macho. All right, we're going to guess that's how you say it. And congrats on being MVP. All right, back to the thing. Oh, it's time for some gold for all of you. Let's do it. Let's get all of you some gold. All right, my job is to take out this bossy boss and tank, while your job is to get all the loot. Go and get it, everybody. You can join us here. Follow that link in the chat, streamcaptain.com. Look for your captain. That's me, Kismet. And we're going to have some fun. Have some fun doing that on the side. Now, you can hear it all extracting that. Now, that's to kind of set it and forget it. Once you have RTGs, by the way, the power management of your bases is much easier. You can just kind of let it run. Now, we also have a mine over here down there that we can use. And it'd be nice to kind of widen that out and kind of straighten that out a little bit eventually. But for right now, we'll go ahead and just leave that as is because I don't really need anything down there. What's down there? The only thing I need down there is research. Right? There's no resources to really be gathered on this planet that's not on any other planets other than the gases. Right? The only thing I would gather here would be the research. Now, watch this. Now, one of these researches, if you scan this on your starting planet, it's about 30 or 40, right? Now, watch if I do it on this planet. That's 159. So that's literally like 10 times as much or more here on this planet just by scanning these. Now, you can also take them back to your scanner and you get even more than that. But look how easy that was. I just got 300 300 research, which is pretty tough in the very beginning because each of those ones are like 50 or 30 in the very beginning. But that was 300 research I just did literally in a few seconds, which is what makes this planet so great because it's my research planet pretty much. We come over here and we get stuff done. So, all right, we'll let that run. And, of course, we really want to come back with some more of these right here. And we're going to make a bunch of these. Now, actually, it's smarter to have these on separate things, right? Because otherwise it starts to mix those together, which is not good. So what we're going to do is we're going to make a few things that are going to make this run better. We're going to first make another one of these gigantic tables. We're going to bring that back. And we're going to set both of these up so they just run and fill up a massive amount of things. So what do we need? We need a large table. And we need 1, 2, 3, 4, because we're going to replace this one. 4 there, 5, because we're going to put another one over there. We need 5 of those, and then we need to double that, so we're going to need 10. So 10 large silos and 1 extra large platform. So let's go do it. And let's take this with us, because there's no reason to keep that there, because it's almost full. And back to our primary base. Let's go. Let's get her done. And I should write that down, or I'm going to forget. 1 large C table and 10 silos. There we go. I have a really bad memory problem, everybody. It's getting worse over time. It's a little scary and a little sad that you know, I can't be the person I used to be. And when something like that happens, it's life changing. That you're like, man, I can't be as reliable as I used to be, and I can't do all of these things. And also when people have complete lack of empathy for that too, right? That's really tough, man. When you keep telling them, hey, I have these conditions, this is going to happen, be aware, and you keep telling them, and they still, oh man, why are you late? Oh man, why are you doing this? Oh man, why are you doing this? And oh man, they just blaming you, and you're just like, it's not on purpose. It's not on purpose, bro. I've worked my entire life, and I've been on time for every single thing. Every single project I've ever done, and I've done hundreds of thousands of them. I've worked very, very hard in my career, and I'm sure a lot of you have as well. All right, there we go. We're back from outer space. All right, let's put this over here, though, so we can get this going on. Get over there. It's a little awkward to do that from far away. You got to get right up on it. There we go. So this one just happens to aim in the right direction, and it's right next to where I've been working. Oh, there he comes. What's he got? Oh, looks like he's bringing that aluminum in. Oh, he's dancing. Oh, he's doing a head spin. Oh, hey, that's GG. Oh, aim the right way, bro. GG. There he goes. He's got that loot. He's bringing it in. He's going to fire it up over there and make us some aluminum. Nice job. Nice job. I think that's aluminum. Let's see. Let's roll over it. Laterite. Yep, there it goes. Firing up that laterite. Hold on, I'll help you out. Let's go over here because I happen to know where the laterite thing is right here. There you go. Oh, he's already got it filled. He's been working on it. He's already got that completely filled. Holy mackerel. Look, he even took the container and took care of it too. Now, see, that's teamwork right there, everybody. That's the teamwork. Right? That's the teamwork. Let's go ahead and grab this, pull that back, pull this out of here. There we go. Let's get that back onto there. Good job. Good job. Put that back in there. Rubber. That belongs over here. And our stuff. Man, I got it. Whoa. I got to fix this. This drives me crazy. Drives me crazy. Drives me crazy. All right. Medium resource container. Looking good. I think he was making that. I don't remember me making that. So we'll go ahead and put that over there for him. And he's kicking butt on that resource over there. So let's go ahead and get some of these going. We're going to need 10 of these going. So we're going to get our silos rocking and rolling there. Okay, there's our silos firing up. Now we need some steel. Luckily we got some right over here. So we're going to go ahead and take that steel, put it right over here. And then we're going to go ahead and go over here and we're going to say, hey, thingy, make us a big, gigantic table over here. This is our large 3D printer. Right over here. Oh, wait, that's not steel. The large 3D printer is not steel. It is actually iron. And I think we have some iron over here. We do. Nope. That did not make it. There we go. See, I like to put it up on the side because it's easier than trying to put it on the printer itself. I put it up on the side there. All right, I only needed one. Put that back in there. Now it's going to grab all that, put that back in. Look at it. See, you run it out, you grab what you need, and then you run it back in again. Now, of course, it'd be nice to automate all of that, and we'll get to it eventually. Don't worry, we'll get around to it. I'm going to put that empty up there. All right, so there's 2. Now, I'm actually going to use one of these to carry my stuff. So let's go ahead and fire one of those up, and we'll keep the rest of these what's known as packaged, right? We keep them in their kind of package form. And then what we do is we stack them on the side here, and then we take all of these with us. So we need 10 of these, and we need one of that big one there. We're going to go ahead and fix it up where we can set it and forget it. It's going to be sweet. It's going to be sweet. There he goes. Look at this. And this is one of the great things about this game. You have up to 8 people on the server. Now, I have a private server where peeps can all come in and join me. We all play together as a team. It is a much better way to play games, I find. Great example, like 7 Days to Die. It's just so it doesn't use everybody else's connection, right, to be the host, and it doesn't use their frames and their CPU cycles to have to host all of that stuff. Now, one of these days, I also would like to have it where I could just set this down and it would automatically sort all of that. That would be nice, and we will get to that. That is a long-term deal. We'll get to. Right now, we're just trying to get our all of our items established. And that's pretty important to get all of your resources ready to rock. We'll just put this back here. And you can see back here, I have more gases being collected here on Sylvia, which is your base planet, which has, well, that's not from here. It has hydrogen. Argon is from Venetia. And then over here, we have nitrogen, which is from this planet. Now, these ones we got to set up the same as this one we're going to set up as well. So we'll get that going later on. But right now, we want to keep this running. That big table's finishing up over there. We've got one there. Let's go ahead and get another one going. Let's take this, put that over there for now. And you can keep running these, by the way, over and over again. Now, see how I'm doing that? Now, there's actually an easier way to do that, and we're going to do it right now. There's a great logic system that they added to the game. And what you can do is you can use this thing down here, and we can find it. Actually, I think it's in the small printer. It's called a button repeater, right here, button repeater. And we need some zinc, right? Hopefully we got some. I'm probably out of it. Probably out of it. I think we are. I think we're out of those basics. All right, we're going to need some zinc. So, there's 2 ways of doing it, right? You can go and collect it, or you can use your scrapper over here, drop a bunch of scrap on there, and then you can tell it, hey, go and get me that particular thing, like titanium, resin, quartz. I would not use it for resin and quartz and things like that, because that you can just make over there. This is more like you're going to use for titanium, iron, things like that you can't get on this planet directly, or you can't get through the centrifuge. So, in the centrifuge here, we're going to need some zinc, right, to make that happen. So what we can do is go in here and we can say, okay, we need some zinc. Which one's zinc? There is no zinc in there. You'd have to use the other one for zinc, right? These are what I call the basics, right? Clay, quartz, graphite, ammonium, compound, resin, organic, and clay. Those ones you can do in the centrifuge. Other ones you cannot. Other ones you have to either collect or you use your thing. So if we go over here, and we say, okay, we want zinc. Let's go ahead, make me some zinc. And you're like, which one of these is zinc? Right? Because it doesn't say zinc. What it does is there's a raw form of that particular thing. And then there's the actual thing. Right? Now, I have a spreadsheet, and you can check it out right here. I'm going to put it in the chat. Right there. One of these days, I'm going to make a button for that. Basically, you can follow that link right there. It's going to show you the spreadsheet that I'm looking at right now. One of my spreadsheets that I keep track of all the games that I play. I do not look things up on wikis. I do not shortcut. I don't glitch. I don't do any of that stuff. I am very old school. I like to play a game and write stuff down as I'm playing the game, like which element is which, right? A great example. So if we're looking for zinc, it is called sulfurite. And I don't remember it because I have a bad memory. And so there it is, sulfurite. And then I can go ahead and tell it, hey, you know what? Take that junk that I have, send it up to the space station, and trade it out for some sulfurite. And then I'll take the sulfurite, and I'll put it in the forge, and it will make it into, you guessed it, zinc. And that's what's going to happen. So a lot of game mechanics in here to do that kind of stuff. And I usually leave a little extra junk over there just in case I need a little bit of iron or a little bit of titanium. But if I need a lot of that thing, then I will go and extract that thing, right? That's very, very important. If you need a lot of something, you should go and extract it. Now look at this. Look at this glass over here. He's got another whole one full of aluminum. Hey, you know what? We got a full container over here. We got a full container over here. If you want to fire up some aluminum, there you go, right there. I kind of feel like maybe I should keep this by the forge. Maybe we should keep these empties by the forge. Oh, our rocket has come back. Let's go take a look. Now, see, when you travel back and forth between the planets, there's a bit of a glitch right now that makes your thing look weird. There you go. You gotta fix that. That usually just happens on servers. All right, so here we go. We got Salphorite. Now, just so you know, this particular planet, there is just a ton of this underground. There's a massive amount of it. And it has a certain look to it. And after a while, you just kind of know how things look and whatnot. And let's go ahead and put this right up here. Let's go ahead and have it fire all of that up. And we're going to create a nice button repeater. Now, we're using a button repeater right here. Right here. There it is right there. And we're making stuff over here. I think we're making quartz. Let's put that back to quartz. Oh, we're making a little bit of graphite there, too. All right. And then when I do this, it fires up both of those at the same time. Now, what they've done, by the way, very much like the furnaces have always been, when you turn that on, it just stays on. It keeps running. They've also done that now with the chemistry labs, which you can just turn it on, and if it has enough resources, it's just going to keep going. And if it has a lot of resources, like if you have all the canisters on the side and you're feeding it in, it's just going to keep running and running and running and running until it either runs out of resources or it runs out of space to put that stuff. And what you can do is you could have this, I could have this continuously running and then grabbing it and then feeding it into a new thing, right? It's just feeding this plastic into containers and feeding this, I think it's aluminum alloy. Right? Yeah, aluminum alloy. They are being fed into containers until it fills up 400 containers there, right? Which is really what you want to do. If you really want to make this game at a whole nother level, you have all of the high-level resources done. All your nanocarbon alloy, 400 nanocarbon alloy, 400 plastic, 400 aluminum alloy, 400 resin, 400 organic, 400 carbon, 400 of everything, or maybe 800, maybe 1,000, maybe 10,000. You have lines of resources. Never know. I love me some overkill. I mean, I'll have 50. I don't mind having 50 things of large containers of resin. Then I won't run out for a day or two. All right, let's run some more of that. There we go. Let's go ahead and grab our zinc from over here so that can keep on going. And then we're going to go make a button repeater. Let's go. Now, when you look in your backpack or if you look in your research here, these little symbols up at the top, which are right here. This one is your backpack. This is the small printer, medium printer, large printer. All right, that's what those little symbols mean. That's how I know which printer to go to make that particular thing. So let's go ahead and do this because we know we're going to make a bunch of these. And then we'll make a button repeater. And there's a whole bunch of other stuff too, like power sensors and things like that. A whole bunch of logic systems you can do, which is very, very fun. All right, so again, we'll put this back to silo. And then we'll kind of put it off to the side a little bit so it's not in the way. Now, the way you make this work with two of them is first you take the first one, you put it down on the ground. Right? Oh, you try anyway. Okay, come on. On the ground. No? Okay. Let's move you over here then. What the? Oh, I'm not pressing the right button. That's what it's doing. I always forget that you don't just click. When it comes to putting it on the ground, you don't just click because you're creating a segment. What you need to do is you need to hit the F. There we go. All right. And that's going to create a segment, and then you aim it at the specific. If you aim it at the table, it's going to activate everything on the table, which is also very cool. But if you aim it at that specific thing, it's then going to pin onto there. Now, we can create another segment right here by rolling over this, and we can say branch, right? F to branch, and we can take that segment, and we can run it to the other one over here. Bam. Now, they're both over there. So instead of us clicking that every single time, we can click this one button, and it's going to make both of those simultaneously. How cool is that? That is very, very cool game mechanic. If you don't know how cool that is, then I don't think you're a builder. I don't think you're a builder at all. I don't believe you. If that doesn't get you excited as a builder, I don't know what is. Let's do it. Look at him go over here. Speaking of, look, he's got that zinc going now, too. Sexy, sexy, sexy zinc. Hey-o. What's up? You're doing an awesome job, bro. Doing a fantastic job rocking those basics. Feel free to go ahead and use this large container. Feel free to use this large container if you want to fire up a ton of aluminum and zinc. We're trying to get a large container of every resource, all the base resources first, and then we're going to try to do the next level resources like, aluminum alloy, plastics, things like that. So feel free. Feel free to use that. Also, by the way, I've got a table over there by where I have all the resources where you can use this to transfer, as well as right over here. We have this table right here, which we use to transfer goods from the small ones to the big ones. Makes it a lot easier. So if you want to transfer that aluminum into there and just use it over there on the table, it's going to speed you along. There you go. See? Watch this. So he's going to grab it, put it over there, turn it on the other, and then it's just going to transfer it. Right? And then he's going to grab the other one and transfer that one too. I love this update. It's so good. It is so exceptionally good. And again, if you are not familiar with this game, it's called Astroneer. I highly recommend it. It's an insta-buy. If you love to build, you like space exploration, you like to gather loot, and then make stuff out of it, like cool giant vehicles that you can drive around. Watch this. Come on, let's do it. Look out, kids inside the loose. Now, by the way, you can bump stuff with this. You can actually knock stuff over. Take this, container. Take that. So that's some cool physics. Whoa! Hey! Oh! Spin out! Look out! Look out! No! Don't go down there! Kismet's out. Look, he's over there. He's like, Kismet, you're out of control, bro. He doesn't know I'm doing that on purpose. He's like, oh God, Kismet's out of control. But yeah, you can go down in here into the thing with your vehicle and wander around. Now, hopefully he's marked where these places are, because I'm not going to know. Well, make sure to mark with beacons the direction. I use red. Of where you put the mining things, or you can use tethers, either way, so we know where those mining is. Usually I put mining directly straight down the ramp and forward, because I make a road and whatnot and do it that way. So make sure to let me know, because otherwise we don't know, right? We don't know where it is. Like, I didn't know where the gases were. There's some mining that other people have done in here that I don't know where it is. So we're kind of learning some of those things, those teamwork things that we need to learn, how to communicate where stuff is and all of that. Oh, I forgot to get some air. Hold on. Whoop, whoop! There we go. A little bit of air. I'm just fooling around. I'm just fooling around. I'll let him use that. Let's get back to work over here. Back to work. All right, make me a couple more over here. See how nice that is? That is so nice. All right, we got 4 of them going so far. We need 10. We got some, what is this doing over here? Oh, he was using that. Oh, that was my bad. Sorry, that was my bad, bro. My bad. He was using that. Sometimes I think I'm the one who left it there. I think he was grabbing it. I try not to counteract other things that people are doing. All right, let's make another one. Oh, they're out of titanium. Oh, no. All right, where's our titanium at? I think it's right here. Yes, okay. We only got 2 titanium left. Uh-oh, we got to make a titanium run. All right, we burned up all the titanium making stuff. All right, I think we got another round or 2. Then we got to get some titanium. All right, let's do it. Now, the great thing is right now, I'm collecting titanium. And you're like, no, you're not, Kismet. You're making that thing. Oh, no. Oh, no. I am collecting titanium, ammonium, and iron. All right now. Well, it might be full right now, but we'll see. There we go. We got tons and tons of medium storage silos. We got 8, 9, 10. Exactly as many as we need. Let's go finish the project we're on right now. Look at this. Look at how much loot's in there. Carbon. Oh, my God. It's so exciting. It's so exciting to have lots of resources. And the reason why it's great to have lots of resources is because then you can build bigger bases and you can build all sorts of fun stuff and whatnot. Look at this. You've got some auto arms over there, too. Very nice. All right. So we got this. We can upgrade our Aatrox base. And we can go ahead and just let it run. Let's go. And then we're going to go and we're going to visit our iron and our titanium and bring some of that back. We definitely need to bring, that's another thing we need to do is we need to upgrade that as well. We'll come back to that. We'll try to get this one project done and then move on to the next project as I try to do. For sure. All right. Now, speaking of things, let me wander around and look around all my different things while we're going from place to place here. I should get into the habit of doing that. because it makes me a better streamer. Let's see. I'm going to look at stream writers. We got 8 minutes. We're going to look at our chat. We're looking good. Our redemptions. We're looking good. Mod chat. Let's see. Anybody talking to me on mod chat? Saying I'm here and I'm back. Awesome, Nushki. Thank you so much. No problem. You do what you got to do. You do what you got to do there, Nushki. I appreciate you backing me up here in stream. All right. And let's see. What else? What else we got to do? Check the Twitter retweets. We got one. We've got one going. Come on, everybody. Let's fire up those retweets today. I want to give you guys some kids caps. Let's do it. Okie dokie. Where'd our base go? I think it's down here. Now, you saw I took away that other base. Again, it's kind of distracting when you have, or more difficult when you have a lot of separate bases. I'm a very big of a fan of a central base. Sometimes I do like remote bases, like in Satisfactory. I do like to build at the node. But I still have a central base where all of that stuff feeds into. It just makes it easier for everybody if you don't go off and you do your own thing. If you go off and you do your own thing and make your own base and do your own stuff, it makes it hard for us to find that base and to do something and whatnot. That's why we play more of a teamwork style where everything's owned by the group. And if you need to use a rocket ship, you can. And you can use a vehicle, you can. Or if you need to make stuff, you can. Because everything is to the benefit of everybody, not just in the individual, not just the one person. Now, again, you can always play solo to do that, or you can play on other servers, which just allow you to go do your own thing. But I feel like the thing I love the most, and the way I like to play the most, is always with other people, working together in that kind of teamwork style. That's why I've changed you guys' name from the Wasteland Tycoons to the Teamwork Tycoons. That's right, we're the best of the best when it comes to that teamwork, working together, and watch that magic happen. I love to watch the magic happen when people are working together. Just like, look at that magic that's happening right there. He's collecting those resources. He's firing it up. He's getting it going on. I love to see that. Let's go ahead and move this out of the way over here. Whoa, look out. Stuff flying all over. And then we're going to go ahead and add that second table. Right over here. Like so. Hey, 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 hey. Calm down now. Get it under control over there. Again, we don't want to block our entrance and our exit here. And we'll put that over there. Now, we are going to collect an obscene amount of this stuff. We're going to go ahead and run the table, if it wants to let us run it today. Now, again, this is how you run power. You connect the tables together. There's a little connector over here. I love this mechanic. Incredibly fantastic. Now, there's actually, it seems very simple, but there's a lot of subtlety to what's going on right now. If you look here on the connector, there's yellow there. That means it has enough power to run it between all of these, right? But if I take this out over here, you're going to see that all of a sudden, that's gone, right? It's gone over there. And if it's using too much power, it starts to flash the yellow. Sometimes you get a really thin yellow line. Sometimes over here on the side of the connector, you'll see it be red, which means it doesn't have enough power. So we put that in there. You can see that just one of those is enough power right now because these actually don't have any more place to run. So that's why we need to kind of give it lots of room to collect resources. And we're going to take it to a whole nother level. Now, they did say they were going to add glass containers, but, you know, don't ask me when, or glass collectors, just like the canisters, where you can have big gas collectors as well, which is pretty awesome. But check out this. Now, look at this. This is what I call set it and forget it, everybody. You put that in there, whole bunch of those. Then you grab this over here. This one's doing methane. Let's grab the this one first. Put that over there. And that's literally going to fill up all 6 of those. It's going to do it. It's going to take a while, but it's going to fill up all 6 of those with helium. And over here, we're going to do the same, right? Now that we've got more room here, we're going to go ahead and take this. Take that beacon out of there and put that right there. Now what we're going to do is we're going to take what we got so far. We're going to put that on here so we've got enough room. Put these down. And I've got plenty of that right now. Now, do I need this much helium and methane? Probably not. But do I want that much? I sure do. Uh-oh, uh-oh, oxygen. Oxygen, save us! Now, if you're in trouble with oxygen, there are 3 things to do. 1, make sure you got an oxygenator so you don't suffocate, which I almost just did. Make sure you've got a vehicle you can run to because it has a built-in oxygenator. Or you have a spaceship which you can run to, which also has a built-in oxygenator. Now notice, you're like, well, Kismet, no, you're supposed to put the oxygenator on the side. Oh, really? I don't see an oxygenator there, because I always check game mechanics. That's the way I am. it has an auctionator built in. You don't need the auctionator in there. The reason why you would put the auctionator in there is because you would be using tethers. If you're using tethers off of your spaceship, then you need the auctionator. But if you're not using tethers off of there, you don't need it in there. Case in point, you just saw right there. Right there. See, you don't need it. And again, that's why I love to learn those deep game mechanics like that. I also love to learn... oh, wow, we're short by 1. I'm short by 1. Oh, I thought I counted 10. Did I count wrong? Oh, I'm supposed to have 12. I'm supposed to have 12. What was I doing bad math for? I was doing some serious bad math there, everybody. We need one more to make that go. But that's okay. I think that's quite a lot. And then again, that's it. That's all we need to do. We're good. We're out of here. Let's go. Now, we'll just let that run. And if at any point we need more, we'll come back and we'll grab it. There you go. I don't know what you're trying to say, but I hope it's not like a racial slur and I'm going to have to ban you. I hope not. It's angelic jello. It's got a waffle inside jello. That's an interesting one. I never heard of that one before. Never heard of that one, but hey, I don't know. Everybody, whatever floats your boat. I love me some waffles. I'm not going to lie. I like to go to the Waffle House with my kids. We have a good time. Speaking of that, I'd have to go to the Waffle House at some point. They got some really good waffles over there. I'm telling you. It's good. Okay, we don't want to go there. We want to go to our other favorite spot way out over here. Oh, it's moving very fast. Why the planets are moving so quickly today? Dang, they are cranking. There we go. Sometimes it's hard to click on them because they're going so fast. There we go. Can you make a... Yes, that is it. That's right. The third thing, which I forgot to mention, is that you make an oxygen filter out of resin. And I actually stopped using tethers to try to... what do you call it? To try to use those more advanced things. Because I was very dependent on tethers in the very beginning, and most people are. Oh, hey, there's our base. I was very dependent on it. I would just use tether all the time. And then I thought, well, what else can I use where I don't have to use tethers as much? Because when I started playing, when you used a lot of tethers, it would slow the game down and whatnot. So I would... This... What the heck is this? This is not my base. Oh, this is somebody making a separate base. I think somebody said that last time. Okay, yeah, this is what you don't want to do. You don't want to go off and make your own base. What's he doing over here? Collecting tons of research, running some research, made a new little base. This is one of the things that I rarely ever do, by the way. Create shelters and do it. I forget who's doing this last time. But yeah, see, this is a separate base from where we're gathering the resources. So now we have two separate bases. But whatever. Whatevs, bro. Again, this is one of the things I ask people not to do. Because it leads down the road to where we're not working together, or where they're working independently. And if you like to work independently, hey, more power to you. Go do your thing, bro. Oh, look at that weirdness. Oh, God. Oh, God. I feel like a server crash coming on. I can't do anything. Yeah, I gotta get out. I gotta get out. Oh. Oh. I always find all the... I feel like I'm gonna die. I feel like I'm gonna die. Alright, back to the main menu. Now, again, this is the first rendition of servers. This doesn't really happen, by the way, if you're playing a solo game. This is just happening on the servers. I'm sure they'll come out with an update that fixes a lot of these things at some point. Now, while we're loading back in again, let's do another battle. Let's go. The Mass Tuber community says hello. Well, welcome. Welcome for hanging out. Yeah, and if you're clipping my stuff and using it on YouTube without my permission, watch out. Because remember that that is called royalty content. It's like using someone else's music without their permission. Always keep that in mind. Now, I don't mind if you use it. If you want to use a clip of mine, go for it. But I would watch out in the future because you can be sued for that. if you use someone else's content without their permission, especially music. Music, they're hardcore, bro. They are hardcore. Even if you have like a music in a game that you're not playing on purpose, like if I'm in Fallout 4 and I'm walking past a radio that's playing the thing, I have to run and turn that radio off because they'll strike you big time. So watch out for using other people's content. Also, it's a courtesy thing, too. You don't want to just use other people's content without their permission. Even Weird Al Yankovic, who makes parodies and stuff, still talks to people and says, hey, is it okay if I parody your thing? And he doesn't have to answer to anybody, really, if you think about it, because he's crazy rich. But it's just like a respectful thing to do before using other people's content. That's the way I am, but I'm old school, everybody. There's plenty of people out there who use other people's content without asking them first and without permission. And that is a dangerous thing. It's like using a graphic designer's artwork, right? Like say you make a emote or you make a logo or you make something like that, and then to use it without their permission, that is also breaking those copyright laws. So again, be smart out there, everybody. Kismet give me a little schooling on what you should do and how you should take care of stuff. All right, so good. I didn't die, so that's good. All right, that is not my base. Off we go. You can't see it because we're doing this right here. Celtics getting 50 gold. Titanic's coming in overall MVP. Let's keep going. Ooh, we got a 4 skull. Come on, we got this. Come on, everybody rise up in the chat. Let's rise up in the chat. We're going to follow that link right there in the chat. Go over your stream rate. Just put down as many units as you can. You put down 1 every 5 minutes. Try to put down as many as you can. We'll try to get this 4 skull. Always a tough one, but guess what's ahead? 2 gold, and then we're going to finish this particular map. So very, very cool. All right, let's go turn that off. I'm back up in space trying to look for my base. That is not my base. And I'm going to look for my base over here. My base usually has a green beacon. You can see it just coming in at the bottom here where we can go ahead and get that going on. Is it an honor to find you or find me? You're trying to find me money or find me as in you found my stream? You are a gem. There you go. There you go, GM. If you do use my content, let my mods know where you're going to use it at. I'll be happy to take a look later on. There you go. Make sure to be paid for your work, by the way, everybody. Now, see, this is where my actual base is. How do I know? Because this is where we've got all of the mines set up. This is where we've got our extractors set up and whatnot. And again, if you do come in and play with me, make sure to be thinking about that teamwork. If you don't like to work with other people, if you don't like to work as a team, then probably not the best server for you. I'm just going to tell you up front. So there's no misunderstandings. I don't like misunderstandings. Misunderstandings is not fun for anybody involved. All right, let's do this, everybody. Down into the depths of Glacio we go. Now, what I did here is I kind of cut this out right here. And then I like to go perfectly straight down the ramp because it just makes it easier. And as we're going along, we're going to see some beacons, which are telling us, hey, Kismet, go this way. So the red beacon means resources. That's how I have it tagged. It doesn't have to mean that, by the way. It can mean whatever you want it to mean in your game. But in mine, try to follow my example. And right here, we've got another beacon, and we've got one of those extractors. Now, just so you know, this game is so awesome that you can actually put stuff on the walls, right? If it's got these kind of legs on it here, you can even put stuff up on the walls like our extractor right here, which is extracting some titanium. Now, let's see, while we were gone doing something else, how much titanium we got. We got 86 titanium. Yeah, take it easy, GM. Thanks for hanging out. Let's see. So we got 86 titanium there when we weren't even around. Now, if we had got the titanium, if we went and got this titanium node and extracted it ourselves, we would have probably got about 20 or 30. But this got 86. So we're going to go ahead and move this just a little bit to try to tap in to some more of this. Oh, we got a little bit there. How about up over here? So you can see it by the green area there. How about a little bit further up? All right, now we're getting somewhere. How about here on the roof? A little too far. A little too far there. How about up there? All right, that's got a little something, something. A little something, something up there. Right now, that's really hard to get your thing up there to get that extracted. I would probably move to another location. But let's just go ahead and say, oh, once you extract all this stuff here at the bottom, and then what we do is I like to turn it around so I can see the little node thing on it. There we go. Kind of move it around a little bit. Try to find a sweet spot. Maybe forward a little bit. There we go. And then we'll connect it to our power. Got our RTGs over here running it. I love the sound of this too. So good. The sound of this game is great. And what this is going to do right here, this auto arm, we're going to need to move that just a little bit closer. Right there. Make sure you got it close enough so we can see the resource. Oh, it made one. And then what it does is when it sees that there's a resource up there, we'll find out here in a second. Put it up on the top? No, not yet. When it sees a resource, it'll grab that resource because you're using your auto arms. This is part of the automation in this game. And it's going to grab that resource and automatically put it in that container, which is really cool. Now watch out you don't run out of oxygen, which I'm about to. Because I don't have an auctionator there. I feel like I'm going to make a bunch of auctionators and bring them out and put them wherever I have these. So when you're standing there working on it, you don't suffocate. But luckily, I've got a vehicle to go to. So know where you need to go. Now, I could have also got this resin right here and made an auctionator. Could have done that as well. Now, I have played through the game multiple times, all the way through, unlocked everything. We're still kind of tinkering around with some of the new stuff here. The automation update. And so let's look. Oh, it already did it. Now I've got 86. Now I actually want to take this back with me, all of this. So I'm going to take this entire container, it's about 100 titanium, and bring that back with me. Now it'd be nice to have it where it was completely full. It'd be great to be feeding a whole bunch of titanium into the same one. We might get around to that at some point. But right now we just need a bit of titanium, and we're going to set it and forget it. Now one of the smart things I could have done when I came in, I could have brought a replacement container to put that over there. So that could be filling up while we're off doing other things. But we're just going to grab our container. We're going to take it with us. I could have brought a small container and transferred it into the small container. That would have been a smart idea too. I just thought of it. But I didn't think of it early enough to bring it. So off we go. Now if it clips through stuff like that, you know, just suspend disbelief and keep rocking anyway. Keep on rocking and rolling. All right. And we've got that base going on. There we go. And we're going to put this up here into our big ship. And of course, you have to do a lot of research in this game to get that going on, right? To unlock the bigger vehicles, to unlock the bigger ships. You missed that part. That was at the beginning of the game. We did lots and lots of research. That's some lithium I'm going to take with me. Now, there's also some steel, which I don't have. See, I really need a lot of containers here so that if I have extra, I can bring it with me. And I don't have a lot of that. So let's go ahead and start to work on all of our containers that we could use to collect materials as well. We'll go back and we'll use that. And I need titanium to make those silos. So that's why I went for the titanium first. We definitely need to get our graphite going. And we're going to come back there to that particular planet, a glacial. And we are going to also work on titanium. So let's get all of that going. And let's go back and head there. So let's make some notes of what we need to do next. So we need, say, 2 large C-size tables for our extractors. Or actually, we don't need C-size. We probably need just the smaller ones. Right? We could use the smaller ones, and that should be fine. We could feed it into 2 of those. So we could say 2 B-size tables. That sounds good. 2 B-size tables. We're going to need auto arms, which we already have. And then we're going to need, say, 2 silos. But you know what? Let's make 6. Make 6 silos so that we have extras on the planet that we can swap as well. What else can we bring? We could also bring some extra small containers. So let's say 2 small containers. So let's make a note of that. And let's go do that. Let's go get it going on. We got to wander around the planet a little bit till we can see our base. That's why usually I put my base in the center so that, because you can't go left and right. You have no control over how that orbits the planet. It always orbits it this way, north and south. So there we go. Can you see my spreadsheet? Absolutely. Here you go, right here. Bam. Exclamation overseer. You go ahead and highlight it, copy it, and paste it. You cannot modify mine, obviously, but you can save it out and use it for your game. According to the patch notes, they give you 15 times the normal resources. Exactly. That's right. They do. Something we were talking about earlier. We're talking about basically you say you normally get 10 or 20, it would give you 100 or more for sure. There you go. There you go. There you go. Yes, best art is worth paying for. Here's how you become a professional. Here's how you're not a professional, and here's how you're a professional. You become a professional the second somebody pays you to do what you do, right? That's when I became a graphic artist, not before. At that very moment in which somebody pays me. And after that, I was a professional graphic designer. That's what I was. And so you have to get into that mind frame. If you're an artist and somebody pays you for your artwork, you are now a professional artist. That's what you do, right? And you should think of yourself that way. Don't undervalue yourself. As an artist or a musician or whatever it is, don't undervalue your skills. Like people come in and say, hey, you know, I can give you this thing if you make this thing for me and we can trade out and do that stuff. Bartering is a fantastic thing. By the way, all money is based on bartering. You understand that the value of this dollar bill is worth $1. And you accept that and I accept that. And then this means that we can use that to trade services, right? Now, all money, including banks and everything, is based on bartering. Back in the day, of course, you would trade goods, like you might trade food for animals or animals for food or whatever. You barter things back and forth. That's a great thing. Bartering is great. And sometimes it comes out to be a better benefit for both sides. But watch out for one-sided deals. That's not good. And also watch out that you're doing too much of that and making yourself broke. Don't give away your valuable services. I never did. People come to me, I don't care if they're family or whatever, I would charge them $1 at least. At least $1, because then they know next time, I said, this time I'm just going to charge you $1, but next time I might charge you more. So they have a clear understanding that this is, I'm not going to just keep making you stuff for free forever. It's good to understand as an artist, right? Make sure that you're not doing a ton of stuff for free. We got to prime this with titanium. All right, now that's going to run some titanium from there into that one. Now, if I had a big canister, I could throw it in there. What we got over here? Aluminum in there. Nice. We've got some containers here. You know what? Let's take these containers with us. We need a couple of these small containers that have stuff in it. Oh, grabbing my ship. What do we got here? Nope, that's got nothing in it. Okay, now, you're wondering why I made so many packagers? Well, because of this very reason. I can go ahead and grab this and grab that, package it up, take it with me back to the planet we were just on. And so we'll go ahead and take that, and we're going to get that ready to fire up. Oh, hold on, there's like a vehicle in the way here. Back that up a bit. There we go. See how I'm doing over here. There we go. Okay, so we got that going, and we're going to put that right over here. We're going to take these canisters with us because they're currently not being used. Now, we've also got some big canisters here with a whole bunch of stuff. Let's go ahead and clean this up just a little bit. Put them up there. Take the small ones off. Big ones right there. Very nice. Now, we're going to need a couple small tables like this, so we're going to go ahead and fire up a couple of those. We also want to make a ton of these silos, but of course, you're always in a cycle when it comes to silos of the fact that you want to. Oh, there's a bunch of carbon there. It's cool every single time. Very, very cool. What's your beacon system? My beacon system is green is for base, red is for resources, purple is for vehicle, because I put one on my vehicle. You can see them right there. I put one on my vehicle so I can find it. If say you park your vehicle at the bottom of a mountain, then you climb up to the top of the mountain, you're looking for stuff, you're in the trees, you lose your way and what direction it is, then you climb up to the top of the mountain, you look around, okay, there's my vehicle over there, and then you can go back to your vehicle so you don't get lost. I find climbing to the top of mountains, make sure you got enough oxygen when you go up there, make like an oxygen filter or two, have a backup, right, when you're up there. You climb to the top of the mountain, that's the best way to find your way, right, because you get up there and you go, okay, oh, there's my beacon over there, and oh, there's that way over there. Right? That's how I like doing my system. Now, the other colors, I don't use them all that much. You know, people can use those for their vehicle, or they can use them for whatever. But usually those are the colors that I use. Now, sometimes I'll use the beacons here for what's known as the monoliths, or they're actually used for something else, which I don't want to spoil. Don't spoil it in my chat, please, everybody. Even though this game's been out for a while, I don't spoil stuff. I won't spoil stuff from Fallout 1. That's how old school I am. I don't like spoiling stuff for peeps, right? I like them to go, oh, ho, ho, that's what that's all about, right? I love those moments when that happens. There you go. There's another container for you. Up in there. All right. And he had to run, I think. He had to bail. Yeah, I see he went offline. Yeah. So this guy had to run. He had to run. So hopefully he tagged all that stuff so we know where it's at. Yeah, we can make a filter. Yo, just watching the last stream. There you go. Yo, Hustle. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for coming in. Yeah. So that is my beacon system. Now, again, it's whatever you want it to be. But in my case, that's what I use for beacons. All right. And let's see. We got some resin over here. We can just move over. And we don't have to hunt some resin down. All right. There we go. Got that fired up. And again, we're waiting on our titanium over here. Let's grab this and move this over here. So we get this fired up and good to go. All right. I love working together as a team, by the way. It's one of my favorite things. We got 31 in there already. All right. That's full. Let's grab another empty from over here. Put that over there. Prime this so it knows which resource. And then we'll tell this to stop for a second. You're like, Kismet, why don't you put it in a big one? I should. Definitely should. All right, run that out. Now that's going to collect that one. I got a full one right here. Now I actually used titanium over here for my titanium alloy right here, which you can see. And normally it sits right here. Now this one's empty. And I feel like that's the thing you want to do. You want to have it where it's primed, and then it tells you what it was before. Now, I can put that up in there, but that's actually not where I want it right now. I actually want it over here. And now I'm going to run that out. And what it's going to do is build up and run that out to my silos. Then I'm going to use this button repeater, which is going to run both of those things at the same time. And those are going to run those while I'm over here working on this over here. And I really, really love that kind of automation. It's very, very cool. Like this vehicle's in my way too. Woo! That was a little bit of wow all over the place. Sometimes the vehicle works pretty good, but sometimes it's a little wonky. When you have a trailer, it doesn't do like real trailers do. And I've driven a lot of trailers. I've been, driving boats and stuff like that down to the river. But I feel like it's a little not right. But I'm sure they'll work on it over time. All right, so we got our containers there. How many we need? We need 2 B tables, which we've got. We got 2 small containers, which we've got, and we need some medium silos. Now, I'm going to use the medium silos, and I'm going to keep this stuff packaged so I can put it on the medium silo like this, and we'll leave that there. You know what? We'll just run over here, actually, we'll run over this way. And let's go ahead and take some of the stuff. I think it's right here's our lithium, and just feed that directly in there. Very nice. Now, this right here is zinc. I don't know if he had done a zinc container yet. I'm just going to leave that out here in the open for now. And that'd be like, hey, Kismet, deal with that later. All right, let's go ahead and do this. Now, again, we got to remember how many we're making here. We got to make another one for our Aatrox. So we'll count one of those as that. And we need 6 silos. And right now we have 5 because I'm counting the one it's actually holding. Look how nice that is to do dual at the same time. I could do like 8 of those at the same time, or 10, 50, 100, 1,000. If you got enough resources, you could press one button and we do 1,000 different silos at the same time if you have the resources for it. Let's do a few more. It's okay if we make extras, then we'll have plenty. There we go. Okay, so that's 4, 5, 6, 7. And this makes 8. All right, so we actually have a couple extra. So let's grab this and run this back. And then we're going to kind of try to set up our stuff a little bit better. Now we got that. And actually, I'm going to put it right there. You can put it right there in that slot. Now, there is actually something else that I need from here, and that's 2 large containers like this. I'd like to take these large containers with me. and take those back to the thing right here. This has still got 16 more to do. How are we looking on that output? Still looks good. It's actually going to run out of space. That one's going to run out for sure. Let's go ahead and grab this other empty one. Again, this is how this works, right? You're kind of constantly doing this. Now, of course, I could create a whole interactive system that grabs this, runs it down the line, puts it in the correct resource, then that correct resource gets run down the line to the actual things. You could really build some advanced systems now in Astroneer. And I feel like it's a huge, huge upgrade for the game. So we're going to let it go one more. There we go. We're going to tell this to stop. Put that up there. We're going to wait for it to put one of these down here because that's the only place it can go. We're going to prime that. We're going to tell it to be an input. And then we're going to tell it to run the rest of these out. It's got 12 left there. Whole entire stack of titanium there. 32. Very nice. Be nice to have 400, but we'll go with 32 for now. And we're going to put it back where it goes, right here. Now, if I did want to start up a ton of titanium alloy, which I do because there's none over here. So I want to start that up. So I'm going to go ahead and tell it to do titanium alloy and tell it to run it out. Now what it does, it runs that titanium alloy out to here, but I need some graphene. So what do I need for graphene? Well, I need some graphite because I can see I'm out of graphite right there. So we did make a little bit of graphite earlier, which when you're looking at it in blue form also looks like lithium, by the way. We did make some of that earlier, but we used it up. So we don't really have it. So we can't really run it down the line right now. So once we get a lot of all of that stuff running, we'll be good. Now, again, another thing we want to make here is one of the large extractors, and we're going to work on that. And let's get that going. Here we go. Large auto extractor. Look, we've already got a rubber, tungsten, steel. We've already got that ready to go. We have it up on this thing up here, which is holding our resources, and we're going to let that run because we're going to use that as well. And we also need some large containers. That was the other thing I was doing. Large containers. Let's get those fired up. Now, of course, you want to make this faster. You just have more. 3D printers. Of course, that means you can have more power as well. So we need some glass. Now, I was making a bunch of glass earlier for this very reason, to make more of these containers. I see we got ceramic there, and I think this one. Which one of these was glass? Maybe it's still over there. It's still over there. All right. Now, eventually, we'll have ginormous ones like that over there. Okay, where is our glass? Right there. Okay, here we go. And we run that back over there. If you click the hologram, it'll put the item there from your backpack. If you click the hologram right here. Oh, I see what you mean. Oh, yeah, I knew that. If it's in your backpack, it'll put it there. But you don't even need to do that, by the way. You don't have to click it to put it there. When you tell it to start, it'll automatically pull it from your backpack. You don't have to actually click it. But if you like to click it, click away. Me, I just let it pull it from my backpack. That's just me. And in case in point, let's do it. Let's try it out. So let's just go ahead and grab it like this. We got a bunch of glass on us. So we go over here and we click it. See, now it says it can do it. We can do that, right? And let that run. You know what? I feel like we'll make some more of these while we're at it. Look at all this stuff we're making, right? Look at, we got a whole factory of stuff. Now, imagine this on a larger scale, though, right? That you could be doing, you could press one button and it would do all of those, right? Or it would do 50 mediums and 50 larges and 50 smalls, all running everything. Now, one of my ultimate things I would love to do is to have all of the 3D printers have every single thing that you could make, all on its own thing. So you can literally just walk up to it at any time, press the button, and it will make that particular thing without you having to switch through it. And that's what I like to do with all of these. I like to have it where I don't have to go and keep switching it all the time. If I need some rubber, bada bing, ready to go. If I need some aluminum alloy, ready to rock. Over here. If I need some of this loots, which is currently out of carbon, I can see. Our carbon's not on. There we go. Turn our carbon on. It should fill that up. Now, another thing we need here is iron. So we got iron back here. So we can say, okay, or that's tungsten. No, iron. Why is this iron? Hold on. Why is that steel? That should not be steel. This should be plastic, and this should be tungsten carbonate. Somebody changed my stuff. All right, there we go. Oh, what a mess we just made. So this is the reason why I do these separate, is so that so you don't have to switch it like that. See, someone switched that to steel for some reason. They didn't know that I actually have steel production down at the end, maybe. But so you don't have to do that. You don't have to go in and just flip between all of those things, right? And then I think we got tongues in. Yeah, we got tongues in there. And then all you have to do is just turn that on, and then make sure that these are on, right? You go in, you say, okay, make that plastic. Wait, that's plastic too. Why is that plastic? Wait, no, this is rubber. That's rubber, and this is plastic. That's correct. That's correct over there. This one right here should be tungsten carbonate, and it should be on all the time. And the reason why I leave it on is so that it just keeps making that particular thing, and then it has it at the ready for me to use, right? It's right there. So instead of making steel there, which we don't need to do. Now, if you have an ability to output stuff, like over here, we got a bit of compound running out, right? We're going to stop that compound from running out to have it drag it back in. Try to slip that back in there. Oh, look at that. Look at that carbon went a little too fast, right? So now I got to tell it to stop the tungsten carbonide. I got to tell it to stop gathering that. And see, now I put that there, and I can put that there. All right, there we go. And again, you could have a whole entire factory all based around it doing that. And it feels like it works really, really well. Now, I like to have it like this, where it's literally just sitting there ready for me to grab it when I need it. Same thing over here, just sitting here ready and grabbing. Now, eventually, we're going to make a ton of that going down the road as well. For sure, for sure. Let's see. Didn't work? Should work. You click on that. Should see my, should see it. Yeah, Settlement Overseer. There's a bunch of tabs at the bottom, by the way. So if you go in there and it's something other than Astroneer, there's a whole bunch of tabs at the bottom for all the different games that I do, because I put it all in one spreadsheet. So, you know, if you're looking for Satisfactory and some of the things I've done in there, it'll be in there. If you're looking for Astroneer, it'll be in there. The tabs at the bottom of the spreadsheet. So keep that in mind if you are looking for that. So there we go. How are we doing on this battle? We have got... Did I not start the next battle? Oh my God! Did I not start? No, I did. Okay, good. It was out of it. I think I was looking at something. All right, 3 more minutes. Okay, good. I made my stomach sink there for a second. 3 more minutes on that, and we're good. Oh, we're getting those retweets going on, everybody. Awesome, awesome. We're at 3 retweets. We need 2 more right now. 2 more retweets. Going to give you guys some love. All right, so that worked great. Now, of course, again, what he was talking about was you could just click right there, and it puts the glass in there. Again, I feel like not really that useful, but it is kind of cool if you want to do that. You can click in there and put it in there. I prefer to put it up here, and then it's already going to be able to do the next one. All right, so here's our large containers. We've got our extractor we're going to use and whatnot. Now, what's going to happen eventually is you're going to run out of space in your spaceship, right? And you're going to have to come back for some of this stuff. So there we go. What do we got over here? We got some medium canisters that we're going to need. All right, so let's go ahead and put those medium canisters on here. So we're going to need those. And man, we're gearing it up today. And we need these large containers. Now, what would be higher priority? Large containers or the extractor? Okay, and I always put things by priority. By priority in which I need to make them, right? I would say the large containers are actually more important than my extractor. The reason why is I need to take these large containers and put them where I already have extractors, because I don't have enough extractors or enough storage for it to continually run. And you want things to be continually running as much as possible. Now, packaging comes in 3 different sizes. There is the small size, which is the size that fits on your backpack. There's the medium size, which is right here, which are these actual large containers are medium because they come from the medium thing. And so I can put those on there like this, right? But there's an even trickier way you can do, because I have one sitting right over here. You can grab one of these, which is a large storage, and you can add more storage to a thing that already has storage. So you can go in, and we can go ahead and, instead of stacking them like this, we can go ahead and stack them on here. So instead of getting 2 on there, we can get 4 in the same space that we would normally do, right? So we're being space smart. Now, it doesn't work for the big ones. The big ones are the big ones, and that's what you're going to get. But right there, boom, now we can take all 4 of those at the same time and take our extractor. And so a little smarter way of using your thing. Now, I use this side thing here, too, to put a lot of my smaller stuff that I might need up there as well. You know, I feel like I'm going to bring even more canisters. Because the thing is about extracting titanium and iron, you just never seem to have enough. Hola! Hey, Les, what's up? Thanks for being here. Why not put the large silo and put it all on there? Why not make a large silo and put it all on there? Oh, I see what you're saying right over here. You're saying a large storage silo B. And that is a great idea, and that is what I'm going to talk about next. So thanks for that segue. So as you can see, I've got a large storage silo over here. And that's going to give you even more than using this. Now, I normally don't use the small one right over here. I don't normally use this one. I'm just using it as an example for those people who are new to the game. And we've actually done this earlier in this particular playthrough. One of the peeps that were playing with me here from the stream actually brought a large silo and then a whole bunch of smaller silos, and he literally had so much before we had the large containers. He had so much as a large container's worth, right? Because you got to think each of those are 24. Well, probably not as much as large containers. I think each of them are 24. 24 times, let's see, that'd be 100, 100, 200. No, that is, yeah. If you think about it, if each of these are 24, right? So 24, that's 100, that's 200, that's 300. So not quite as much as a large silo, but then, or large container, but then again, he had 2 of them. So that would be 600 resources that he brought back utilizing those larger ones. And I like to do them. The only thing I don't like about them is that they're visually obstructive. They make it hard for you to see stuff. Like if I go in and I put a whole bunch of medium silos on this, it makes it very visually hard for me to see, right? And I feel like that's a bit of a bummer. One of the things, the mechanics that I would like to see, and maybe you can set this up now, I haven't got to it yet, but is the fact that you could have all your resources in the back on one of these things like this, which means they're kind of live resources. They're not a container. And then it would sense what you need and then grab what you need and move it over, right? I mean, I'm asking for a lot. What can I say? It would be nice. And then as long as you have the resources, it would grab the resource and feed it forward, right? But it already kind of senses it already. If it's up on this thing here, it'll grab it and do it. So there's another great way, and that's another great suggestion in the chat. I did know that. But there you go. There's 1,000 Kiss Cats for a fantastic suggestion for my chat. Bam. All right. Let's go ahead and move this over here. And I like to fully utilize that slot there as well. So you can do that as well. Now this back here I call the Tower of Power. You can see we got a bunch of RTGs on there and a medium battery to tell me how my battery is doing. If the battery's going down, obviously we're diminishing. And if the battery is full, meaning we have excess power. And if it's somewhere in between, then we know we're just about good. Now I might kind of glance over here on this little thing right here, just so you know, every single one of these right here is an RTG. That's right. We've got tons of extra RTGs on standby as we're building up all of our bases. That's the highest level thing you can make in the game other than the large containers. The large containers also use now nanocarbon alloy. All right, let's go back to this solo and let's get it going and utilize what we have there. And you're like, well, Kismet, why don't you just make one of those large silos and then put it all on there? I could have, but then that would have took longer. And I've already got one of these, and this is pretty much what I need right here. I have everything I need here in this ship. So let's do it. Now, while I'm flying from place to place, let's do a little side fun. We're going to play some Stream Raiders. Let's go, everybody, to battle. Let's see those battle emotes. All my subs, I want to see those battle emotes in the chat. How we doing? Oh, we're looking sexy. Looking sexy. All right. Here we go. Open the captions chest. Slide that love to you guys. Grant some rewards. Whoa, 50 gold going to Time Lord. Congratulations. Celtic getting some love. And Hairlua getting some love there too. And I'm just going to call you... Dito, because I can't pronounce the rest of your name. Congrats on that MVP. Let's see. Oh, we got another thing. Well, we're doing okay on this one. I want to get to tier 45 one of these days. But we did get another bonus there. Tier 40 we're on right now. Let's go ahead and get you guys some gold. I love these gold ones. Got to be careful, though, because some of these ones now have bosses on it. So we still got to take out that boss, so it's not so easy. All right, there we go. I launched to the outer planet here, and I was trying to go to DeSolo over here somewhere. It's not any of those. It's way out there. That's Novus. Where are you hiding, DeSolo? Or not DeSolo. Glacio is actually the name. And there we go. All right, turn that up. Again, if you want to come join us for some stream captain, fun little thing to play while you're hanging out in the chat, you can click that link and come and join us. Oh, speaking of awesome people joining us, here comes WWZ. Says, hey, Kismet, let me go ahead and nuke your stream, show you some love, bring some awesome people into here. Welcome, everybody. My name is Kismet. They call me the Wasteland Tycoon, or the Space Tycoon in this case. We play a lot of fun games, including one of my favorite games here, Astroneer. Very, very fun. Let's see. We're going to give you a shout out here in just a moment. My mods are Johnny on the spot here in just a sec. And see what game you were playing. How was your stream today? Were you having a good stream? Oh, the wonderful Blue Pixie coming in, showing some love. Blue Pixie plays some Stream Raiders with us from time to time. Thank you for hanging out. We got Derp coming in. I say Derpy and Derp all the time. Thanks for coming in and raiding my channel. We'd love to see lots of new peeps coming in and hanging out. I hope you had a great day, Zed. What are you playing? Oh, Subnautica. What a fantastic game. I love Subnautica. That is a phenomenal, phenomenal game. If you have not played Subnautica, can't wait to get back to it. We were playing a little bit of Subnautica Sub-Zero, which is actually a whole nother game, by the way. It's a whole separate game from Subnautica itself. And they've been working away on it, so we've been kind of checking in on it, right? Because it's still in early access. So we check in on it, see how it's doing, and then we're going to come back later. We're going to check on it some more and so on. I love doing that with early access games, much like Satisfactory and other games like that. We'll check on it, we'll do a little bit of it, and then we'll let them go off and develop it for a while, and then we'll come back and we check on it again. That's how I like to do early access games. But all right, we got this. We got our extractor. We got all of our large storage here. Now, the cool thing about that large storage right there is I can literally just put that right on the back of my thing, right? It makes it nice and easy, and we can drive that wherever we need it to go. Now, over here, we've also got a whole stack of stuff that we're going to need right over here. And so we're going to grab that as well. I don't know why I don't have a container on here. I should totally have a container on this one, but I don't. So we're going to go ahead, soil container, so it holds all the soil. Now, notice, by the way, I'm only using one vehicle here. And that's because I typically find it's easier to drive around when you're just going, you know, from here to there and whatnot, picking stuff up. To just use the single rover, but you can actually have a long line of trailers back there, like 3 trailers behind, and you can be holding massive tons of stuff at the same time. Not necessarily necessary in my particular thing, but that's okay. And we're going to run out here. Now, we have a lot of stuff that we've queued up, and we're going to drive way out here, and we're going to see how it's doing. Now, we brought some large containers to have our stuff continue to run because we already have a couple extractors. Now, some of the first extractors I suggest, ammonium, iron, and titanium. And as you can see, we got a little bit of iron out here. We got a little bit of some going on. And we're going to take this large container. We're going to set it right over there. And we're going to make it fall under there. There we go. And we're going to put this right up here. And as you can see, oh, I forgot we left this lithium over here too. That's too funny. We got to get that lithium out of there. And we've got some stuff here. Now, this has actually stopped for some reason, even though it should be running. Oh, that's not on. That's why it stopped. Look at that. See, way up at the top? It's I had an extra one, so I put it way up in the top to extract way up there, which is a fun way of doing that instead of feeding it down here. But it is kind of nice to feed it down here, too, because if you have a large container, this is going to feed it right in there. Now, the other thing we could do is we could take that one off the top here, like that, and then it's going to start right back up again because that had filled the top, and this extractor doesn't grab it from that high, or this auto arm does not grab it from that high, or we had the auto arm turned off, which in this case was off. So I'm going to turn it back on. Now what it's going to do is it's going to grab all of the stuff from here, and that's got a lot of iron, and that's going to feed that iron in that large container. It's just going to set it and forget it. We're going to take this iron with us, and we're going to put this right down here where we utilize that position. Again, a lot less obstructive of your view when it's like that, I think. And then we want to also use one of our medium storage silos that we brought you know, just collect a little extra, right? A little extra something, something. Right over here. And so we're going to get that. Oh, we're going to get our booty up off on that ramp. There we go. Oh, you hear that noise? Whoop. That means that it just collected one. And so we look in there. And, oh, it's actually collected 4 so far because we put some in there already. And then it collected that one. And so what happens is it extracts it, right? Extracts all that iron. Extracts it. And then it pops up here in the front and then goes to the top. Then this auto arm goes up there, grabs it, takes it, puts it in the container, and then it just continuously runs. You're like, well, Kismet, how can you power that and keep that running for so long? Well, that's what the RTGs do. You need 2 RTGs. One RTG is helping out with the auto extractor, and the other RTG is helping out with the auto arm. But you have a lot of excess power. That's a lot of excess power. But you don't have enough to run both of them with just one RTG. You need a second RTG to run both of the auto arm and the thing, and so you can just set it and forget it as we do. And of course, we have it marked as well with our beacon, and that is going to run for a really, really long time. That's going to run for hours if you have enough stuff to extract. And that is a big node, as you can see by the green line there. That's a very, very large node. So now that we got that squared away, let's go work on the next thing. How you doing today, Kismet? Happy Monday, by the way, everyone. Happy Monday to you as well. Thanks for coming in. I below 0, but my PC doesn't have a strong enough graphics card to play it, so I'm hoping to get a new one soon. Hey, fingers crossed for you, bro. Fingers crossed. Hope it happens. Maybe you'll win one of those awesome NVIDIA ones. I'll be looking at NVIDIA's Twitter, by the way. Maybe you'll win. I have terrible RNG. I never win any of that stuff. I know how that feels, everybody. My RNG is the worst. Like I go, you're playing World of Warcraft back in the day, right? And you're going for your drops. You're trying to get you high-level armor. I'm always the last one to get it. I'm trying to collect wolf pelts. Everybody else, they got 8 wolf pelts. I got 1. That's how my RNG is, but that's okay. You got to know that about yourself. You got to know that. And you're like, all right, I'm just going to have to accept that I have terrible RNG. So, hey, you never know. Maybe, hopefully you win some. I'd love to have them as a sponsor of my stream. I'd give away them right here, too. I love giving away stuff. I give away tons and tons of loot here in the stream. But I don't think I'm big enough for NVIDIA to even care. But I love NVIDIA. I got NVIDIA cards and everything. I have a 1080 as well as I have a 1060 as well. I love them. They're rock solid. Put them in. And like I always say, set it and forget it, right? That's what you want with your computers. That's what you want with your microwave. That's what you want with your fridge, with your washer, with your dryer, with your computer games. You want to just set it up and then not have to worry about it, because worrying about stuff sucks. I have to worry about a lot of other things, and I would rather not have to worry about those things. You know what I mean? You got to worry about your life. You got to worry about all your things, and especially, like me as a streamer, I have to worry about a lot of stuff behind the scenes, what's going on with it, and is it being taken care of, and all of that stuff. I have to do a lot of that. Those are the endless hours that nobody ever sees of me doing that stuff, for sure. Okay, so we brought another large platform here. So we can utilize these, and I forgot I already had an extra one there, and I think I might have an extra one in the other one, so maybe we'll use those. Oh, wait, those are for our new thing. That's what that is. That's for our new extractor. That's what those were for. So I forget what the heck I'm doing. All right, we've got another large resource container here. Let's go take that where we need it to go. And that is that way or this way. I really need to get these squared away on which is which. I think I put a little thing there. See, that's telling me that's a mine. All right, this is my mine down here. All right, let's go. I love the vehicles in this game, by the way. They are pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. Oh, look at all that love in the chat. A little emote love. Whoa, watch where you're driving, Kismet. You gotta look out when you let me drive. It's all on. So thanks for coming in and hanging out. Now go show WWZ some love over there, everybody. If you saw that link in the chat, scroll up a little bit there. Click that link. Go show him some love over there. Hit that follow button. Check him out next time he goes live. I appreciate everybody coming in and hosting my channel big time. All right, look at this. See, it was still extracting while we were away. Oh, we put it in my backpack there. But we definitely need our large container over here. And we're going to need a medium silo. Now, again, we go ahead and fire up this. Let's go ahead and prime that. I think I dropped it. right, sometimes you got to zoom out so you can see what you're doing. Because we want to keep this production going, right? We want to get as much of this going into there as we possibly can. I like to turn it this way so we can see. And that's going to keep running and running. And so we'll take another one here and we'll just kind of do a backup, right? We'll do a full silo and then a smaller medium silo. Another thing that we could do is we could go ahead and make a smaller silo to transfer this whenever we come to pick it up, which is one of the ideas I had. So that's why we brought some of these other ones, and I forgot to put it at the other spot. But to have a kind of an extra one over here, right? So if we want to, we could have a little small silo that we could use, and also we could have it run into there as well, because that's going to be 32 and this is going to be 24, right? But I feel like we probably would pick up that, and then we would run any of this. If it was less than 32, we would run it into the small one and then pick that up and take it with us and just leave the large one here so it continuously run. Now, again, always look at that little green, the little green thing here. If this starts to get tapped out, then I'm going to go ahead and move it to another location, and then we'll do it there. All right, now let's go ahead and jump in here. Now we just let that run. Nothing we need to do now. We let it run, come back. We could have grabbed some titanium stuff, but that's okay. We'll let it run. We're trying to get this stuff set up. And I don't want to run out of time here. I feel like we get this set up. I feel like mission accomplished today. Finally, a good afternoon, streamer. Who can describe? Yes, I can describe well. I love playing some Astroneer. So if you have some questions, suggestions, ideas for the stream, feel free to let me know. You can also let me know on my Discord if you'd like to come play with me on the mega server. We have Astroneer server #1. That's right, private server #1. Thanks to my awesome buddies at Nitrato for setting us up with that server. I appreciate it. And we play a lot of Astroneer on Mondays in here. So if you want to know what I'm playing on what days, you can go ahead and just check out that schedule right over there. What else are we doing? Hold on, we're putting that other canister out here. That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. We're just kind of setting this up so when we come back later, we'll have that. Now, here's the thing. If you think about it, I could come out here and put 10 large containers and just have everything feeding into those large containers if I wanted to. Like, if you look at this spot right here, and this is a primo spot for doing it, is if we just get right here, node, that's 2, there's 3, there's 4, there's 5 nodes. If I put in 5 extractors and then just had the auto arms feeding into a central area where I had tons of large containers, and we're going to do it one of these days. I'm going to do it right here. I can already see it in my mind. I know exactly what I'm going to do. And I'm going to have them all feeding into the thing, and we'll be making so much iron it'll be disgusting in such a fantastic way. It'll be fantastically disgusting. There you go. That we will just be collecting literally hundreds and hundreds of resources all in the same spot. And you can have them spread out all over if you want, or you can have them all together. So we'll go ahead and put this, I feel like I'm going to put this beacon over here, put this over here, and then put that like that. There we go. And this will allow us to transport our stuff back. And you're like, well, Kismet, why didn't you just bring a bunch of small, medium containers instead of bringing this silo? Right? And the reason why I bring the silo is because it's pretty cheap to make. You make it with titanium. Where this stuff over here, we didn't have enough of them when I didn't bring enough of them. But eventually I would probably do that. I would switch it with a medium resource container because that's all that's going to fit on that end piece. Or I would bring a larger table and then I would do a bunch of large ones. But the biggest limitation to that when you're using a whole bunch of large stuff is the range at which your auto arm can grab stuff and put stuff in, right? That's going to be an issue. Now, one of the things you can do is you could do the reverse, right? You could have where the auto arm is on its own table. Then you could have a very large table which has all of the big ones on there, right? Except for one of these. And what it's doing is it's taking it and feeding it onto the silo. And then when it hits the silo, guess what these containers are going to do? It's going to grab it and put it into the silo. So every time it puts it over there, it's going to grab it off of the small silo and put it into a container. And then you could literally collect 400, 800, 1,000, 10,000, whatever. How much ever you can, how many ever extractors you got, is how much resource you can gather, right? And I get this all the time. Kismet, how much resources do you want me to gather? All of it. All of what? All of iron? No, I mean all of it from everywhere. That's what I want. I want all the resources because that's going to let me build all of the cool stuff and continue to build it up and on forever. All right. Speaking of building cool resources, let's get over here and let's see if we can get our graphite going. Now imagine having gigantic canisters full of graphite. That's one of the things that I always feel like I'm running out of all the time. Graphite, ammonium, those are classic examples of early game stuff that you're constantly running out of. All right, now I remember there was some graphite around here somewhere, but I don't exactly remember. So what we're going to do is we're just going to go take a little peek. Right now, I could drive my vehicle up here if I wanted to. But I do remember there was a ton of graphite somewhere. And if we can't find it, you know what we'll do? Is we'll just go ahead and look around for it. Now, we got some ammonium up here. Ooh, boy, look at that ammonium. She is a thing of beauty. We could be extracting all of that and that resin. We could be getting that. Oh, more resin over there. Look at all this sweet, sweet loot. Look at that resin. Over here, look at this. We got more ammonium. And we've got compound. These are all basics. Compound, you have tons of that on there. We got ammonium over there. I mean, resin over there. We got some research right there. I don't need research. I've got so much resource. I'm good. But we don't see any graphite. Now, this place actually does have good, huge sources of graphite. So you do want to keep that in mind of what is your best resources on what planet. Now, you also need to keep in mind that you might run out of oxygen, so watch out for that. Watch out for that for sure. So I don't see it there. Maybe it's over there. Maybe it's over there. Maybe, look, there's a road right there. Let's go figure that out. Now, a great thing to do is to go ahead and bring your vehicle. All right, so we can go ahead and take our vehicle here, and we can do some fun things with this particular vehicle, like make roads. So you can put a paver on it, which I've done right here. And you can see I've made a little road that takes me in this direction. And we can drive our way up here. And we can kind of look around for resources as we go. Well, there's some resources up there. Not the resource we're looking for, but that's some resources. And we can just kind of drive around a little bit on this road that I made, which kind of seems like it just goes in a circle. But it's actually, I was looking for the iron, which I eventually found. But it also acts as like a freeway, right? So you can just kind of use it as a freeway to go look around and see. You're like, oh God, kids, we're going to get lost. But we can look back that way and see our beacons, right? Oh, it's over there. But if they're behind a mountain, you can't see them as well. So watch out for that, everybody. Make sure you give yourself enough beacons. So as we were driving around, I thought we had seen some graphite, but apparently not. Maybe that was on a different playthrough on a different planet. I don't know. I can't remember. But let's head back over this way and say, you know what? We're going to have to go on a little adventure and look for some graphite. Let's do it. And you're like, Kismet, what about this thing? What is this thing here? Why is that there? And what does it do? One of these days, I'll tell you. No spoilers. No spoilers. You want to figure it out for yourself, because the second you do, you'll be like, oh, that's awesome. Oh, yeah. We'll get those going eventually. Eventually. I actually like them not powered up, because that's what you do. You power them up. I like them. They actually act as a great wayfinder. Ginormous beacons that help you find your way. All right, what else are we going to do? We're going to get our canisters here, because for some reason, again, I need to put soil canister. Let's put that on the list. Soil canister, or medium soil canister. Medium. To make list. Astroneer. Let's do it. I like making lists. It's easier for me to organize my thoughts. Let's see. Medium soil canister. For the name of this planet is Glacial. Glacial. There we go. So I need a medium soil canister, and that'll remind me. I have it right underneath this stream up there, in a little notepad that I remind myself of this stuff. All right. Now, if you are enjoying the stream, go ahead and hit that follow button, everybody. Become part of the Teamwork Tycoons. Appreciate you coming in, hanging out in the stream. Let's do it. Okay, we got that. We got our canister over here, which we're going to need. I feel like we need to go on top of, not that mountain. Let's go this way. Let's go that way, which we haven't really been. I think we haven't really been that far that way either. But let's just go ahead, turn this around, and I'm going to go up on top of this mountain. And you're like, Kismet, it's like a mountain. How are you going to get up there with this big vehicle? Well, I just happen to have on the front of my vehicle, right over here, one of my favorite things they've added to the game, this thing right here called a paver. And I've also got a drill, right? Now, I've got drill strength 1, which we should really up that. But we're going to go ahead and use this to actually make a road to the top of the mountain. How cool is that, right? Isn't that neat? That is so fantastic. What a fantastic game mechanic. Absolutely home run right there. So there we go. So we made our way up to the top of the mountain. It allows us to look around, look for them resources, and say, where are our resources at? Now, just so you know, we can also go underground and look for these resources as well. There are many different layers to the planet, and you can actually go to the center or the core of the planet as well. But I love to get surface resources first, because those are among your easiest resources to get set up and then come back and collect and whatnot. I'm not really seeing it there. So maybe we need to go in the opposite direction. We might need to go north there. And let's go ahead and just back down here. Spin this baby around. And let's go see what's over here. Now, we've already got a mountain there. We've already gone that way. We've already gone this way. And where's our... Wait, no. This way is our... This is our mine. So actually, this is the good way to go. Like this. And we're just going to go ahead, again, start our paver. Now, what we're doing is we're collecting dirt, and we're also using dirt at the same time. So we're collecting dirt, and it's making a paved road. It's like Road Maker 5.0. That's what you do a lot of in Astroneer. You make roads, and you're flattening stuff and all of that. It's very, very, very fun. And I love doing it. It does take a little bit of practice and learning to get the directions and everything down. But I do like to make a road that's a little bit set down, so it's pretty obvious that it's a road that I made versus a road in the game. And I do like to go north-south roads, east-west roads, that kind of stuff, and go completely around the entire planet making roads, because it's fun. We got some stuff over there. We got a big horn over there. Got some more iron out here. I don't need iron, but you know what? Let's go collect some iron the easy way. You ready? We don't have to wait around for that thing to run. You know what we do? We just drill right through the resource. It grabs the resource and it puts it on the side or in whatever container that we have. So there we go. No graphite yet, though. I'm surprised. Usually there's so much graphite in here, you're tripping over it every 2 seconds. So let's back up a little bit and look around. There's a big horn out there. Hold on, let's go grab it just for fun. I don't really use the horns, but they're funny. So let's do it. I love these little things. I love little stuff like that in games. It makes it a lot of fun. And you're like, well, Kismet, what is this thing over here? Well, this thing over here is a field research unit, meaning that it's like a kind of like a drop pod. And if we go ahead and take our vehicle and we run it right over here, we're going to line it up onto there. And I find this is always the easiest way to do this. Now, of course, you can make like different things you can put down on the ground like this. And we can run that in there. And we can power it up that way. Right? But that uses up resources. So we're going to turn that off. Take that out. We also got our RTG. We can use our vehicle to plug into there. And watch as it powers it up. Gonna take a minute. Power it up and we'll watch what happens. Meanwhile, we'll look around for some graphite. I don't see any. I don't see any graphite. You're hiding here somewhere. I know I'm going to find a big, huge amount of it when I'm not looking for it. Whenever you're looking for it, that's the hardest time to find it. When you're not looking for it, you get tons of it. You're tripping over it. Can't get rid of it. Look out! Cool. All right, so we open that up using power. Now, sometimes you use resources. Sometimes you do, like you need a certain sustained power and whatnot. But now we got this research technology, which we can take back with us. And your research technology is how you unlock all the stuff. Now, I've already unlocked pretty much the bulk of all the stuff that I use all the time. And so we don't really need research, but that's a great way to do that. And this research is worth a lot more than just grabbing the normal little surface resource that you'll see around from time to time. All right. Kind of feel like I'm going to go over here and shape this out. Now, also, you're going to see a lot of debris around that you'll find laying on the ground. We saw some over there. And I like to get up nice and high. Whoa, look at all that over there. Oh, look at that. There's a little seat down there. It's debris, though. But look at that. It looks like it's been shaped out. Someone was over there collecting that iron. Man. Somewhere there's a vehicle here, by the way. There's a vehicle here somewhere that another person was on the server and they collected tons of resources and then the server reset. And then we don't know where it's at. And the person never come back, so I don't know where they had extracted it from. So, yeah, that's a little tough. A little tough trying to figure that out. But look at that. There's a whole bunch extracted there, too. Yeah, that was all extracted out as well. All right, well, nothing, no stuff there. Let's back this up. And let's take a stop right there. And then we'll go take another look up here. Again, I like to stop every now and again and look around. I feel like that's always the easiest way. I got ammonium up here, some not graphite, but resin. We're looking for graphite. I'm just so surprised. I know I saw some that was near the base. And the funny thing is, see, I'm not going to find it right now. I'm going to find it later after I set a whole entire thing up. That's what's going to happen. But you know what? Let's just keep going straight. Hear that noise? That noise means that I'm running out of soil because I'm using these soil containers that are in the back here to collect soil, and then I'm redistributing it into here. So let's cut out a bunch of this. You see the yellow line? That yellow line is saying, hey, that is how much soil you have. Great way to, or orange line, I guess. Great way to know how much soil you have. So let's go ahead and do this. Try to keep this road going nice and straight, but also we'll have it go up and over the mountain. Now, if you take out something like this and it's in your way, then you go ahead and just wait for it to clear. Now, another thing that's going to be in your way is another one of these things, and you can actually push these with your vehicle somewhat. Now, there's also a thing where you can tow these. There's a tow line. I just keep bumping it until it gets out of my way. And you're like, well, Kismet, it's got research in it. Again, once you stop looking for research, then you're not looking at those things anymore. You don't need them. All right, graphite. Where are you hiding? Ah, there's some more iron down there. Lots of iron. Zero graphite today. All right, we're just going to go driving around a little bit here. What we got? Man, we got nothing. What is up with Glacio today? There's something funky chicken going on up in here. Where is all my graphite? Glacio is a fantastic place for graphite normally. Obviously, very unlucky today. Let's get back into place here. I like to keep my roads as straight as possible. If you start deviating on your roads and you start like all over the place, it's hard to find your way back. And it's also hard for other people to find their way back as well. Because you got all these side roads that you know about, but other people do not know about those side roads, and they don't know where those roads went and why you went down that road and all of that. That could become a problem. So let's just keep going in whatever direction this is. Now, sometimes I'll make a north-south road or east-west road and whatnot. A little loud. Seems a little loud. I would turn that up for Fallout every time and then just loud for every other game. Come on, Glacio, give up that graphite. It's getting really far away from my base, too. I try to have it really close to my base, or you can establish a secondary base wherever you find it. Now, normally you're going to find it up on the top. So let's go ahead and just straight up we go. Going to find it high up on mountains. Tons of ammonium. Maybe we'll switch over to ammonium. All right, we don't find it, we'll go ammonium. That's okay. Plenty of other graphite on other planets as well. Collecting a little extra resources there on just by accident. Trying to get up higher, so we're kind of at level. Yeah. Man, again, when you're looking for a resource, man, I tell you, it's the hardest thing to find. Normally, you got to just spread all over the place on this planet. There, look, that takes us to another beacon, so we can take this road to the beacon when we're ready to power those up. Some iron over there. Oh, hold on now. Hold on, Kismet's got an eagle eye. Kismet's got an eagle eye, everybody. Hello, graphite! Oh, never give up, never surrender. We got some graphite, and we're ready to tap it. All right, everybody, while I run back and get some stuff I need to tap that resources, I'm going to go ahead and put this off to the side and mark where we're at. And I don't have a beacon. I have to go back and get a beacon and bring it over here. We'll put that over there. Now, this stuff right here will keep on us for the way back. We'll offload that when we get to the back. All right, there we go. We know where to go now. And we're going to head back this way. And while I'm driving back, we'll go ahead and do a battle. Let's go ahead and do a nice Stream Raiders battle. Oh, man, we're going to get some gold. Get that gold, everybody. Get it. JC Henner coming in to battle. Kismet to battle. Oh, man, I got some serious air on that one. That was fun. All right, everybody. Nice. All right, I gotta do multiple things at the same time. I gotta drive forward while I'm also making sure I don't fall and die. And grant you guys some rewards. Whoa! Holy mackerel, can't see where I'm going. Let's see, the Blue Pixie getting some love. Furious Jason coming in, getting that love. Hair Lua coming in also. And Nushki. Hey, Nushki, you getting some Paladin Scrolls. And Zebra coming in like a boss. Overall MVP of getting that gold. Guess what? More gold. Let's do it. More gold for all of you. Let's keep these battles going. I'm going to go right here in that center part. Come and join us, streamcaptain.com. Super fun to play. Come and join us, everybody. Super, super fun. Hey, Kismet, when you find graphite, are you going to go back to base to get auto extractor? Yes, that's what I'm doing right now. That is what I'm doing. To go back and get that extractor, I'm going to take this thing off the back and put that auto extractor in. Now, see this right here? See how when you're on a server, sometimes you have to wait. Do not go into that. I have tested it, and what happens is all of a sudden, whoop, you start to fall to the next level, then it starts to fill in, and you are encapsulated inside the ground. So give the server a minute to catch up, like that, because you do not want to end up falling into the ground, unless you want to end up falling to the ground. I mean, it's your deal, right? You go for it. All right, we'll put this over here. I do not have another beacon. Huh. Where do I got a beacon? You know, I'm going to scalp this beacon from this vehicle for now. And we'll take that with us. And you're like, well, Kismet, you got a beacon on the back. Well, that beacon is for this vehicle, and I need a beacon that tells me, hey, this is where my resources are. So we're going to go ahead and grab our auto extractor. And we're going to auto extractorate it right there. All right, there we go. You know what? This I'll put on my backpack for now. If I got the room. I don't have the room. I got tons of lithium. You're like, Kismet, you can't even get lithium on this planet. How'd you get lithium on here? Well, I brought it from another planet, obviously. And that's why it's in my backpack. Also, let's go ahead and do this. We're going to need to take our 2 tables with us. I don't think we didn't bring any RTGs. We'll have to go back and get some of those. That's okay. I got a bunch of those already pre-made. Right there, looking good. We'll get this set up and we'll come back. All right, so I'm going to put that temporarily in my backpack. And there we go. And you're like, well, Kismet, you could have made a trailer and you could have put it all on the different trailers and stuff. I could have. But I didn't. So there you go. All right, so let's go this way. Let's hope this was the way of which it was. I think it was. Let's go find out. Yeah, we're going by the horn. Horn's a dead giveaway. And I feel like if you just go in one direction, eventually you're going to run into that resource. It works pretty good, especially when you're underground. If you I just come down the ramp and then I just keep going that way, and eventually I will run into it. Now, obviously, you'd like to get the one closest to your entrance. That would be awesome. But it also, look at that, just taking us right toward that beacon. Look at that. Oh, that's going to be great later on. Look at, we got a little slalom going on now. See, of me shaping the road. And look how nice it is, too. You're not bumping around all over the place and whatnot. You just got your road going on. Oh, you see all that ammonium down in there? See, while it's loading, you can kind of see inside there all that ammonium and whatnot. This definitely needs to be worked on. This performance level stuff, but it allows you to see all the nodes down in there while it's loading. Little look at all that. Look at all that down in there. And I don't know why it does that, why it takes so long, and why it kind of glitches like that. I don't know. Maybe if I'm out of my vehicle, it won't do it as much. Maybe it's a vehicle thing. I don't know. I don't know. It kind of feels like a vehicle thing to me. All right, we'll take all this out. Take that out. Any day now. There we go. We'll grab our vehicle. Actually, I think it's probably good. Actually, right there. So we'll grab this. We'll put it up here, and we're going to use an auto extractor. Now, these auto extractors are awesome. Part of the new automated update as well. But the graphite is on the side here, right? Now, I don't want to shape this out because if I shape it out, it's going to actually remove some of the resources that I could extract. So I'm going to put this down here like this and unpack it. Watch out when you unpack it. It might go flying. But we're going to take it. We're going to set it right here. We're going to look at it. Okay, well, it's got a really low amount of resources there because it's green. Now, if we take it, we put it on the side, which you can. You can just stick it on the side there. Move it down a bit and then put it there. How much that got? Actually, about the same. Maybe just a teensy more. All right, so what you're looking for is you're looking for a really fantastic place to put that where that green is very, very large. All right, so I'm going to say somewhere, it's the same as this over here. All right, it's very, very low. But the one on the side definitely has a bit more. I mean, it's not filling it all the way up, but it's filling it up. Now, another thing we can do is we can go underground and look for it down there and have it extracted there. You can do that on your primary planet, too, to get graphite. There's a whole bunch of resources down under the ground that you can extract. So that's a little bit more, but it is a little awkward to build my thing down there. So I'm going to go ahead and just do it right up here. We're just going to set it and forget it. Anyway, I'm going to shape a little bit of this up here to get rid of these rocks. I'm going to flatten this out by holding down Control, making that a little bit easier for me to utilize. And then we're going to come over here to our vehicle. And maybe make a little bit of a manual ramp here for me to run up and down. Now watch out you don't run out of oxygen, everybody. Make sure you got a vehicle nearby. You got some oxygen filters or an oxygenator so that you don't suffocate. Alrighty. And now we have two tables for a purpose. One table is for collecting and one table is for power. Now my power one I usually put pretty close. By the way, these tables, just to use a kind of next level thinking, you can stick right on the side too. Right? Use that next level thinking, everybody. You can stick them on the side of stuff too. In fact, I could make something like this, holding down Option, move it up, make a little wall there. Put it on the wall, right? Next level building right there, everybody. Now, I rarely do that, though it is fun sometimes. But sometimes there's no real need to do it. I don't do stuff unless I feel like there is an actual need. I'm going to rotate this around so we can see the output. There we go. And then what we want to do is we want to run the power into there. Now, if you have the power like this, you can try to do that and see if it snaps. Sometimes it will. But me, I'll just shape it out so I can see it. There we go. Makes it nice and easy. Easy peasy. Now, that's going to be our power there. And that one's going to grab our power. Now, this one over here is going to grab the resources and bring it back and put it into container. Now, right now, we don't have any containers, and we don't have any power, and we don't have an auto arm. So those are things that we're going to need to add to come back and get that. So let's make a little list of what we need for this. So we need an auto arm. So let's do that, auto arm. All right, and we're going to need 2 RTGs. So 2 RTGs. What else are we going to need? We're going to need a large container. Large container. Uh-oh, we're going to die because we're writing stuff out. We don't run back over here to our ship. Remember, your vehicles act as an oxygenator. What else? So we need a large container. Maybe 2 small containers. There we go. And I think that should be good. Oh, and a beacon. We're going to use our beacon out here so we know where this is at. Oh, it's in my backpack. I can actually take my other vehicle beacon out, so just because I lose track of where my vehicle is. And then we go ahead and put a beacon over here. Now, I like to put a beacon on the thing, and then I'll turn it to red. And that makes it super easy for us to do that. And you're like, well, Kismet, how could you tell in what direction that particular resource is while you're doing it? I'm going to actually also leave a silo here, too. What the heck? There we go, since we have a bunch of extra of those. How could you tell? Well, what I like to do is I like to put one of those resources that points me in that particular direction, right? And I could put a big arrow. I could, you know, make myself a note. There's a lot of different ways you could figure that out. Look at all this stuff. Look at all this cool stuff over here that we could grind up and make into other resources, if we so desire. There's like an invisible something there. Huh. There's an invisible something there. It won't let me destroy it. All right, let's head back. Whoop, whoop. Catch that air. Oh, tires aren't even touching the ground. Let's go. And again, this is why you see me kind of cut down a little bit, because it's easier. It also acts as railings on the side when you're going. So if you do, you hit it and then you're bumping off the sides. Makes it a bit easier. Also, it's pretty obvious. If someone comes here and they land and they're running along and they go, oh, there it is. I'll go that way. Oh, that comes to an end. Oh, I'll go this way. And that'll lead me back, hopefully, to the base. Which is why you don't see me put a whole bunch of beacons in between, because it's unnecessary, because there's only one road. If there was multiple roads, then I would start beaconing the heck out of this thing, or, you know, telling yourself, like, hey, how do I get back to the base? You put a big arrow and you point it. You shape in an arrow that says go that way, or you can shape in, you know, like an arrow into the ground. A lot of things you could do. I'm kind of tempted to get, like, because you can actually use different colors of soil as well. So you could go in and you could change the color and make it a yellow arrow going in that direction, which would be cool, which would tell you the direction of the base. I don't know. Maybe I'll do that at some point. But for right now, we want to get that fired up. So let's get back on our vehicle. Do we need to take this with us right now? We do need to bring another one of these to Aatrox. So you know what? Let's bring this with us. And we've got our leftover iron there. We're going to bring that with us as well. Let's make sure we stop by Aatrox and drop that off. Let's go. Let's do it, everybody. And again, come join us for some Stream Raiders. We're having lots of fun. All right, and that's the specific reason I brought the auto extractor, by the way, is to use it with that graphite. That's why I made it in the first place. And I don't run around with the auto extractor in the back, and the reason why I don't do that is because there's a trucks there. Is because it's so big, it blocks your view. The view when you're in the vehicle is a little rough. I feel like that could use some developer love. That could definitely use some developer love too. But that could use some dev love on how your interface is. I would much prefer the interface to, like, when you get in there and you turn it on, the interface goes, and then it's like in the center, like a heads up, like it's like a little screen comes on and goes heads up display, right? I mean, you could do that real easy in a space game, right? You know, that's part of canon. And then like a little heads up display comes on your visor, just like, you know, if you're watching Iron Man or something. I feel like that would be a great mechanic that would make the mining and the shaping a lot easier, even to show an elevation level, right? So it comes in, you're seeing your thing that allows you to go up and down, but also if you see the elevation of the terrain in that thing too, so you can see what angle that you're going at, even if you're completely obstructed by everything, you could see what's going on ahead of you. Or another way to do it is to do a camera, right? Instead of you being third person and trying to do it, you could put a camera on the front of it. And then it's like a mining and paving cam. So you could, in theory, it's first person, but it's really you're looking through a camera while you're doing it. So that's another excellent idea for that mechanic as well. And it does stay with the lore, and it stays in the, of course, you make it in such a way that it is very system era oriented. like something that they would make if they were, the corporation themselves. All right, let's see how we're doing over here. Holy moly! Look at that! Hooah! All right, that's a lot of that. We ain't ever going to use all of that, but we got a lot of it. Now, how are we doing over here? Well, this tells you, look how much... That running? That is running. Look how much helium it's gotten done versus how much methane it's gotten done, right? This is methane. Yeah, this is methane, and this is helium. Helium is the thing we need the most. That's for titanium alloy. Over here, not titanium alloy, for nanocarbon alloy. And methane, use a bit of that. But yeah, that's going to fill up way before this one is. Way, way before that one finishes it. Got plenty of power. Rock solid. Oh, wait, we're a little deficient on power, actually. Look at that. Oh, that's a little deficient on power. See, the way I can tell is if you look real closely on the side there, you see a little bit of red. When you see that little bit of red, that means that this is draining all the power, and this one's not getting enough power, which is why it's not producing as much. That's why you gotta have a close eye for those visual clues. So yeah, not good. Not good. That means we actually need more RTGs here. Well, that's okay. We'll go back and get some. Did we put that one on there? We did. And so we need, well, let's say another RTG for this. So we'll make a note of that. That we need also an RTG. 6 RTG for Aatrox. There we go. And again, good to have like a little shopping list or crafting list going, because it does help you a lot. That's probably a good tip in any game to remind yourself of what you're trying to make. Rotisserie T coming in, says, afternoon all, happy space exploration and moon day. Is that really what it is today, Rotisserie? Well, guess what? I think we're on it. I think we're on it. We're playing Astroneer on the appropriate day, aren't we? On the correct day for sure. Let's go ahead and get this going on. What else are we going to do? Let's see. We're landing. We're looking for our base. I want to click on my base and I want to go to it. Let's do it. Got to kind of go around the world a little bit. How are we doing on time? Oh, we're doing good. We're doing good. Having some fun up in here, playing some games. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out. Also, thanks to my mod, Nushki, backing me up today. Nushki, by the way, my longest mod right now. My longest mod, who has been with me forever. And she had my very favorite inspiring quote or favorite comment of all time here in the stream. Hey, Kismet, I made a Twitch account because of you. And that is a super kind thing to say. I always will remember that until my very last minute on this planet. I feel like that is one of the highest compliments you can get. That you took all that extra effort to make a Twitch account and all of that stuff just to watch my stream. And I greatly appreciate that. That kind of sentiment and that kind of loyalty. Also a super kind and wonderful person, by the way. Nushki. Very, very kind. Very rarely a unkind word. Or actually, I don't think I've ever heard her say an unkind word, now that I think about it. If I think about it, I don't think she's ever said anything mean ever. In all the years that I've known her for many, many years. Never once. But she is Canadian, though. So, I don't know. Maybe all Canadians are like that? I don't know. Nushki is a fantastic representation of Canadians because she is super sweet. So there you go. There you go, peeps. So show Nushki some love in the chat. She's awesome. Oh, look at that fiery love right there. That's cool. Wow, that's a beautiful icon. Yeah, Flame Hopper channel. Hopper love. Look at that. Oh, it's kind of like hands, too. If you look at it real close, it's like doing the heart thing. Like that. It's not just a heart in a flame. It's like this. At least that's what I see in it. It's like people, because it looks like thumbs at the bottom. At least to me. I don't know. I don't know if that was intentional or not, but beautifully, beautifully done icon. I love graphics, by the way. I love all types of graphics. I look at emotes all the time. Whoever did that emote, GG. GG on that emote. All right, over here, we're firing up some more iron, because, hey, why not? We'll let that fire up. Now, one of the cool things about using these silos, by the way, is the fact that it will do the iron, and when it's done with the iron, it'll put it right back onto the silo. As opposed to when you use the canisters, it's got nowhere to go. So silos are really great for that reason, that you can just throw all the resources on there, and then it will just fire up and then replace itself as it goes. So it won't stop. You don't have to sit there and keep watching it. Speaking of things we should keep watching. let that run. All right, we got a laundry list of stuff to make. I think we have enough time to make it happen. So let's get into it. What to make? We need a medium soil canister for Glacio. Let's do that first because that's the thing I keep forgetting. Medium soil canister. All right, fire her up. Bam. That's off and running. Okay, what else? We need an auto arm. Now, actually, I think I saw an auto arm over here as part of our extra resources. Yeah, right there. Right there is an auto arm. All right, let's just put that right up in there. Carry that around. In fact, let's take this whole thing with us. Right over here. Oh, I should get the jetpack going on too. We got plenty of hydrazine now. Typically, I don't make the jetpack until we have plenty of hydrazine so we can make our power. But let's get that going. We also need a large container, which is already kind of fired up here. So let's go ahead and make another one of those. Right there. And yeah, let's make a jetpack. That sounds fun. But first, let's stay on target on what we need here. Let's see. Medium soil container, an auto arm that we already got. What else? 2 RTGs. Those we got easy. Right over here. Do I got room in my backpack? I do. All right, let's run over here. And let's just grab a whole bunch of RTGs because guess what? Look at this. Booyah! Ha ha! I love seeing tons of extra RTGs there. We'll just grab 2 of them just in case. I always love to have an RTG on my vehicle as well because you don't have to worry about power as much. So 2 RTGs there. What else do we need? Let's see. A large container. We're making that right now. 2 small containers. All right, let's make those right over here if we have the resources. So let's see. Small container. Oh, medium resource canister is actually what it's called. We need glass and we need plastic. Ooh, there's our large container. So let's get some glass and let's get some plastic. Bring that right over there. Put that right up in there. All right. This is rubber. And this is plastic. And I actually see some more plastic up there. There we go. Let's grab that plastic. Now, I don't just have those running all the way out. I only kind of make one, and then when I need it, then I grab it. But there we go. We need glass, which we definitely have some of that. I know we had some over here that we were making. There we go. And we don't have enough room here, so let's grab this out. Grab one of those. And start one there. And it just grabs it out of my backpack, and then we can grab the glass there. And we can go ahead and do this over here. So we make 2 of them at the same time. Medium resource container. There we go. Now, if we had set those both up at the same time, I could have just pressed this button, by the way. And it would have done both of them. All right. It's medium canister. And we'll wait for that next one. How much? 9 minutes on that battle. There we go. Philip coming in, hanging out. Good to see you, Philip, by the way. Love that emote. All right. Put that in there. Put our glass back in. And how we doing? Any resource? We got another plastic. So you know what? Let's just put this plastic up here for next time. Right? Maybe we should put a little bit of glass up there for next time too. Let's do it. All right, I got an extra soil container on me for some reason. I think that was from my vehicle. This thing's all funky chicken. There we go. Looking good. Okay. I feel that was it, right? Last thing was an RTG for Artrox. Oh, we need another RTG. That's right. We need 2 RTG and then another RTG for Atrox. Well, let's get that. You know what? Let's err on the side of caution. And let's just, instead of 1 more, let's get 2 more. So we'll have that as well. All right, that's it. Look how easy that was to do, right? When you have all the resources on queue, you're good to go. Oh, wait, hold on. Let's check that rocket fuel, everybody. Oh, we're getting low. Oh, I was going to make a jetpack. Hold on, let's go make jetpack, too. While we're at it. And I think they unlocked the jetpack already. I normally don't unlock the jetpack till way later game. Right here, yeah, we got the jetpack. Hydrogen, we got to need some titanium alloy. Oh, we got to set it up off. We got to set it up off over here. Let's see, titanium alloy. Going to need some graphene. To do graphene, we're going to need graphite. Graphite is the very thing that we're trying to extract right now. See how everything's interconnected? I love that. I love this interconnect. You know what? I could make some graphite in the thing over here, right? But I'm not going to. I'm going to go actually and extract it, and I feel like the jetpack will be our reward, right? That'll be our reward today, is to go and get that graphite and whatnot. Now, you can find graphite on your planet here, your starter planet, Sylvia. It's going to be up in the mountains, and we can put an extractor up there as well. But I kind of feel like it's kind of fun to put it on other planets as well. So let's go ahead and do it on Glacio. If we find a better spot, maybe we'll get it from that spot as well. Glacio is a really great spot to get a lot of stuff. Normally, you find a lot of graphite at the surface level of the planet. Don't ask me why it does that weird stuff. I don't know. Oh, wait, I was going to get some hydrazine. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, we might be in trouble. We might have to go steal some hydrazine from over here. I forgot. That was what I'm going to grab. I was going to grab the hydrazine. I thought, well, I'll grab the jetpack first and then grab the hydrazine. But we might have to go scalp some fuel from over here because we're out of fuel now. We might be walking now. We'll see. If he's out of fuel over there, we're bumming. Look, we just used up the last of our fuel to land. Let's hope, everybody. Let's hope he's using a hydrazine thruster and he's got some extra hydrazine. Let's pray. Because we were going to land over in that other spot and then we'd be stuck there anyway. So we might as well, you know, roll the dice and take the chances. The answer is yes. The answer is yes. And he's got enough hydrazine to take off and get back to the planet. So we'll take that. And we're good to go. There's another reason why you shouldn't build your base separate. There we go. All right. It's been glitching out on me. I hope they fix these glitches soon. Gotta go back in. Glitchy, glitch, glitch. No worries, Nishki. No worries. Here we go. Let's see. Pyre says, hi, all. Today I started Astroneer game, the first in years, and I'm looking at Kismet's base, and I'm a lot of questions. Well, there you go. Ask away. I don't mind questions at all. I love talking to chat. It's one of my favorite things to do. If you're a streamer and you don't like talking to chat, you shouldn't be a streamer, I think. I feel like it's the reason why I stream. If they didn't have chat and you're just sitting here playing a game with no interaction, I would not be doing this. Absolutely not. I feel like it wouldn't be that entertaining. And it wouldn't be that, interactive. So I wouldn't bother. By the way, if I do nothing, I make the same amount of money that I do in the stream. Because I could be doing that for the last 5 years. I could have been doing nothing. And I would have net some, actually had more money because I invested lots and lots of money into it as well, over the years as well. So I would have net had more money had I done nothing versus doing this. But I also might be dead because I have sleep apnea and vertigo. Every night I go to sleep, I may not wake up. And I could have just laid in the bed until I wasted away. But I didn't choose that option. I choose, have a passion in life. Have something that drives you every day. Otherwise, that's what happens. That's why I'm not going to retire. I mean, I'll take my retirement, but I'm not going to retire, if you know what I mean. Because and I got to be 68 years old, by the way. I got 18 years still to go. 18 years still to go. I could raise another child in that time, which I am definitely not going to do. Three's my limit. That's enough. Yeah. So yeah, feel free to ask questions in the chat. Do you need storage drill for the large tractor on an ice planet? You do need a stronger drill. Yes, you do. The further you get in the planet's difficulty, the higher and higher drill that you should have. Though a lot of them you can get away with level 1 drills. And the same thing. Oops, hold on, I forgot to put it in the vehicle. How do I put it on the vehicle itself? There we go. All right. So we had to come over here. We had to scalp some fuel because I forgot to bring my fuel. Now, if he needs some fuel, I can always bring him some fuel as well if he comes back in. Whatnot. Yeah, so you do need, for the tougher and tougher planets, and while we're going around the planet here, we'll go ahead and take a look. Here in the planets, it's going to kind of tell you. If it's easy, that's a level 1 drill. Medium is a level 2 drill. right? Is what you should have optimally. And then hard would be a level 3 drill. Very hard would be a level 3, but you could still get away with a level 2. Here you cannot get away with a level 2. Or a level 1, sorry. You can't get away with level 1. In some places you can get away with level 2. When you go underground, you should definitely have that level 3 because it takes forever to drill through. But here, level 2, level 3 is much better. Level 2 or level 1, level 1, right? So that's what that difficulty is telling you. It's telling you what level drill you need and so on to be able to go through the earth. So that's where you can find it right there. You can also find out what resources it has. Does it have a good amount of power from solar or wind and all of that. Really fantastic to check out that Galactopedia. Helps you a lot. Or Astropedia. All right, we're here, everybody. It's time to party. Let's party in this baby. Let's go. Get that large container on there. Nice. I put anything in the side? No, I did not. All right, just double check. All right, we got to take all this stuff back on the way back. Hold on. Let's make a... Hey, Kismet. Oh, wait, that's an RTG. Not what I'm looking for. Where'd you go? I know I've got a bunch of extras. There we go. This is saying, hey, Kismet, clean up this mess later. That's what that's telling me, right? That's a reminder to myself. All right, so we're going to go this way because we know that way's to the steel. At least I know. But if someone else came along, they wouldn't know. They wouldn't know which way's what. And this way's down to go underground. And then this way right here is to go to our graphite. Now, how would they know that? They wouldn't know that. Normally what I would do is I would take a titanium and put it right here. Put a titanium there, or you could say, you could put a table here and put a titanium there, and then make a big arrow. You could do a lot of different things to kind of indicate what's down in that direction or what's in that direction. Like I could put graphite and then put a big arrow. I put the graphite on the top of it and put an arrow. That's where the graphite is, that way. I feel like that's a good way to communicate without having to actually tell somebody in-game. We're trying to develop as many of those here in the game. Of those unspoken, oh, I understand, without having to say anything to anybody. How can you make communication between people without having to say anything? All right, that's the real trick. Okay, there's some things I recognize, but some are not. For e.g., there's a device that blinks green when you interact with it. I wonder, what is that, I wonder? Well, there are logic systems in the game now. If you're not familiar with logic systems, they're called and/ors, or they're trigger-based systems, where, like, I have a button thing that I set down, and I click that button, and it activates both centrifuges at the same time. Yeah. Maybe you're running around in your vehicle, maybe your tractor, and you've got a little thing on the front that is producing power, and it fills up your little tractor. And so you could put a thing on the side of there, a little power regulator, that will go and look, and it will see if there's enough power in there. When your power runs out, your energy runs out on your tractor, it'll automatically turn on the generator until it fills it up, and then it will turn the generator off. Yeah, they got that in the game too. They've also got auto extractors, which you're about to see. Big auto extractors that are awesome. We're going to get those going on here in a second. Or actually this one. We've already got a bunch of them going. But we got this particular one. I kind of feel like I want to make my own little big vehicle road here. Let's do it. They've also got a paver, as you can see. Where I can literally just pave my way right up there. Now watch out, you don't go off the side, right? Watch out for that. I can pave myself right up there, makes it nice and easy. Now they've also added a lot of automation systems, like the ability to get a ginormous container here for us to use, right? Very cool, right? And then, of course, we need our auto arm, and they've added those. So you're going to see a lot of cool new stuff that they've added in the automation update. Here's our auto arm. Now, our auto arm, the green side, which you can see that, you can see just subtly, that's a green side over there, and the other side's a blue side. This is backwards. So green is the input side, so we want to rotate that around. Now you can see that's blue, and this is now tinted green. We want to aim at our extractor over here, and the reason why is we want to grab it, and we want to bring it back over here. Now, right now, it has no power, which is what we ran back to get some RTGs. Now, RTGs are endless power. If you've played the game at all the way through, that you know probably what an RTG is. That's an easy one. So I'll put our RTG in here, and now we got an RTG. And you're like, well, Kismet, why is it not starting up? Well, you got to press the on. You got to say go, right? You got to turn it on. And there it goes. Now it's starting to extract graphite. And now it's going to extract even further. And then we're going to turn our auto arm on, which I think we did. There we go, turn on. And we're going to turn that on, and now it's going to be watching that. And it's going to be watching it. Oh, look, it's not even extracting. It's extracting compound. What the heck? See, there's the thing that now tells me that I know the next step. The next step is they need to make it where the extractors extract only the thing you want it to extract, right? So there's another input or condition on there that you can put in there that says only extract what you want it to extract, right? I'm going to tell it to stop. I don't want it to extract that. I want it to extract that. I got plenty of that. I want it to extract this stuff right here. It's right over the top of it. Why is it not extracting it? That's because there's probably some more in there right now. Let's see what it's extracting now. There we go. Now it's extracting graphite. And again, I feel like there should be a limiter on there, which allows you to control that. Let's actually cut the power here. And we're going to go ahead and move this around a little bit now. That's because we got to move that over. And we want to do the power directly into it, because then the power is never going to stop. Never going to give you up. Like that. All right, there we go. Now this should be aiming at it where it is taking that and running it over here. There we go. Now it's extracting graphite. So I feel like that's also what it needs, because they have that ability on this. It'll only grab a certain resource by putting it into that center thing. So I feel like they might want to add that in there as well. Now I'm running out of oxygen, so I need to go stand over here. But we'll go ahead and let it run. I also feel like I should bring oxygenators to all of these, so people don't come over here and suffocate. You want to watch it. You want to make sure it does it for the first time. Right, there we go. Now look, this is it. That's producing that. I don't want it to grab that. I want it to grab that. And now if you roll over, it says it's holding graphite. And so now we're just going to let it run. And I'll probably watch it one more time just to make sure that it now grabs it. It extracts it, because it's going to extract, I don't know, about 100. And then each one, it extracts, the arm's going to grab it, and then the arm is going to feed it up there. So let's let this finish, and the second this is done, then we're going to do a battle here. Let's do it. Because you could be extracting two resources at the same time, by the way. If you put it over the top of it, it'll extract a whole bunch of one resource and then extract a bunch of the other resource. Apparently, there's some compound in there. I don't really like this node. I feel like this node's not very good. I feel like we'll probably find a much better node at some point. Oh, look, that's not grabbing it. See? If it's not grabbing it, there's something going on there. That's a red flag. Red flag, it didn't grab it. See, and that's why you don't walk away, because if you walk away, this thing's going to stop. And then when it stops, then you're going to be in trouble. I'm going to aim this up a little bit. We'll give a little bit of something like that. We'll see if it grabs it. And we're going to tell it to grab very specifically graphite by putting this into the center. That's what we want it to grab. And we'll turn it off and turn it back on. So it needs to aim at the item, which I think it's aiming at it. Kind of hard to see. I think it's just hitting it on the edge. Let's really get it lined up here. See, not grabbing it. If it's not grabbing it, then you got to adjust it so it's grabbing it. So let's look at the level at which this is going, and then we're just going to shape it out. Alright, Now we're going to wait for one more. We want it to automatically do it. You got to angle the auto arm in such a way that it is surrounding the entire thing. See, there we go. Now it's touching the output here, but it also needs to touch a little bit of this part here, which is getting just the edge of it if you think about it, because it actually is like a bubble that it's grabbing out from in front. So it's always, you got to be fine-tuning that. There we go. Now I got it, right? It grabbed it from the top. I know it's going to grab it from the bottom. I know that's going to run perfectly. Never walk away until you're absolutely sure that it is working well. That is my rule anyway. So we're going to go ahead and do this, and we're going to go ahead and turn that on. This right here, I'm going to keep this as a backup. I'm actually just going to put that off to the side. Maybe we'll do this and then this. And then we'll go ahead and put the other container in here. This way we have both a large container and... Oh, that's not it. That's not what I wanted to do. There we go. Medium resource canister. There we go. And so we're just going to put a bunch of extra canisters out here. So when we need them, we'll have them. I'm going to show you a little trick. We're going to output here. And that's going to go into there. And then we're going to stop it. And we're going to stop this. We're going to stop them both. Now, both of them are getting graphite, right? This is... Oh, wrong way. Let's see. An output. You have an input. Then you stop outputting. And you stop outputting. Huh. Ah. Alright, so this one now is holding graphite. And then this one I want to have hold graphite too, so they're both collecting it. This is the first time I'm testing that. And let's see which one it prioritizes. I love these kind of game things. And again, we'll do that battle here in just a second. All right, I love these game mechanics. Which one is it going to prioritize? It prioritized that one, which already had one in it. See? Very good. Very good. Good to know. All right, so we're going to let this run out, and that's going to run back into there. And I got a way to work around it here. I'll show you. It's called priming it. And that's where you take, well, at least that's what I call it. You take that and you run this out. And what it's going to do, it's going to run out. Come on, canister, stand still. It's going to run out right there, and then you can grab one. You put it into here. You tell it to enable output. Enable output means that it is actually going to put it into the canister. It's the opposite of what you think. And that's disable output, right? Enable output is basically it putting it into the canister. Disable output means that it's taking out of the canister. I don't know if it's supposed to be that way, but that's the way it is. And there we go. So we've primed both of them, and both of them are going to run, and we're good to go. All right, now on the drive back, we're going to do a battle here. Let me catch up on chat. Some things are logic gates. I have XP with those as Fallout 4. I did fully automated lockdown system. It was a pain to make. Hey, me too. I'm a big fan of Fallout 4. I've played for 2,500 hours live here on stream. Played through 6 times. The hardest way you can play it in the hardest modes you can play. That's right. And build gigantic mega bases. Built the Beacon of the Wasteland, by the way. 6-story, or is it 5-story or 6-story? Something like that. 5-story, let's call it a 5-story. 5-story vault at the Norhagen Beach. A massive, massive thing. You can check it out on my YouTube channel, a lot of that stuff. I'll put that YouTube link for you right there in the chat if you would like to go watch some of those previous ones. Or just take a tour. There you go. Came back 2 hours later, was stopped because of different war. Yep, that happens. That happens. That's why we want to prime it ahead of time. Auto arm did not take it. Yes, I saw that. Stream captain is ready. Yes, I know that as well. I can hear it and actually flashes over here on the other stream. Can you kind of see it? Maybe you can't see it on my face. But it's flashing the whole entire time, everybody. So, believe me, I know it's there. I know it's there saying, hey, don't worry, we'll get to it. One of the things I say about my channel is don't get entitled. Don't get entitled, bro. One of the things, like, people come in my chat and literally, like, they're like 1 or 2 minutes. They're like, hey, Kismet, you didn't say anything to me. I'm out of here. I'm like, okay, bye. If you're that entitled that I need to talk to you within 1 minute of you coming into my channel for the very first time, then I feel like you don't belong in this channel anyway, because that is super disrespectful. But don't worry, I appreciate you reminding me from time to time about that battle. In fact, I got some battle emotes that remind me. You can see Nooshki's doing it right there. The subscribers get those cool battle emotes here for the stream. I hate those invisible blockers. Like a bunch of steam or something blocking me. Okay, so we're going to run our way back now that we got that all set up. We're going to let that graphite run. Again, don't feel like it's that great of a node. But as we're running back, see, I try to run these things when I'm in the middle of doing something that's like not super sexy, right? Just like driving back and forth. Not the sexiest thing. But, you know, necessary. Oh, look at you guys getting all that gold. Go get it. All right, we got it. All right, you guys got tons of gold. Slide that over. You give you some extra gold. Look at that. Riverdog getting 50 gold right here. We got Nooshki. We got Nordy. All getting some love. Rotisserie G coming in overall. MVP yet again. Rotisserie G has a lot of those. A lot of those. Cool. It's boss time. Do we have enough time? We do. All right, let's get this boss going on. Now, this is when you got to step it up, everybody. This is when we're going to need everybody in the chat to work together. Why is it not scrolling down? Holy moly. Look at that. Look at that dealio. I'm driving the vehicle while I'm watching this at the same time, by the way, with my left hand while I'm using the mouse with the right. Let's see. We got a bunch of stuff going on. I'm feeling like right here, just cut straight across. We're going to bring in the Wasteland Tycoon. We're going to bring in Kismet's tank. Big loud vehicle outside. I can hear him up on the second level. I'm up on the second level of my house. In my office. Let's see. Level 30 right there. Fighting my way through. And I feel like that's what we'll do. We're going to just go straight for it. We'll get rid of these spawn points. Cut through. Everybody gather together. We're going to create a thing. Now, this is a great time to use your epics. Use your legendaries. Pull out all the stops. Put down as many units as you possibly can. 1 unit every 5 minutes you can put down. So, you know, you put down your archers. You put down... I always suggest, by the way, to put your range down first because those are the ones that typically have a longer cooldown than your melees. So if you put your range down first, while you're putting that one down, it's going to take 10 minutes. And then you put another one down 5 minutes later, like your melees. And then by the time you put that one down, then in another 5 minutes, bam, now you got another range and so on. So great tip for Stream Raiders for you all. All right, we'll come back to that in about 29 minutes. Hey, Suri, set a timer for 29 minutes.
Okay, your timer is set for 29 minutes.
She's always got my back, that Suri. I greatly appreciate her. All right, so let's see. Maybe we can just get this onto here. If not, we can go ahead and just leave some of these here for us to use. I'll probably leave that organic. We'll take some of this. We'll take some of that iron that we have laying around. Lithium, yeah, titanium, thanks. This is kind of like loose resources. Let's take our research, take that with us, see how much that's worth when we get there. I don't even think I have any research running. I have like 0 research running. Again, if you know the game mechanics, very early in the game, I can go and get 100,000 research and just let it run. And then you can just unlock all the stuff you want to unlock. You still don't have the resources for it, but you can unlock all that stuff. All right, let's bring this back. And we're going to use that for our thing. We'll leave these behind. I guess I could turn my sound back on. There we go. And put that in there. And that in there. I love these small little tractors. By the way, look at the cool trailers on the back, right? You do the same thing with a big vehicle. You can make this, but only in ginormous size. There you go. Astroneer reminds me of Lego. Me too. I'm a big fan of Legos. By the way, did you know I have the original Lego set? Did you know that? I do. I still do to this day. I have the instructions to the original Lego set. You ever seen the Lego movie? You know that one where he's always saying, hey, I want to build a spaceship. Guess what? I have that Lego set and those Lego pieces. That's right. Not in a box. I don't have them in the original box. You know why? Because I was a kid. I open stuff out of the box. I don't save it for later. What kind of crazy world is it that you save stuff in a box? Take that stuff out of the box and play with that stuff. That's what it's made for. It's not made for to sit around on a shelf somewhere. That's a waste of human resources. That's waste of a planetary resources. Of course, save some of them, so, nostalgia. But me as a kid, I don't save stuff in a box. Me as an adult, I don't save stuff in a box. I'm not a collector. Now, if that's your thing, more power to you. But hey, all you kids out there, take it out of the box and play with it. And if you want to get a second one, one's to play and one's not to play, hey, more power to you if you got that kind of money. For me, I take it out of the box and I play with it. I'd have Boba Fett, by the way, worth $500 right now. The full-size Boba Fett, right, from back in the day, from the original Star Wars, right? 1977, baby, or yeah, I think it was 1977. I think it might come out in 78 because all the dolls weren't ready when Star Wars came out. So it was like 78, 79 before the big figures. I mean, not the little tiny ones that you get, the little Kenner ones. I'm talking a big Boba Fett like this. If I kept that in the package, it would be worth $500 right now, or maybe more. I don't even know how much it's worth now. But I didn't. I took that Boba Fett out of the package along with Darth Vader and Luke Skywalker and Han Solo, and we had amazing adventures in my backyard. And one of the things that I would do is I would do a tie rope, right? I'd tie a rope and then I'd have them on there and I'd put a little hook on them because I have like trucks, right? On the back of the truck, you've got a little hook wrench, right? Where you can hook it onto stuff and you do your truck as a kid. So I took that off of there. I tied it on them and then I put them on the thing and then I let them go and they go woo down the slide thing, right? Like the thing you do as an adult, right? What is it? Zip line. Like a zip line for my full-size Star Wars dolls. There you go. And it was all sorts of stuff. And then also, I had like the Steve Austin, right? $6 Million Man, the full size. Oh yeah, I had those, had all that stuff. But I played with them because $500 for a Boba Fett was not, leaving it in the box, it was anywhere close to the amount of value I got out of it, taking it out of the box and playing it as a kid. Now, do I play with those as an adult? No, it's not my thing anymore. When you're a kid, you're off on all these space adventures and whatnot. You're using your imagination, which I always suggest for kids. Let them use their imagination. Let them jump in puddles, by the way. Jumping in a puddle is a scientific experiment. That's what that is. You're like, oh, I don't want them to get wet. I don't want to give them clothes. Hey, wake up. Don't be so anti-learning to your children. That is an anti-learning thing. That's the way I believe it anyway. I let my kids jump in puddles. My wife hates it. She's like a normie, right? She's like hey, don't do that because your clothes are going to get wet. I'm like a jump in that puddle. Jump in that pile of leaves. I'm like, climb that tree, but be careful. That kind of thing, right? Those are all experiments that all of us did when we were young. Now, when I was young, my parents weren't around. They don't care. They're like, yeah, go outside and play, right? And you could play next in your front yard, or you could play, a mile away, and they wouldn't know. You could climb down into the sewers. You could be up on the rooftops and tell you I've done that as a kid. I've done all of that stuff. Mischievous, right? Doing all of those things that you would think your kids weren't doing. Oh, yeah, they're off doing it. They're off doing those things, at least in my day. And then you came back at the end of the day. Your parents don't ask you where you go. Don't ask you what you've been doing. You're just like, come back. Hey, everybody, I'm going to have some dinner. And then I have to go make my own food. That's how I grew up. They could be handing out $100 bills. And my parents wouldn't show up at school. No. That's just the time. Right? That's just the time. Those times. And that was parenting and to some people in those times. I'm not like that. I go to my kids' school. I know who their teachers are. If they got a sucky teacher, I don't want them in that class. I said, I want them to transfer to another class. I want them to learn. Right? I want them to be smart up here. Right? I ain't paying you not to teach them. Because you got to think, that's coming from your pocket every day, right? That's coming from your pocket, your taxes, paying those teachers thing. And those teachers not doing their job, and big love to teachers. Mwah! Love teachers out there, good teachers. Teachers who are out there helping out people. And there are a lot of fantastic teachers out there, and I've literally met hundreds and thousands of teachers over my years. And I actually have a private post-secondary teaching credential. That means I can teach adults on how to do the internet or whatever I choose to do it. Yeah, I got that in California. Now, I don't teach in California anymore. Kind of a secondary thing I would do as a graphic designer. I also teach about graphic design and the internet and computers and all of those things on the side. There's two ways to be a teacher. There's a teacher who there's a person who does that, who teaches, and then there's a person who doesn't do it, who teaches, right? Who doesn't actually do that as a career, right? It's like they're mainly a teacher, and then they do the thing maybe on the side, or they don't do it anymore and they just know it, or they learned it and they never used that thing. They teach other people to do it. And there's nothing wrong with all of those combinations. That's okay. I always prefer the person who does it, who teaches, right? Because then they know the reality of doing it. Like when I'm teaching graphic design, there is the what you learn in school, which is the theory of the thing. And then you go and work, and then you learn the real thing, the real how it works, right? When you're when you go learn the theory of how to run a business, but then when you are running a business, oh, hey, oh, you are learning all sorts of stuff that they did not teach you in school. Absolutely. So remember that when you're learning and when you're going to school. School is very good, great way to get a foundation, but remember, it's not going to teach you everything, especially like not how to take care of your finances and things like that. You could take accounting and be terrible at your finances, just so you know. I took accounting. I took accounting for a half a semester. You know what I did? I said, okay, I'm not going to do this for a living, but it's good to know it. I'm going to go into airbrushing. And that's what I did. I transferred over to airbrushing, and I learned a lot of airbrushing. That was a lot of fun. Back in the day, the old traditional airbrushing, not in computers. It was actually, you put the paint up there and it had a little thing on top. Yep, loved airbrushing. Very, very fun. Back in the day. I don't do airbrushing or all that traditional art anymore. I do not consider myself a traditional artist, aka, as I like to call them, starving artists, which a lot of them are when you first start off. Hopefully you go into some success and people love your work and they start buying your work, and go for it, artists. Go for it. But those are called starving artists. I am a digital artist because I make stuff in the computer, and I then make lots and lots and lots of money doing that, which I really enjoyed. Making lots of money being a graphic designer, digital graphic designer in the days of when it dawned, at the very beginning of digital graphic design. Before anybody was using computers, I was using them. Before anybody was doing Quark Express and InDesign and Photoshop and Illustrator and all those programs, which are a gold standard today, or at least most of them are gold standards today, I was using them when they first came out. The first edition of Photoshop. Actually, 0.09. Wasn't even 1.0. Back in the day. Using all of that stuff back in the day, and believe me, doing that made me a fortune, and I spent that fortune, and I spent it some more on these darn doctors. But still alive, had a great career. I loved every minute of it. Still makes me smile thinking about it. And I have nothing left to prove. 100% achievement unlocked, everybody. And the person you're trying to prove stuff to, I find when you're doing a job or you're trying to do something that you're passionate about, is you anyway. You're trying to prove it to you. Do you have the stuff? Do you have the ability to be at the top level of your career? Are you the best at what you do? Right? Now, sometimes it's all about the luck, everybody. It's all about the luck. Now, we're going from place to place here, everybody, so we've got a minute to chat. Is it all about the luck? Absolutely. I was very lucky. I was a 20-year-old kid, still in college, learning about graphic design, and I happened to see this place. And I went to this place and I said, hey, I love graphic design. It's my passion. I've been passionate about it since I was 7 years old. The first time I saw a printing press. That's what I love to do. And I plan to do it for the rest of my life. And they're like, oh, this guy's good. And I sit on the edge of my chair. I don't sit back in my chair. I sit on the edge of my chair and I say, what are you looking for? Who are you looking for in this position, right? I don't tell them who I am. I ask them what they're looking for. Because it's all about them. It's not all about me when you're getting a job. It's all about them. What do they need? What are they looking for? And they say, oh, well, we need someone who shows up on time. We need someone who knows Quark Express and who knows the pre-press systems and all of that stuff. And I said, not only do I know it, but I'm also a great problem solver. And also, I love to learn. I love to learn new stuff. I'm not going to be late. You're gonna be able to rely on me to just do what I need to do and get it done without coming back to me every 5 seconds. That's a very important one. And I have gotten every job I've ever gone for. Every single one. Without fail. That's called passion. And that's what you got to do. You got to show them you got the passion. And then you say to them, when they tell you what you need, because now it's easy, right? Then you can go, okay, am I this? Oh, I am this. Okay, cool. I said, no, I'm the person you're looking for. Have you ever said that to an employer? I bet you haven't. Some of you. Have you ever gone to them? When somebody said that to me, I thought that was the greatest idea ever. I was like, I'm using that in every job I do in the future because I have been hiring many people as well. And I don't care what degree you got. I don't care. If you're an a-hole, boom, I'm not hiring you. If you don't show up to work, boom, you're out of there. Because you know what? Your job is to do the job that you are hired to do. They are paying you this money in exchange for you to do this thing. That's how it works, right? Like someone's paying me, they're saying, Kismet, make me this artwork. Now, if I don't make that artwork, they're going to be pissed. And they're not going to pay me that money. just like your job. If you're not doing this thing and they're paying you this money, they're going to take that money away. They're going to fire you and you're a boom off to the next job. That's the basic of life right there, everybody. That's how things work. It's a bartering exchange that I talked about. Look how I circled that all the way back. It's a bartering exchange. You're exchanging services for money, which you're going to exchange for food and water and shelter. That's what you're doing. You're exchanging services with the people you're working for. So you got to make them feel like you're the one. And then be the one. Don't just say you are. Don't just, manipulate or say you are. Don't fake it till you make it. Don't do that. Don't do that as an employer. No. Don't do that with your employer because they're going to find out very quickly. And then the next person you go and hire and they come back to ask your previous employer, look out. All of us managers and all of us employers and all of us business owners talk to each other. We do. They're going to call your previous thing unless they're terrible at what they do. If they're terrible HR, then they're not going to call the previous place where you worked. And that means they're not good at their job, right? Because that's what they should do. They should call and say, was this person a problem person? Were they stealing from the company? Were they showing up late all the time? And all of that stuff. It's called your reputation. It goes with you everywhere. Now, my reputation was I cost a lot, but I delivered. And that's the kind of reputation I like. I always delivered every time. Hundreds of thousands of projects done on time, every time. Done correctly, every time. That is a very hard thing to do. That's called willpower. That's called effort. And that's called a fantastic reputation. Now, I don't do graphic design anymore, so don't come to me and say, Kismet, could you do me a logo? Can you do whatever? Because you've got to focus also in life. Focus on, you're doing too many things at the same time. Believe me, I do way too much, and I'm only doing streaming now. I'm doing the website. I'm doing all the stuff behind the scenes. I'm managing my mods. I'm doing all of this stuff. And just one profession. Imagine if I was doing two professions at the same time. If I'm doing graphic design for other people, and I'm here streaming, and I've got like a side business, like I'm doing embroidery, or I'm doing, paintings or whatever. It's too many things. Make sure to do it. I made that mistake very early on. I did 3D rendering. I was doing graphic design. I was doing animation. I was doing all of these things in separate businesses, as well as on the side, I was doing training and all sorts of stuff. I was doing way too many things at the same time. And that can cause one business to fail, which can have a compounding impact on all of your businesses, right? Look at Elon Musk. That guy looks exhausted all the time. He's a CEO of 2 companies, and he's exhausted because you know what? He's living at work because that's a lot of work because he's like force of will kind of guy like me. He's like force of will. I'm going to make this happen by pure effort, right? That's how really successful people are, is they do it by force of will. And they go against all the naysayers, all the people who say, oh, Kismet, you'll never be partnered. You're too old. Purple check mark, baby. Purple check mark. Kismet, you'll never be a professional graphic designer. Oh, yeah? Boom. Top of my field, baby. Top companies in the world, including Apple Computer. That's right. The maker of the iPhone. That's right. Number one company in the world at the time, by the way. Worked for many years. One of my greatest jobs I've ever had in my entire lifetime because of all the people I work with. Not because of the money. Not because of the benefits, which were incredible, by the way, all of that incredible. And it sucks that I don't have those benefits anymore because I am still ill and I do have children and wife and all of that stuff. But you got to go out and do what you love to do. And you got to communicate that passion to other people. If you're coming and sitting in front of me and you're like, hey, what's up, Kismet? What's up, man? And you're got a ratty t-shirt on. You got wrecked up jeans. I don't care how educated you are. You could be like quadruple PhDs. And I'm like thinking, I don't know, bro. That's body language. That's body language right there. And if you're a good interviewer, you're looking at that body language. You're looking at that resume. And then you're looking at what they say in response. And we got loaded questions for you guys, by the way. Employers have loaded questions, and they are called red flag questions. So they'll ask you a question, and if you have a certain answer, you're gone, just like that. Because it's a red flag. They're like, oh. Okay, in your last job, were you ever late? Not that often. What do you mean, not that often? You mean a couple times? 5 times? 100 times? 1,000 times? Do you think 1,000 times is not that often? Because that's a relative thing, right? That could be, each person could be unique, right? Well, I was late once. I was late 50 times. I was late 100 times. Don't be vague in your answers. Vague in your answers is bad. Well, I was late this one time because my car catch fire and I couldn't get to work. Okay, that's understandable. I was late every time because me and my girlfriend fight all the time. Okay, probably not going to hire you. You know what I mean? Now, you see, when you can see the perspective of someone else, it gives you incredible power. Gives you incredible power. If you look at it from your employer's end of view, what their job is, what do they do, right? If you work somewhere, I don't care if you're working at McDonald's, right? You're working at McDonald's, you're working at a fast food joint. What is everybody else doing? If you want to be good at your job, what's everybody else doing? What's the manager's job? What's the manager do? Maybe the manager's doing nothing. At least you think they're doing nothing. They're doing something. They got the stress of whoever owns that establishment making them money. That's what a manager does. A manager makes money by managing people. And if they're not making that money and they're not hitting those things, they ain't going to be the manager long. They're going to get rid of those managers, right? They're causing all sorts of problems that the owner of the business has to do. Then they're out of there. They're out of there. But some managers don't know that. Some managers are really bad at what they do because they don't know what their function is, right? Maybe they were an employee and then became a manager because they lost their other manager or whatever. And they don't know that their function is to facilitate greatness in others. That's what I think a manager is, a team leader. I don't care if you're the president. I don't care if you're your local leader of your, kids, Cub Scout or Girl Scouts, whatever. Your job is to make other people amazing. And that's what I try to do here in the stream. I'm the leader of my team, of all my teams, of the longest running, one of the longest, I don't know, maybe it is the longest one now. I'm going to say one of the longest because I'm not sure. One of the longest running gaming guilds, 17 years together. We've done it all. We've done the 40-man raids and crushed them. We've done dual 40-man raids and crushed them. PvP, done it. PvE, done it. We've done it all. And we still stayed together. That's very hard, right? That's 800 people staying together, working after and looking after each other. Now, do I have 800 people in the channel right now? Obviously not, because I don't require all of my members to hang out in my stream, because you know what? They got kids, they got family, they got jobs, they got things to do, right? But I've had over 800. It could be 1,000 now. I stopped counting at 800. That's too many. And I've had up to 300 per game, whatever it is, right? So like in World of Warcraft, we had 300 members. In Lineage, we had 300 members in there as well. Star Wars The Old Republic, I think it was close to 300. I think it was like 280, 300, something like that. Because when I call in, when I make the call, and I say, hey, everybody, we're going to go play this MMO, we're going to go play this game, then a lot of my members will answer the call. Now, I don't play MMOs anymore. Some of my members still do, and they're off playing all the different types of games. But because I just physically don't have the time, I'm focusing on this, talking to you, and streaming, and focusing on my family. And those are the things that are my highest priority. Not in that order, by the way. My family is always my highest priority. I suggest that you set that person that you love and who loves you always as your highest priority, above all other people and what other people say as well. Only the people who care about you should get to tell you some advice. That's what I think. Because if anybody else comes up and tells you they don't care about you, they don't know you like your friends do, they don't know you like your spouse does, like your kids do, because your kids know even more about you than you think, because they've been watching you. They've been watching and learning from what you've been doing, right? That is the life advice I would give you. Now, again, as I always say, I'm just telling you my point of view. It's all up to you. They're your life choices. They're all on you. Make them some good ones. But again, I'm not your papa. I'm not your papa. I'm just giving you some life advice as we do here in the stream. And I feel like it's pretty good advice. Some of it might be obvious to some of you, but the funny thing is a lot of us know that it's apparently not obvious to some people. I set my spouse above all other things. Money, fame, work, everything. She's above all things in this world. Even my own existence. That's right. Even my own life. She is above that. Because you've got to set that precedent. You've got to tell that person that, hey, you're number one. And they should do the same for you. If they can't say to you that you're the number one most important thing in my life, you need to have a conversation. You need to have a conversation with that person and say, yo, this is how it's going to be. We're going to have a little chat about how come I am not number one in your life, right? Because you got to watch out for people who don't make you number one. You know, you ladies know what I'm talking about, right? That ex-boyfriend who didn't make you number one. You dudes know what I'm talking about, right? When you find out your lady been off with somebody else, she's not making you number one if she's off with someone else, right? That dude's not making you number one if he's off with somebody else. Right? I just get serious up in here, right? You got to say, hey, but you also got to trust him too. You got to say, hey, I'm your number one. You're my number one. My wife is above even my kids, family, friends, parents, above all things. You said it like that, and guess what? Maybe you'll have a marriage last longer than mine. I've been together 27 years with my wife. So that's how I know it does work. And I learned that very early on, too. Because I was never going to get married, never going to have kids, never none of that. And then I said, I kind of like this person. I like this person a lot. I said, hey, let's get married. All right, sounds good. I said, you know what? Let's have some kids. But I don't want to raise them in California because I grew up in California. That's a dangerous place to grow up, bro. At least the area I grew up anyway. And so I was like, you know what? Let's go find out where the best schools are in the world. She's like, that Tennessee has great schools. And I'm like, Tennessee? Why would Tennessee have great schools? Because they have a great school system and they have a great, governmental system that really focuses on education, which I give them a lot of love. And I'm sure there's great teachers in California. I've actually had a few of those great teachers, inspiring teachers in my day. But most of them weren't. Most of them were checked out. Okay, worksheet, go do it. Okay, here's the thing, go do that. That's nothing wrong with worksheets. But everybody knows that checked out teacher, right? Just showing up for a paycheck. Everybody knows that checked out person at work who's just showing up for a paycheck. If everything about your life is just showing up for a paycheck, that is a rough life. But again, your choices. It's your choices. I don't do this for money. I've never done anything for money. I do it because I love to do it. And that is contagious to every person around you. In fact, it actually caused some jealousy from some people who don't have that passion, who haven't found it yet. And I get it all the time. Kismet, well, how do you find your passion? How did you find that you love graphic design, that you love games, that you love computers? How did you find that? I found it because I was lucky enough to just discover it. But there's another way to find out what you love to do, what you have passion for. Do a bunch of things that you know you don't like. Go dig some ditches. Be a janitor. Go be those things. Go work at a fast food place. You'll know if you like it right away. You'll know within the first few minutes or in the first few days or the first few weeks. You will know whether you like doing that thing or not. Because if you show up to work and you're like, oh, God, I got to go to work again today, right? Then you don't have passion for that. Hey, look who it is. Foxtrot, what's up, bro? Good to see you again, bro. Whoop, whoop, let's dance. Let's dance. What's up? Bummer, though, Brood. Literally in about 15 minutes, about to shut down the server again. But thanks for coming in. Appreciate it. But hey, you got 15 minutes. Go. You got 15 minutes to get something done. There you go. All right. Let's go ahead and fire it up. Because my stream's about over, about 15 minutes. So there you go. So it's really tough. You got to be, they got to be there for you. You got to be there for them. That's the only way relationships work. It can't be one-sided. I have had many a girlfriend who was what I call very clingy. I'm sure ladies out there have had boyfriends that were like that too. That were just everything. They were so in love with you that they are just like sucking up every single minute. They want to know where you're at. They want to know what you're doing. They want to, be with you all the time. Hey, I love that kind of love. Big shot. Come in, feel like a big shot, whatnot. But it doesn't work in the long run because they need to have their identity and you need to have yours, and then you have your combined identity together. If you don't have an individual identity and you're just under that one person, see how much heavier it is on this person over here? I've had to break up with some girls because of that. I'm like, okay, it's too much roller coaster, too much clinginess and whatnot. And that's why I'm raising my girls to be strong, independent women. They don't need nobody. They can do it all themselves if they want, but then make sure to ask for help when you really need it, right? You kind of have that balance, right? My wife is that way. My wife is a strong woman, bro. You got to be a next level man if you want to be with a strong woman. My wife is on that level, right? She's like, you better be out there taking care of business, right? And that's how I am. I take care of business, and I don't mind that at all. I don't mind that expectation, right? Don't take that as a negative. You want them to expect you to be awesome. I feel like sometimes people take that as a negative, right? You want them to look at you like you're awesome, right? If they're with you, then at least it's like a minimum, right? A minimum that they like you in such a way that they think you're awesome enough to be with them. right? Because the second they don't think you're awesome, that's when you're in trouble. Look out for that. And look, I'm an old man, too. I'm 50 years old. My wife still looks like she's in her 20s. So she married this old man now. Still together, though. Still together, rocking it and having a good time. And most importantly, though, you got to trust that person, too. You got to trust your spouse. You got to trust those people big time. And then when you start seeing it, well, no, don't trust them so much that you're blind as well, that you're not watching for red flags, like they start disappearing on the weekends for no reason. Yeah, watch out for that, bro. Watch out for that. That could be a dangerous red flag. So, you got to find that. You got to find that in between. You got to find that balance between, you love each other, you want to be with each other, but not so smothering of a love that the other person cannot breathe, right? And if you don't know what I'm talking about, guess what? You're going to learn it at some point. There's two ways to learn. Watch what happens to other people or to pain and suffering of yourself. And that should happen. All right, did we get everything done? What did we do? Oh, we had to go to Atrox. That was the other thing. Oh, no, fuel was the other thing I was going to do. That's why I came back here, for fuel. Let's get that fuel fired up. And then we're going to go to Atrox and see if we can get that done. How much time we got left? We got just a few minutes left. We got to get it going. We got to get it fired up. All right. Let's do this. Oh, wait. Hold on. No reason to traipse around the universe with all this extra stuff. Let's just put it right there for now. Off we go. Let's go. Yeah, just broken up a 2-year relationship makes me feel alone. The weird thing when I was young, I never felt alone. I'm perfectly happy being completely by myself and with no music, no sound, and being in the zone, working and doing whatever I do. That is like a natural thing that I'm born with. Maybe that was a family thing. I don't know, because they made me be very, very independent as a young child. Maybe that was one of the things they were trying to teach me, right? They're trying to teach me to be completely independent and not need everybody else all the time, where you could be perfectly happy just sitting in silence and enjoy who you are inside. Because when you're sitting in silence, it's one of the most uncomfortable thing for people who are inside in turmoil, right? If you're in turmoil in here, it's very hard. That's why people play music. That's why they got the TV on. That's why they got distractions going at all times. Because if you don't have that distraction, you know what you're doing? You're thinking, oh man, I'm really overweight. Oh man, I really wish I got that girl or that boy. Or oh man, I sure regret doing this. Or oh man, I should get another job. Or oh man, I do that. Put a 1 in the chat if that's you. There should be a lot of you in the chat. Don't fool me. I know you're out there. I'm the same way. I'm the same way for a very long time when I was young. And then I started to develop the ability to just be at peace because I didn't need anything. I didn't have to have someone else around all the time and those kind of things. And that is called growing up. It's called building an internal power. Now, do I still, overthink things? Do I still get frustrated and things get on my mind that I cannot get rid of? Oh, absolutely. Nobody is perfect, everybody, just so you know. Spoiler alert. That person that you love, they're not perfect. Spoiler alert, you're not perfect either. And huge spoiler alert, the billions of people on this planet are all flawed. Every single one of them. No matter how much they try to act like, oh, I'm the best of the best and whatever, they've all got flaws. Absolutely. Spoiler alert. So don't make them have to be perfect. Let them be who they are. Like my wife snorts when she laughs. And it's the greatest thing. It fills up my heart every time I hear her do it. Those are the tiny things. The things that only you know about that person. Well, now all you know. Shh, don't tell her. Don't tell her I told you that. And so on. Those are the tiny things you know about other people and all the things they know about you that are what life is worth living for. That's what it's there. That's why it's there. And you're like, oh, Kismet, you know the meaning of life? Well, that's my meaning of life anyway. The meaning of life is to live. That is it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry it's not something more complex and it's not a 32-step program. It's to live. It's to be alive. Because guess what? You get one shot. You get one shot to be alive. That's it. And believe me, I've been dodging a Reaper for years and years now. A very long time. I was not coming back to here. Where am I going? I'm going to Atrox. Hold on, I got 8 minutes. All right, let's go to Atrox here. Let's go ahead and do a battle as well. Now, again, that's just my point of view. It's your life. They're your life choices. They're all on you. Make them some good ones, everybody. Be respectful. Show people some love out there. And then battle it out with each other. Help each other out. Work together as a team. I think you got this already. I think you probably already knew all of that. But for all the new peeps who come in my stream, I do a little Kiz talk from time to time. And I talk about, my life and things that I've done and things that I've learned along the way. Now, they may apply to your life or they may not. And that's okay, right? You might not like the same things as me. And that's okay too. You don't have to like all the same things to be friends with somebody or to hang out and talk with them. Keep that in mind. Oh, look out! Bunghole coming in and says, Kismet, let me give you some sub love. Funny name there too. That reminds me of, what was that cartoon? What was that cartoon? Oh, somebody tell me in the chat. What's that cartoon name? Where the guy said that all the time. He said that word all the time. JJB coming in, getting some love. Hardy getting love. Rotisserie G getting love. And Riverdog, overall MVP. Nice job. Another boss down. That's 381 bosses. We're going to come back next time. Tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We want to play some more. That's right. We want to play some 76 tonight, too. Have some fun. There we go. Beavis and Butthead. Now, I'm going to tell you something pretty cool about Beavis and Butthead. You ready? Kismet's been around. I've lived over 18,000 days. And believe me, I haven't been idle that entire time. I've been out living my life. So a good friend of mine, who's an animator, and of course I'm an artist and also graphic designer and also 3D animator and whatnot, and illustrator and all of that fun stuff. He said, hey, Kismet, let's go to this animation show. They're going to show some new animations. And I'm like, oh, cool. Let's go check it out. I'm down for it, right? It was like 12 midnight too, right? Hey, I'm down. I'm single, got no attachments, plenty of money, doing my thing. Right, as you do when you're young. And then I said, let's go do it. I said, all right, cool, let's go do it. So I go there. I meet this guy. He's a cool guy. Talked to him for a little while. It's like, all right. He said, oh, you got something in the show? He's like, yeah, I got something in the show. I'm like, what's the name of it? Beavis and Butthead. And I said, oh, never even heard of it. Guess what? Guess why I never heard of it? Because it was the first time it was ever showed. That's right. First time showed at the Animation Festival. I was there. Guess what else I saw? Simpsons. That's right. Back in the day. That's how old school. That's how old school Kismet is. It was called the Animation Festival way back in the day. So I saw them before they launched. And that's what I remember that thing right from there. I'm like, what the heck is this? This is not kid friendly. What the heck? But like little kid friendly. I mean, older, teenagers loved it and whatnot. But I mean like little kid friendly. Jammer coming in, showing some love. 4 months of sub love. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate that. Keeping that going. So, yeah, Beavis and Butthead. What else? Tin Toy from Pixar. What else? Oh, man, all of those old school animations way back in the day. Saw them for the first time at the Animation Festival in California. They had them all over the place. They'd have them at different theaters. And then we'd go all the time. We'd invite all the guys and we'd invite the girls. Now, some of those, watch out. I had a big mistake I made with some of those anime because I've been to a bunch of them, right? And I didn't know that after a certain time at night, they showed some really not safe for work ones. I did not know that. And a good friend of mine that I've known for many, many years, he's somebody I work with for many, many years. He's like, oh, you're going to these animation things? I said, oh, yeah, they're super fun. You go there, you hang out with a bunch of people, and you do that. And a friend of mine said, hey, we're going to this one. And I forget what they called it. They actually have a special name for it, but I didn't pick up on it because, I'm in the middle of my thing. So I invite him to go. And I was like, hey, come with us. We're going to go this Friday. We're going to have a good time, right? And he's like, oh, we're going to go at the midnight showing. I'm like, all right, cool. Let's go to the midnight showing because, I'm always busy working at that time. So I go there, and it's like totally not safe for work, bro. I mean, it is. I'm like, whoa, what the heck are we watching here, people? This is animation. Okay, hold on. Yeah, whoa. And then he's looking at me like, this is what you're always watching at these animation shows? I'm like, no. You know how that moment, right? That moment in your life where you go, no, bro. I didn't know it was going to be this, dude. I don't know. No, don't look at me like that. Don't look at me like that. I didn't know. I didn't know it was going to happen. And my friend of mine is just laughing, and he thinks it's the funniest thing. And I'm like, I'm going to get you for that, bro. I'm going to get you for that. You didn't tell me, because he could have told me that that's what it was going to be. And then I would have told him ahead of time. But he didn't tell me. He's just like, let's go. And he knew that was going to happen. He thought it was the funniest thing. And I'm like, oh, I'm going to mess. You're so going to get it. For sure. There you go. So I love you, Kismet. Haven't been here in a while. I used to absolutely love Fallout 4 streams with your insane settlements. Much love from Canada. Well, hey, Nooski's from Canada. She's in the chat as well. Welcome. Well, thank you for coming in. Oh, yeah, I did a lot of Fallout 4. I've been playing some Fallout 76. We're going to play some later tonight. We've been playing some Astroneer, Satisfactory. We've been playing, what else have we been playing? We're going to play some No Man's Sky this week, as well as, of course, the wonderful 7 Days to Die. We're going to play all that. You're like, Kismet, when are you going to be playing all those games? Well, hey, feast your eyes right down below the stream down there. You can scroll up, and it's going to tell you exactly what I'm playing on what day. How about that? It's called Above and Beyond up in this stream. And then on Friday, we're going to have a mystery game, right? Mystery game on Friday, so that'll be fun. Friday morning. All right, I feel like that's about as much as we could do. There was one more thing I was doing over here, and I can't remember what the heck it was. Oh, it was to bring that RTG, and I took the RTG off the thing. I took it off the thing. Oh, no. Oh, no. All right, we'll come back to that later. We'll just leave ourselves here on Aatrox. All right, we're heading out, everybody. Let's get on to the Kismet Love Train. Let's do it. All right, I'm feeling pretty good today, everybody. Man, I had to go through some tough times. Tough times lately. I've been working on a lot of stuff behind the scenes. Oh, sometimes it's such a burden. It's such a hard thing. Sometimes you got to make them hard choices, everybody. Not everybody's going to understand, but you know what? You got to make them anyways. You got to make them anyways. Sometimes, you know, when you got to make them hard choices, you got to take the hit and just say, you know what? I had to do what I had to do. That was it. That's all. That's the reason why I did it, is to get it going on. Oh, that person's offline. We got 2 people online here. Let's see. Who's got the best title here? Let's see. Oh, all right. None of these titles. I don't know. This guy's doing some cool stuff. Oh, he looks like he's powering up. Ooh, he's doing some serious power right there. Oh, he's looking like he's doing some cool stuff. So you can't see any of this. This is just me looking at him. I bring up my mods, go and look for a bunch of streams as well. Oh, Streamer Pal. Let's see. We got a Streamer Pal coming in. Thank you very much for redeeming that Streamer Pal, Little Fox. That is so that you can do a Kismet Love Train shout out on my Discord every time you're live, right? If you want to know more about it, go onto my Discord, which I'm probably sure you already read anyway, because that's why you probably redeemed it. But just in case you didn't, go on the Discord, go into the Love Train Live. If you are a streamer, you can come in to my channel, hang out till you get 1,000 caps, and then follow those instructions on Discord. And all my peeps who hang out in my Discord, I have like 900. I think I'm at 900, 1,000 people on there, something like that. A lot who are regularly on my Discord. And you can, or maybe even more. I can't even remember I remember what the last one was. I don't look at it all that often, but it's a lot. So you can shout that out to a whole bunch of peeps who come in my channel and can see other channels that I really, I prefer to show off, right? That's called the Kismet Love Train. And that's what we're doing right here as well. We're going to go ahead and show somebody some love. Let's see, running around. I feel like we're going to show this guy some love. I don't know. It's just kind of a thing, right? Sometimes you just got to go with your gut. And let's see how it works out. Sometimes I do it and I regret it because they say really weird things. But, you know, I had one the other day that was talking about parts of his body where I was like, what the heck are you talking? I asked him to talk about a bit about himself, you know. So when anybody raids you, by the way, have a little 10-second elevator pitch, right? Where you're like, hi, I'm so-and-so. Thank you for coming to my stream. Hit that follow button. Appreciate you being here. All that kind of stuff. Have that at the ready. Always, always, always. So I checked it out behind the scenes there, Little Fox. So we're going to get this going. Now let's go ahead and fire up this Kismet Love Train right over here. We're going to press some buttons right there in the chat. Now you're going to see that right in the chat there. It says the Kismet Love Train. Go ahead and highlight that, copy, paste it into the chat. Now if you are on mobile, just use an emote. Any emote will do, all right? And I'm going to do that Streamer Pal offline there, Little Fox. I will set you up with that in a bit. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow, maybe not anytime soon. We'll see. I'm a busy guy. But we'll try to set you up. I'll try to do it today. We'll see. We'll try. I got a whole bunch of stuff to do after the stream here as well. So throw that in there. And if you are on mobile, just throw any emote in there because you can't do the copy pasta thing so easy. And I'm going to give you 1,000 Kiss Caps to everybody in the channel. So everyone in the channel is going to love you. The more people that put it in there. All right. And I'm just going to keep pressing this button until we get that going on. Now we're going to go ahead and start this raid. Bam. Because I got to head out and work on some stuff behind the scenes, see how my kids are doing and all of that fun stuff you got to do as a responsible adult. We're going to get that going on. Now, who is this person over here? We're going to, oh, no. Oh, no. He literally just went offline. All right, cancel. Whoop, whoop, cancel. Oh, that sucks, bro. I was just about to bring you lots of love. All right, well, you know what? Keep the love train going while I find somebody else. He literally just went offline. I just saw, we caught it beforehand, though. That's good. He literally just went offline. Because I saw him there working. I was like, oh, look at this guy. But then, nope, bye-bye. Bye-bye. Oh, God, I got to watch these ads again. Oh, God. All right, well, more time for you guys to put the Kismet Love Train into chat. There you go. Now, only do it once. I'm only going to count it once, everybody. In the chat. And we're going to pick somebody else. Who else we got? Let's see. Oh, wow. Using those medium containers. Wow, great build there. Very cool. This person's going through the forest right now. Oh, I think they're at the beginning of the game. This person's at the beginning of the game. I'm going to get them. I'm going to get them some love. Right now, let's go ahead and get them instead. All right. We'll get the other person at another time, hopefully. Maybe get them. We'll get them next week, maybe. All right. So there we go. We're going to get this guy right now. Now, his name is Jam Game Streams. It looks like he's starting off at the beginning. He's got his little tractor. He's collecting some organic. That's always fun to watch when somebody first starts a game. So thanks for coming in. Jay Dunn coming in, gifting some subs as well to Reno. So we got this raid fired up, I think. Or did I put it? Oh, I put it in the wrong chat. I put it in his chat instead of my chat. Duh. That's not going to work. Bam. There we go. All right. There's the raid going now. So what we're going to do is we're going to build up this raid. We're going to take that Kismet Love Train. We're going to throw it in his chat. We're going to hit that follow button. We're going to hang out there for a while. Right now, he's got one person in his channel. He's about to have a whole lot more, all of you. All of you showing him some love. And that's what we call the Kismet Love Train. Then we're going to ask him to take that love and pass it on to somebody else, who passes it on to somebody else, and so on, and so on. And that's how the Kismet Love Train works. He doesn't have to raid me back. That's okay. As long as he passes it on to somebody else, then that's all we ask. All right? So let's do it, everybody. Again, I will see you. Oh, wait, I got to get my love train over here. Hold on, I got to get my love train ready to go in his chat. Over there. There we go. All right. And that's it for me, everybody. Let's go show him some love. You have a fantastic rest of your day. I'm going to be back 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm going to press the button right over here, and we're going to head out. Bye, everybody. Hey everybody, Kismet here. Thank you so much for watching this video. Make sure to hit that subscribe button right in the center of the screen. Also check me out live on twitch.tv/Kismet. I'll see you all next time.